Jorunna. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good time zone to all of you, and welcome in, welcome in. It is time to curse. A mermaid's curse. Welcome in, everybody. Let me say hi to everybody first. Hey, Sneer, congrats on first day. And I boss, I carpet, I forza, I nasu, I apa, I rex, hello, hello, hello. Hey, biggets, I axec, hello, hello, hello. Hey, news, I am ref, hey. Hey, Demon's Bow, I will whipper, hey, Lynn, hello, hello, hello. And good evening. Hiya, Quest, hiya, Nectar, hello, hello, hello. Hiya, Mystic, hiya, DJ, hiya, Umbekin, hello, hello, hello. Hiya, Garda, hiya, Kortko, hiya, Falcon, hiya, Zilf. Hiya, Go-Wait, hiya, Adam, hiya, the Soso, hiya, Phoenix, hiya, Swiss, hello, hello, hello. Hey, Tommy, hiya, Generic, hiya, R2, hiya, Six Shot, hello, hello, hello. Hiya, Whistling, hiya, Sneo, hiya, 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 Big Buddha, hiya, Fake Weight, and hiya, Mint, coming in with the raid. Welcome in, I'm just getting started. Welcome in, everybody. Hiya, Umfies, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hiya, Icos, hiya, Meadow, hiya, Gurwitch, hiya, Beeple, hiya, Jovi, hiya, Shaddy, hiya, Chunk Beef, hiya, Jeb, hiya, Westar, hiya, Crab, hiya, Mekia, hiya, Meadow, hiya, Cheese Sandwich, hiya, Steak, hello, hello, hello. Hiya, Shade, hiya, Kappa, hiya, Jovi, hiya, Deep Freeze, and hiya, Marion, hello, hello, hello. And Amos, thank you for the follow, and hiya, Grook, welcome in, welcome in. Hope you guys had a fantastic stream together with Mint. Wait, what were you guys doing? You guys were having some chats. What were you guys chatting about? Just a regular chatting evening. Let's go. Hey, Effo. Hey, Blue. Hey, Hoppy. Hello, hello, hello. Hey, Gecko. What have you learned about mermaids? I'll give you guys a summary in a second. Hey, Otto and hey, Buckblocks. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. We're right at the start of the stream. Thank you so much for joining me today. So for people who don't know, I'm Jorunna. I'm a sea bunny. I play retro games sometimes, and today we're doing neither of them because we're just playing a game I was very excited for. Before I write, I just watched Detective Conan 3-part involved the mermaid murder mystery. Is it one of those where they ate the mermaid flesh and then they got cursed? Because I feel that happens a lot in like Japanese anime and manga, but I'm not super familiar with Detective Conan. Hey, biggest, hey, welcome in, welcome in. And Chapter, thank you for the follow. Hey, Mush, hello, hello, hello. And hey, Nebula and Clem, welcome in, welcome in. You know, for people who haven't seen before, I am indeed mermaid. Often I am not mermaid because when I'm mermaid, I'm so white I fit the entire screen. And it covers up the entire goddamn game. But today we're playing a mermaid game, so I'll be mermaid regardless. Mogo's heart, thank you. It's mermaid season now, and it's not even mermaid yet. Captain Sobo, thank you for the follow, and hi Chicken, and hi Clem. Hello, hello, it's very pretty, thank you. Remember that Mermaid and Longevity? It was like a triple murder, hell yeah! It's one of the movies or one of the episodes. Hey fucker, hey, and hi VR, welcome in. Don't need to see the game anyway, yeah. I'll just put the game behind me and I'll just be over here. Yeah, now who cares about the game? It's episodes in the 200 somewhere. It's pretty far along, huh? I see. I only know like some basic Detective Conan and stuff, but not nearly that much. What lure do you use to detect beta mermaids? Baga. You can pick and choose with Detective Conan. To be fair, it's all pretty episodic, isn't it? So it doesn't really matter if you jump in the middle somewhere, do you? Was the butler that did it with the candlestick? Was the mermaid that did it with the curse? Hey, SW, welcome in, welcome in. Oh, actually, I can show off my sweet trick to the raiders. Check this out. Oh my god, there's more raiders. Hello, welcome in. I was just throwing off my sweet trick. Welcome in, raiders. Hey. Welcome, Lenore and all and friends. You're playing Cult of the Lamb. You are having a little bit of good time. Hello there, Black Magic. Hello, and hey, Black Metal. Welcome in. Powering the mergers. Yeah. Okay, I'll show off the trick again for the. Check this out. Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the champion. Digimon, Hi, okay. Hi, everybody, welcome in. Osef, thank you for the follow. Hi, you added this, and Otto, thank you for the biddies. Thank you. Hi, Scotchy. It's like a Dragon Ball power up, right? So hi, welcome in. I'm a sea slug mermaid, and today we're gonna be playing the mermaid's curse. Is it my curse? Maybe. Actually, to catch you guys up on the mermaid's curse, actually I'll wait 1 second because there's still a lot of people coming in before, because then I don't have to say the summary multiple times. Hey, Chaotic, KP me, welcome in. Do you traditionally use the Digimon team to transform? I mean, it just gets you hyped up, you know? It's like either the Digimon team or you just go like, it's time to duel. Jorunamon Morse mode, yeah. Hey, Gakita, konbanwa. What just happened? I transformed. Actually, speaking of transformation, you guys. Did you know? Hi Ox, thank you for the follow. Did you know? The Ditto game is coming out soon. And luckily for me, it seems that they're like easing off on the merch with actually Ditto on it. So my wallet will survive, but it looks like they're gonna have a collab cafe. They're gonna have Ditto collab food, and I'm very excited. Thought you were gonna say something about Vaporeon? No! Though I do like Vaporeon. Not because of the dirty jokes, just because Vaporeon is cute. Vaporeon is a good Pokemon, and I will not be ashamed. Hey, Nebula, yeah, hey. So my face where my nose is supposed to be. No, that's my nose. There will be merch there though. I'm very excited. So like, there's like this like coffee cafe bread store called Komeda in Japan, and they've done like Pokemon food collabs before, and they are putting out the Ditto teasers. And like, this means you're now perverts. You're pervert. I'm just a slug. Hey Velio, hey, love Komeda, right? It's quite yummy. And because like I always say this, but like the best, you know, collab cafes are the ones that are in an actual place of food. You know what I mean? Like they're the places that actually serve food normally. Because it usually means they are able to make better things. Hey Johnson, hey. Thank you Moslex and Sickly Victorian Child Pikachu. Yeah, they are gonna be releasing some merch that has Ditto on it, which unfortunately of course I have to get, and I think I will at least like get one of the transformed like body horror creatures, but I'm not gonna get all of those, you know. Perfect. No, next to her. No, I am certainly not. Are you gonna Pokopia? Yeah, I think I have to. I think I gotta. I'm known for my Dittos. If I don't Pokopia, then who will do this? Snook, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Everybody's gonna be asking me about it anyway, so I figured that you guys would want me, you know, play the Pokopia. And like, you know, for people who don't know, we've got a lot of raiders in today. Ditto is my favorite Pokemon. And I've got hundreds of Dittos that I've collected, so I was quite thrilled. Go donate your entirely meal if you get me a Moslex plush. Are they not gonna be for sale in other countries? Sure they will. Hey, Final Bio, hey, welcome in. So I'm quite excited. Once I finally unpack everything and get my full Ditto room set up, I'll take pictures of it for you guys. But don't worry, that might just take a little while. I did unpack 3 boxes today, but it was mostly Gunpla, which is great because it's really nice to unpack. And that makes it so fast, you know. There's more. Yeah. I ran out of space to put my Ditto stuff, so I had to I still need like an extra shelf for it, maybe 2. But it's okay. But yeah, there's mostly Gunpla and plushies, which are very fast for unpacking, which is nice. And box 3 you have left now. 30 or something. I don't know. I didn't count. Hey, Frizzy. Hey, too many. There's the boxes are not, we're not done with them yet. Over here, you know. Eventually I'll get through them, but means you at the MS Girls, you're gonna turn into yourself. I haven't found all my gun Plamar yet, but I've unpacked 3 boxes of it. That's not all of it. No. Hey, Lamp-based, hey, Frizzy, hey. Mostly my backlog. Joe playing modern games, planting with the young sluggers and hide at Caesar. Skibbity Whistler's Unkslug. I bonk yourself. Go on, grab the hammer. But yeah, I was also a couple of plushies and fabrics and stuff. I'll slowly get through it. Eventually. The problem is that the other boxes are harder to unpack. You know, the nice thing about finding a box with Gunpla is that, like, it's just a bunch of big boxes inside of a box. So you're done very quickly. You know, that's what makes it so easy. What's the hard stuff? God, you know, like tiny little things. Like, you know, things I don't need to sort. Cables, keychains, little bits of merch, little bits of this and that. You know, paperwork, other, you know, affairs. That's the hard stuff. Hey. Need to rearrange like all of my books, which are kind of like haphazardly sorted right now. But I figured I can rearrange the books once everything is unpacked and I can like easily put everything together. Hey Fudgy, hey. Moxin's good, but when will you build them all? Eventually. I slowly try to, like, you know, make some desk space, but I have to get small boxes to put them in, which will complete the box counts. Yeah. Like, I'm looking at a lot of my craft stuff and I'm realizing, oh man, I need to... You know, it's gonna take like many hours sorting all my craft stuff. I have too much of it. I might have to buy some like extra sorting supplies to put it all in. Especially because all like small and fiddly and well, I'll get through it one day. One day. But hey, 3 boxes is still progress. It still opens up some space, and I put some of my plushies here and there, and I kind of haphazardly. You know, like how sometimes you see people have like really organized rooms and everything looks so nice. I don't. I'm like, how do they do that? When I put my plushies together, it just looks like a mess. You know, same with like my figurines when I line them up. It's just like, such a disorganized collection. I don't have the talent, I'm afraid, but hey, TC, I avoid. I will be continuing from yesterday, yeah. No, wait, it's always like that though. It's like I don't know, you know. I figured once I'm all unpacked, I can try to make things look better. I guess that's like step 3. Takes 2 days of looking at it and moving it around, yeah. I've got a couple of things to like hang on the wall too, but I'm not quite sure how I'm gonna go about it yet. Hey TC, are you back? More shelf acquired? Probably, yeah, at least for the dittos. She's the Seaban inner chaos influencing my home too much, yeah. I mean, it can be helped. I'll get around to it eventually. Is what it's, you know, that's what it's all about. Could see the long close up close again. Yeah, you guys mentioned earlier, but the freckles aren't these bigger when I'm Mermaid. See? Aha. When you get to see them a bit up closer. Though, you know, you guys haven't seen regular in a little bit either, but such chat to live chat should have been weird filtering. I always have my chat to live chat, but unfortunately yesterday YouTube had been just removing messages randomly, even on live chat. If you think a message didn't go through, feel free to send again, and if it is happening again today, please alert me. And I'll pin up another message if it's like as bad as it was yesterday. And a large speculative effect also may. Maybe. Hey, WD. Hey. Actually, speaking of freckles, I got some art in yesterday. I'm quite excited about because it's art I've been waiting for a little while. So one artist I quite like is Viri, and I've been wanting to commission her for ages. So I'm quite excited, and she actually finished very fast too. So very quick. Hi, Akans, welcome in. So here we go. Ba-ba-ba. Oh wow, it's really big. You guys can only see the head. Might happen once already. Okay, I'll just say it again. You will paste the art a lot? Yeah, because he's a really good artist. I actually had, because she said she was going to do commissions at some point. I actually had like notifications on her messages for like months now, waiting for her commissions to open. Because she teased she was going to do commissions. I was like, I'll get it one day. I'll get it one day. You know, 1 second, let me quickly write a pin. There we go. Okay, hopefully that will do. Very smug, yeah. So if we zoom out a bit, there we go. She did a very nice job with it. She did a very nice job. This is new moral alarm. CO2 levels are plentiful here. Yeah, there's a lot of freckles. I think Viri is extremely good at drawing nice bodies. And also nice booba. But also a lot of nice everything, really. So, I've been excited to commission her for quite a while. It's very soft and pretty, yeah. She's drawn a lot of like really pretty Bon, which is like another VTuber you guys might know about. Play connected dots with those. It's hiding a secret message. Did you know? It's the can you find the secret connected dots message? Did you have a good pose? I told them I want like a kind of pose like this because they drawn something like it before, and I was like, no, I like that place. Hey, but hey. It's very nice. It's very nice. They draw good gams too, you know. So I was quite thrilled to finally have a chance to commission her. One of the excessive amount of jaw on the screen. So this is the it's on Twitter now for anybody who wants to see it. And it might be my schedule next week, who knows. Don't you guys write something too? I honestly, like, I will say, like, Viri is very talented because the way you can actually see the contours of the tummy under the dress, it's, you know, that takes skill to pull off. You know, not every artist knows how to appreciate culture like this. It is very good. In other words, it is very good. It is very good. Morning, more fishing. Well, we will be kind of fishing, yeah. Hey, midnight. That is the fan art update. Please don't crush us. I will try not to. Good morning. Hi, Raptor. What am I looking at? This is my face. I'm afraid that you might have to look away if you don't want to see it, yeah. But yes, other than the fan art, today we will be continuing with some diving, some fishing, some murdering, not murdering, solving murders, figuring out who is murdering. So I thought, like, you know, yesterday was a long stream. You guys might not remember what happened, so I thought we'd go over it real quick. You know. Actually, let me grab the thingy. We got the thingy. Okay. Here we go. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Who's making models? My models are made by Mosaic Studio. If you're curious, you can scroll down into my pages and stuff, and there should be a link towards the credits, which links all the artists that have worked on any of my models. Hello, Twitlex. Hey, welcome in. Hey, old man. Let's go for Joyce, potentially a fake mermaid and curse with the fish curse. No. The people cursed with the fish curse die, you know. Murder was the boo with the squish. No. Hey, Game Boy. Hey, Twitlex. Welcome in. So I saw that over here. Yeah. It's nice because we have a website where Square has made all their assets available. Cursed fish, yes, okay. So we started off with Yuza. We're gonna quick summary. Hey, look, hey, Game Boy. Hey, welcome in. Okay, so the game started with Yuza. And just a very hydrated as a slug. Exactly. That too, but I'm not cursed, don't worry. Start with Yuza and Azami. Okay, so this is to catch everybody up. We had Yuza and we had Azami. First off, Yuza's parents died in a... Oh, the background is a bit loud. Okay. Hey, look. Hey. Okay. Yuza's parents died in a fishing boat accident 5 years ago. He was there too, but he survived. In the same big storm, 10 people died in total, and everybody blames his mom. He recently started recovering his memories, and he remembers being saved by a mermaid. So he asked his best friend, Azami, to go help him find a mermaid, to figure out the truth behind the accident 5 years ago. And for whatever reason, he wants to get this done within 1 day. There's a deadline, we don't know why. But we do know that the day after, everybody on the island dies. So maybe he knows about the curse that winds up murdering everybody. Because it does seem like there might be a bit of a deadline there. Because, well, we'll get to that later. Hey, Starfire. Hey, James. So that is the first setup. It should be noted that his grandma recently got an injury and now he's living with her and working as an ama diver. Okay. So that is the main setup. He definitely knows something about the curse, yeah. Because like he has some kind of deadline going on. He wants it to be done quickly and he's looking for mermaids. Next up, after we got into town, we spent an hour, nearly 2 hours, going fishing. There was a lot of fishing going on. We maxed out our level. We're like level 17. We're so incredibly goated with the sauce, as the kids say. All the characters are commenting on it, on how we are the greatest divers of all time, and we improved very quickly within 1 dive. So level 17 diver. This is important. Yep. Also, while we were diving, we saw our own ghost. And it was very spooky. There was a hole, we saw our own ghost. It was spooky. There was also something being sealed and we undid the seal. This may have cursed the island. Yeah. Where's the mermaid spawn? If he does find a mermaid, it will be very embarrassing. I hate finding ghosts when I'm diving, right? Yeah, he did make a 412 joke of me making him say the wrong answers. It's true. Okay, then once they finished diving, we met Chie. And Chie was like, damn you, young man. You are cursed. Stop diving. You're gonna make this whole island die if you dive. Because your mother was cursed. And you are also cursed. And I don't want you in the ocean. Basically, summarized, kind of. Color, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. She's an ama diver too, and she did not want him to be diving because she thought it would attract more disaster. She doesn't say it very explicitly, but that's basically what we found out. And then the whole island did in fact die, so technically she was right about this. But we're not quite sure if this was because of him yet. Okay. Next up. we very briefly go to our second set of lead characters, which are Sato and Tsukasa, who are both very cute. These two ladies, one of them is enigmatic, and I think she might be a mermaid, but we'll get to that in a second. Hey, Penta, or at least immortal. We know at least that she's immortal. So, Tsukasa is in love with the local heartthrob of the island, also known as Greaser Where's Waldo. She is in love with Shotaro. Very dreamy, very dreamy. We suspect that Shotaro might, however, be in love with Sato. We don't know this for sure yet, but we have a feeling something might be up here. Shotaro is the son of a very wealthy man who owns most of the island and many businesses, which is this guy who looks like a thumb. He's his father. He's very rich. And also Sato is staying at his house right now. He was very rude to the boys earlier, but we'll get to that in a second. Either way, he probably rejected her because we saw Tsukasa crying, so things might have gone wrong there. Hey, Benta, hey, CG, hey, Gemstone. You look like a K-pop member. Yeah. One more thing that we know is that Sato got cut down and died, and then her wounds healed and she came back to life. So she is probably immortal. And we have heard that eating mermaid flesh makes you immortal for 800 years. So either she's a mermaid or she's eating mermaid flesh. Either way, something is up with Sato. We don't know that much about these two yet otherwise. Maybe it's just Wolverine. Okay. And then Azami and Yusa go visit Wakamura. And Wakamura is kind of mean and says, Yusa, your mother was cursed. And everybody thinks so. And also a storm's coming. But I don't really think you're to blame. But also stop going into the ocean. Also talk to your grandma. She probably knows more about this. And Yusa also thinks, and that's basically what they do. So they go talk to grandma. Here you go. You have to have a nibble with your knight from Buns. That wasn't me. There you go. Weirdly saying it's not his business, even though it's his mom. Yeah. So they go visit grandma. And grandma's kind of cagey about it. But at this point, Yusa is suspecting that his mother might have been the mermaid. And eventually, with enough pushing and prodding, Suyu, his grandma, realizes that, like, okay, maybe it's time I finally tell you the truth about your mother. And they go to the beach. And at the beach, she is like, okay, this is where it was, the thing that your mother hid. And then she gets murdered. Before anything else gets discovered. Then she also gets murdered. And then the rest of the island gets murdered. Basically. Did you make paper dolls? No, Lisa, I got to set the pages to explain the plot. Hey, Jessie. Trying to kind of summarize things for people who don't know. I think that's kind of what's going on here. Then, wrapping up with Azami and Yusa, they run around the island. Everybody's getting murdered. They meet up with Tsukasa. Sato's nowhere to be found because he's been missing ever since he revived. And then Yusa is like, oh my god, I figured out how this curse works. And then his head gets chopped off. And that's kind of where we ended with Azami and Yusa. With, I guess, Yusa headless. I guess it ended here. That's kind of where we left off with them. But what does he know? Now, I personally think it might be because only the women were dying. I think it might have to do with them being armor divers, but like also Yusa dies, and I think it might be because of the hand mirrors, because we got those earlier. Which means that whoever distributed the hand mirrors might be behind it, or whoever printed them, or maybe they cursed the package, or like something like that before it got shipped out to the island. Now it's let me think. Was there anything else we had there? No, I think that's mostly it for this timeline. Now the Mockingbird lore. I guess I should quickly mention that we did have user when it comes to this timeline. We also went into our goat, our our tomboy waifu, tomboy tent waifu with cool sexy scar. She also got murdered, but she was very supportive of his diving career. Yeah, and she also seemed quite interested in in I think getting a foreign husband. She was quite intrigued by the foreigners who came to the islands, the tourists. Do you think Yusa's gonna be a mermaid flesh immortal? Well, if he comes back to life, we'll see, I guess. Yeah, we spent 30 minutes trying to get a high score to woo her. She gave us a bird sticker. But unfortunately, she also died. So hopefully we can go back in time and make sure she doesn't. Other than that, I will note that she is the one who handed out the mirrors. And if the mirrors are suspicious, then it could be that she is possessed. Oh, right, birthmark, not scar. Right. I will note that, like, it wouldn't make much sense if that's her, because Tsukasa and Sato apparently got a phone call from a man who said he was gonna kill all the women on the island, and so I assume a man is the murderer here. But then again, we know possession is a thing, so maybe she got possessed. We don't know, I guess. But unfortunately, our tomboy waifu is a suspect at the moment, but she also did get killed, so I don't know. See, we just know she had a mirror. The game has multiple timelines. It's possible that Yusa is dead in that timeline. That's true. That's true. And that's to expect. I mean, I've read enough Umineko. Even the dead can be ruled out. Okay. Yeah. Either possession or just being tricked. That's what I'm thinking. That's being thinking. Like, she could have been tricked to, like, you know, get the merch onto the island and hand it out. She could have been under order. She could have been possessed. You know. A spot for this prison mid George R. Martin. Then until now, not much overlap with the rest of the plot, but we also have another set of main characters, which are my favorite sexy housewife and assistant. Who was fun, basically. I said to the woman, I wouldn't love you if you were the last month on the island. Maybe. I don't think that's what it is, but who knows? I don't think so, but but yes, we have these two. They're basically part of the paranormal detective agency for the police force, and they are investigating various things in the Mie area. They were apparently actually on a different case, which seems to be related to Kamishima, and which is the island the game takes place on. But as it turns out, people found bones in the ocean, and they went to check it out. Turns out the bones were due to a curse where every 10 years somebody has been murdering somebody using the curse of Heike, which is a samurai like family that's in the area, was brutally defeated and has much resentment. So basically somebody's using a samurai ghost to kill people. And also, that same samurai ghost is killing people in Kamishina in the bad ending. Yes. She knows a suspicious amount of mermaids. I think that, like, I still think that, like, you know, she has fancy eyes. She has, well, from what we see, the ability to see bird stickers. But I assume her eyes also see other things that are not bird stickers. But she has some kind of ability with fancy eyes. I think she might be a mermaid. I keep looking at the, like, pattern on her neck and thinking, like, is this mermaid skills? Suspicious. But then again, she might just know a lot about mermaids because she works for the Paranormal Affairs Agency, and that's presumably their job. The other guy is basically like an omoji, like exorcist, wizard kind of fella. He can do curses and magic and that kind of cool stuff. Without you'd miss the well-hidden stickers, yeah. Sexy housewife who I'll fight the husband for. Well, the husband is apparently a very powerful wizard, so I'd be careful. So the two of them investigated, and while they're investigating the bones, somebody found a mermaid corpse. And then they found another mermaid corpse the day after. And as it turns out, it appears there is some kind of curse going around, turning people into fish. And because people, I guess, die halfway through, that is the reason why people find mermaid corpses that are either like fish from the legs down or the head down, etc, etc. And there's two of them. And both of them were Ama divers who went missing recently. But notably, one of them was a suspect they had seen the day prior. Do I have a picture of her? Okay, they don't have a picture of her on the Square Enix website. Dang it. Let's just pretend this was her. This Kako demon was a lady named Sakawa. Hey, the funky. I'm sorry, there's no picture of her on the Square Enix website. This Kako demon named Sakawa was checking out the scene of the crime the day before and being very suspicious. She clearly knew things. She came to the islands mysteriously 5 years ago, doesn't talk to anybody, and came with only a wooden box. It might be the box from Ryushima Taro. It could be. Housewife love. So, and then the next day, she dies. So clearly something happens, which is very, very suspicious. So, she must be a pirate, only one eye, right? I guess I'll mention this guy because he is on the website, so I can grab his PNG. Makes it easy for me. There's also this dude. He is with the police force, just a regular police guy. He's just getting wrapped up in this paranormal case situation because he is their, liaison for the local police when it comes to the mermaid corpses. Sumakawa was also the main name of Yusa's mother. Yes! So this Sumakawa lady who died may have either been related to Yusa's mother, or it may have been Yusa's mother, but 5 years and, the hazards of time later under a pseudonym. So it is possible it was either Yusa's mother or somebody who is related to her. We also know that the Sumakawas were the only survivors from a massive disaster that happened on Tashima, which used to be near Kamishima, but was invaded by either way disaster, I think. Like it was invaded or something, right? And then like disaster happened and everybody died except one Sumakawa or something. Hey, hey, Zek, hey, something like that. Invaded and sunken curse. That's the one. And then like the curse was so, then everybody's resentment was so strong that the whole island sank. So there's a lot of intrigue going on over there. And then we have my self-insert character, Hey Bochenko. Literally me when I was 14. We have Cersei, who turned up and was like, you shall not pass. And basically picked a fight with these two. When they were chasing after Sumakawa, they had a Chuny to Chuny battle. It was great. She got away. It does make me wonder if the guy she was with killed Sumakawa. But he doesn't seem like the kind of guy. Doesn't seem like he has magic powers, so maybe they got attacked by a mermaid on the ship or something. It's Asian Davy Jones from the Monkeys, yeah. Which leads us to Avi, who is a failing fantasy writer who is successful in writing occult stories. And he is in Japan to research mermaids because he found the mermaid mummy in his grandma's attic, and there was a map in it, and he was like, hell yeah, adventure, let's go. He is like distant family of Cersei, so he was like, hey, please be my guard or guide or whatever. And now they're looking for mermaids together. And Cersei is basically like a huge weep, and she's like, yay, I love Mie. Here is my historical info dump on the local culture and history. And they're having a great time going around the islands together. Yeah, she's my self-insert character. She is so literally me. I also know random things about samurai. And that is basically the story so far, right? Am I missing anything, you guys? I'm basing it off all the characters I see on the website, but am I missing anything? We don't even know a samurai Oshi yet. Maybe it is the Heike. But I think that's roughly. We know of 3 curses. Yes. That might be a good thing to go over. We know of the curse of the Forsaken Fish, which is a curse that turns you into a fish and then you die. As well as the curse of the Raging Waves, which is the curse that may have killed Yusa's parents as well as other people 5 years ago and might be acting up again. And the curse of the Heike, I think, which is the samurai which is slashing everybody to death. So we've got triple curse, triple threat. Sometimes she said they were not her specialty. Oh, right. Makes it rain on you and then you die. So those are the 3 curses. They're presumably separate. Why were the game here in the first place? Well, most of the characters live here, except these 2 who are tourists and want to find mermaids because there were so many mermaids in Ise. And the housewife and the assistants are here to solve paranormal crime, which are related to curses, so... Being a fish sounds nice, right? Right. I'm trying to remember if there's anything else that is, like, important to know. I think that's, like, the main summary of events we've had. Right. I'm like, I think so. I think that's most of it. Hey, Space, say hey. Welcome in. So that's basically where we're up to. There was the old guy. Oh, right. Yamashina. Right. That's related to Yumiko and Sudo. Yumiko and Sudo went to this old man who basically owns the place because he's connected to the mafia and real estate and all that kind of stuff. And when they found the first mermaid corpse, apparently he snatched it up before it could go to the cops. And because he's interested in immortality, and that's why he's investigating mermaids and stuff. He was kind of a shady fella. Apparently also the mentor of Wakamura, this guy. But he doesn't like Wakamura anymore because he's like, Wakamura, you're so stupid, you believe in sorcerers. By the way, Wakamura believes in sorcerers and has a shady sorcerer in Tokyo whose orders he's following. Or something like that. Who he listens to. So, and Yamashina does not believe in sorcerers. And he's like, Wakamura is stupid and he is a failure of a protege. So despite believing in immortality, he does not believe in magic. The old man isn't very smart. So there was that. Oh yeah, we also found out that there's 3 mermaids. 3 mermaids in the area whose names I've forgotten. So Baye, Ayase, and one other, I think. There were like 3 mermaids in the area in the past, and apparently one of them turned into a human at some point, which could connect to it being used as mother. Possibly does mean he's hiring some of the fish curse people. It's true. He might be up to shady business behind the scenes. Hey, Grima. Oh yeah, Yamashina also said he found a successor. That's really cool, but we don't know who it is. Yeah, Yamashina was like, oh man, my successor is so cool. It's gonna like blow your mind. You better tell the cops that I have such a cool successor right now. Hey, Grima, welcome in. Yamashina is setting him up to take the fall for the money laundering his previous proteges. That's what I feel like, yeah, especially because a lot of his proteges apparently got bankrupted. So things might be looking bad for Wakamura. Hey, Mind Twizzle. Hey. I guess I'll note that Wakamura's son, Shotaro, apparently does not believe in curses. He thinks his old man is stupid and we should not listen to him. Hey, King Dweep. Hey. There's 3 single mermaids in our area. No, only 2. Only 2 single mermaids, because one of them became a human to settle down with a human. Like one of them, I think, became human to be with human or something like that. So that might have been used as mom. Was narrator mentioned? Oh yeah. I guess I should mention there's a narrator. It's a guy with a mask on. he may or may not be involved in this game. It's a meta game, so maybe he's down the hole in the ocean somewhere that we found. The hole in the ocean kind of looked like the prologue scene where we met the narrator who tells you how to tutorial the game. That's possible. Oh yeah, Shutao has a cool digital watch, yeah. That's how you know he's rich. When she be single again? Well, if his mom is dead, it depends on if his mom is alive or not, I guess. If she turned back into a mermaid, then I guess she's single again, yeah. You're right. I suppose that's true. But yeah, there's the narrator. Constantly shows stuff and talking, right. Casual Waldo, that's him. That's him. Okay, you guys got anything else that was important to say? I'm trying to remember. Anything else that came up? Tsukasa is the one who decided the mascot for Kamishima, if that winds up being like important, but I think that's just like cute little side things. It was mentioned by Azami, who apparently supports a lot, so maybe Azami has a curse on a crush on her. Like Azami being this one and Tsukasa being this one. Might have like a one-way crush where Tsukasa is in love with Shotao though. The birds. Oh right, the birds. Oh, each curse could be tied to a mermaid. That's true. 3 curses, 3 mermaids. Good point. Hey, Spaghetti. Hey, the 10th power couple. They should get together. Okay, it's narrated in the first game. Yes. It's like an overarching narrator who like talks about all the mystery cases. Like one of those like, you know, Twilight Zone things where it's like, you know, the guy on the couch who takes the drag off his like, you know, cigarette and goes like, ah yes, welcome back. Today we have a very special case for you or whatever, you know? It's kind of that trope, I think. So I'm not sure how relevant he is himself to the story, but he makes a lot of meta jokes. He said there's time travel? Yes. We are time hopping through the timelines, like try to make sure the murders don't happen. Respect your summary of the plot. Thank you. Let's come up with an original curse to join the Mermaid Club. Oh yeah, the female bird in the bird sticker relationship is a harlot. That's right, there's a naughty bird in there. Laurie's dad doesn't realize he's the one running them up. Basically, there's bird stickers in the game. They're dressed up like delinquents. They're called mockingbirds. We will check every scene to make sure we get them, because they're like a hidden collectible. This time they have like their own personality blurbs and stuff. Like full on like character profiles, and it's great. They're very cool, they're very fun. We're very invested in the storyline for the birds. This is actually a bird collecting and diving game with like a VN minigame side plot to it. We're actually here for the birds. Too much cheating and fighting with the birds, right? But yeah, that's I think that's basically it. I'm trying to... Yeah, I think that's basically it. I will say I'm excited for you guys, because some of you guys weren't here at the start yesterday. And that means you're now ready to hear the fantastic opening music. Just blow your eardrums out, because it's really good. Can I have a pancake? Yeah, grab yourself a pancake. 2 mermaid curse was Joe used the game to distract from Cat Day. Oh! I forgot today's Cat Day. I would have probably grabbed a snack if I had remembered, but I forgot today's Cat Day, I'll be honest. There's an opening cutscene? No, but there is a fantastic soundtrack. Oh my god. Are you guys ready to have your mind blown? I'm sorry, it's the kind of music that like gets me hyped up. I really like it. There's Twitter event again. I missed it. I forgot. I mentioned it before, but I forgot it was today. I thought it was like Monday or Tuesday or something. Time goes ridiculously fast sometimes, unfortunately. Ah, darn it. Darn it. Still Cat Day for me, yep. Well, it's not Cat Day, it's Sunday, but 22nd of February is Nya 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 in Japanese, so it's Cat Day. The Cat Day. Can we have meow? That's the one. When was the last time there was a Toyotathon? I don't know, because I've never been to a Toyotathon. You might have to Google this one, I'm afraid. Mermaid Curse stole the cat treats. Mukbang was there weren't that many this year anyway that looked that good, so I probably wasn't gonna go all in on it again. Besides, you guys, I didn't leave the bed till like 2 p.m. today, so I probably wouldn't have time to like prepare everything anyway. I was snoozing, you guys. I was snoozing. You know, and then it took me like an hour to like finally like, you know, take a shower. And then I finally opened like a few boxes and then it was streaming time. And I'm saying, don't worry about it, don't worry. But unless you guys had like reminded me before, I probably would have I would have forgotten regardless. Was the same, to be fair. Yeah, tribal seems to be understandable, right? In the end, my voice is okay. It was a bit like rough on the throat in the evening. But it feels fine now. Stick myself because I thought I should bring up your ditto post, but then I was busy washing up. Don't worry, by the time I post the ditto, I'll be honest, I probably wouldn't have gone outside anymore anyway. At that point, you know, I probably wouldn't have. I still need to shower. I then was like, I'll open a few boxes. I was reading manga and back to lying down, playing some games in my own time. You know, I probably wouldn't have gone outside at that point regardless. Glee, thank you for the follow. Thank you. So it's fine, it's fine. These things are as they are. At least I'm clean, exactly. My hair only just dried up again, so it's very, you know, like when you let your hair dry and it's very fluffy. I've got very fluffy hair right now. Very clean, very fluffy. I used the bath bomb, it was very pretty. I still haven't gotten to the minion bath bomb, sorry you guys. It was a nice one, made it like a very nice blue color, but it's like bath bomb gacha because they pre-package, you know, all the Lush bath bombs in like paper. So I just like open one and that's the one I use, but I don't know which one it's gonna be when I open it, so the minion bath bomb is still not up yet. Easy been rare? No, it's it's not rare. It's not. Hey, Kazi, hey, how did the fishing go? The fishing went well yesterday. We managed to get there. What did it smell like? Clean, I guess. I honestly don't know. I'm not very good at like noticing a smell profile. I can usually not really pinpoint smells very well unless they're like, you know, very recognizable, like banana or whatever. When it comes to flowers and stuff, I can hardly tell them apart. Oh, it was a different kind of bath bomb. There was no fishing this time. That would have been the Pokemon one. And some of the Mayo bath bombs from a few years ago. Like, I wonder if I can find it back again. This was like a Lush one. Let me see. It was like a blue one I bought when they had like their New Year's sale. But I don't know the name of it. I just was like, oh yeah, this one looks pretty. And then I just took it on. Very little thought goes on in my brain, unfortunately, most of the time. It's like, oh yeah, this one looks nice. I'll grab that one, I guess. Let me see if it's still on the website. I'm not even sure if it was limited or anything. It was from the New Year's sale after all, so maybe it was from the Christmas collection. But there was certain scents. Well, it did, but like I said, I'm bad at like placing scents. I'm gonna have to brainstorm today. Thank you. I'm gonna need it. Oh, it might have been this one. Hold on. I'm like checking pictures on the website. I'm like, it might have been this one. Yeah, it was probably this one. Hold on, I'll show you guys a picture. I think it was this one called Intergalactic. Hey, Spoopy. Hey, welcome in. Let me show you guys. Okay. I think it was this one. But yeah, it made the water a nice blue. Now I smell like bath bomb, yeah. Hey, Spoopy. Hey. Oh. Ah, I clicked on something. Show me the thingy. There you go. What does it smell like? Peppermint, really? Was that what it smelled like? I guess peppermint and cedarwood and vetiver. I couldn't play. It smelled nice though. Hey, oh no, hey. Looks like a 2000 milkshake cup. It does. Can I sleep through using it? Like I said, I'm bad at placing scents. I wouldn't say it was like particularly pepperminty. Maybe if I like had focused on it, it would have smelled more like peppermint. But it just smelled like that, I guess. I don't know what is it? Vetiver smells like for once. Smells from shower and bathing stuff is usually so intense it's hard to pinpoint the smell. Exactly. It's like when you walk past a Lush store and you know like, oh, that smells like Lush store, but like, would you be able to say what smell it is beyond just like Lush store? You know what I mean? Yeah, me say hey, it's exactly that. It's just like, you know, smell of bath bomb. Is what it smells like. How long were you in there? Oh, like 20-30 minutes or so. But yeah. Lush store is very overpowering. It really is. But you know what else is overpowering? But in a good way. That's right, it's the opening sounds of Paranormasight Mermaid Curse. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Here it comes. Nebulatas and Halcyon, thank you for the follow. And sleep tight, Nebula. Sleep funny dreams. Okay, it's on its way. It's opening. 1 second. Steam is taking a while to a spot. It's on its way. Here we go. Gonna turn my music off. And hold on. There we go. Oh, Steam is slow today. Yeah. God, it sounds so cool. Man, whatever genre this is, I really like it. Mermaids have hip pins just like me, yeah. You know what else is cool? Buns. Oh man. You! Thank you. Not a category, yes. Mache is a category too. Good point. The port in the opening is Porto Hugo. I was wondering that too. Like, it is a rather suspicious portal after all. Some pretty mermaids. One, the game is cute too. It's a cool logo, isn't it? It's a very cool logo as well. Okay, so let me adjust my positioning. Okay. And this will keep me mostly where I need to be. I'm just a mermaid. I float a bit, you know. Sport to the Sea Slug Ocean, yeah. 1 second, I'm gonna wait for it to do the thing before we start the game. Sorry, you guys, you're gonna have to wait for the music. I'm sorry, man, what an opening screen! It sounds so cool! Oh man. Reminds me of Nier music. It's so good. It's the kind of music I would have, like, you know, written stories to and stuff back in the day. I'll collect all the birds for places to splash screen with them silly music. Oh no. Just the beat of it's so good. I'm like, oh, okay. Let's play the game. Let's play the game. Okay, so last we left off, we were on the beach, learning about the heike. So, let's go learn about the heike. But then, would such mermaids be so easily trapped by simple fishing nets? I thought them more cunning than that. Perhaps these fish mermaids are in fact nothing more than simple sea creatures. Yeah, he did distinguish between fish mermaids and human mermaids. We know about that. Okay. What should we hear about first? Nice wiggling. Okay. This is the Metropolitan Center of Mie, a locus of historical events. I guess that makes it the perfect place to start a new journey. Okay. Can we get back to those mermaids you mentioned? What became of the three that were caught in the fishing nets? At the time, the lord of the area was Taira no Tadamori. You didn't already forget him, did you? Did you, Buns? Well, the fisherman that thought the mermaids were a fascinating find, so he placed 2 of them into boxes and presented them to Tadamori. Lord Tadamori must have been well pleased by that. Can we talk about her freckles? Yeah. I told you guys, she's literally me. How could he not be? It was known that eating the flesh of a mermaid grants eternal life. Actually, Tadamori evidently said they were disturbing and gross and refused to accept them. Ah, man, that's the flex though, like, you're like a local warlord and you're like, you know, like local vessel comes up and it's like, excuse me, my lord, I found 2 mermaids. I present them to you, and you're just like, ew, gross. Take it back. I definitely memorized the entire Mori family cards. But you should be memorizing the Heike family charts. It's a different clan. They probably stunk. Oh, as a dialogue option, tell me about your freckles? I don't think that's possible. Ugh, what a waste! However, the fisherman cut up the remaining mermaid and ate it himself. So, what happened to him? Well, the fisherman said it was pretty tasty. Well now, tasty is it? And that's all I've got. That's it? That's all I could find in existing records. And the act of eating a mermaid's flesh alone may not produce any results. I told you guys it won't make you immortal. That's what the housewife said as well. One of the Mercy Lord gods were actually curse victims. Most likely is what I think. They are probably hit by the fish curse. Yep, this is a Square Enix game doppelganger. The first one is very good too. 1 second, I have to cough. Okay. The fisherman was like, yum, servant turf. I suppose there may be other requisite conditions, wouldn't you say? Yeah, it seems like there's probably more to the ritual. Or like the way, like, you know, the housewife mentioned it, it kind of made it sound like the mermaid can grant you immortality. Like, you know, it might not be like through eating at all, but through like the mermaid giving it to you. It's kind of the impression I was getting here. Like she has to be alive to be eaten or something like that, yeah. Or the one to give the flesh, exactly. It seems like it has to be done with the mermaid, you know, actually, you know, granting it. Is that you? She's just me, for real, for real. Yeah, unicorns also have a thing with immortality, they do. Well, considering the sheer number of eyewitness reports concerning mermaids, it's not that there aren't more immortals walking around. More like the golden fish story. Okay. Let's see. There don't seem to be any records about what happened to the mermaids that Tadamori refused to accept. I suppose it's possible someone in the Heike clan snuck off with them. And that's a hypothesis I can get behind. I put together an assortment of files concerning the Heike, so feel free to give them a look if you're interested. You have my heartfelt gratitude. Okay, you guys. I'm ready to study. Okay, Taira no Tadamori. I'm afraid I don't get your reference, Almanor. Taira no Tadamori, the father of the Taira no Kiyomori, an influential figure of the Heian period, was the man responsible for solidifying the social standing of the East Taira clan and was notable for being the first samurai permitted to enter the imperial court. Right. And they also got Heike into the imperial family then, that's right. Entering the imperial court meant being granted access to Tenjo no Ma, a chamber where those who directly served the emperor performed their official duties. In an era where the warrior class was still considered of low status, A samurai rising to the level of court official was unprecedented. Yes, he even is literally wearing my necklace. The Isataira clan went on to extend its influence across various provinces, with the vast wealth it gained through trade with the Song dynasty of China solidifying its foundation. His significant influence was later inherited by his son, Kiyomori. Okay. Tadamori was said to have been a man of strong will and perseverance. Yet despite the power he amassed in his lifetime, he was also said to have been modest and disinclined to indulge in luxuries. Nukumaru. Oh, that's the sword that's been killing people. Tadamori's sword, an heirloom passed down through the Taira clan. Originally named Kokarashi, it is said to have become known as Nukumaru when a giant snake emerged from a lake and made to swallow Tadamori whole as he lay resting. At the moment, Kokarashi, which Tadamori had left leaning nearby, slipped from its scabbard of its own accord and drove the snake away. The name Nukumaru derives from the verb nuku, meaning to unsheath, and reflects the sword's extraordinary act of slipping from its scabbard on its own to save its owner. Oh, that's kinda cool. That's kinda cool. I've made them cute. You're cute. Nukumaru was later inherited by Tadamori's son, Yoimori, but after the downfall of the Taira clan, it is said to have changed hands several times, and its whereabouts are currently unknown. Mermaids of Betsuo. One time when Tadamori was visiting Betsuo in Ise province, 3 creatures with the heads of humans, the lips of monkeys, and teeth and bodies of fish were caught in a local fisherman's nets. Dubbing these creatures Ningyo, the original Japanese word for mermaids. The fisherman put 2 of them in a box that had washed up with them and presented them to Tadamori. However, Tadamori was unnerved by their appearance and refused to accept them. I mean, they do sound like they were kind of ugly, so... It is said that the remaining mermaids were cut up and eaten by the fishermen, who found them to be delicious. I see. Are you towards Snake Empire? Just once in a while. And just cute with him because I'm close to Burger. And I reckon... Okay. Oh, there's one thing I should warn you about though. Is that just manfish? Yep, that's just human fish. Nin and Gyo. That's right. It's quite easy to eat. Oh. This group sometimes gets referred to as the Ise Taira as well, which may make things a little more confusing. I'll go ahead and label it as Heike. Does it really matter? Aren't they basically the same thing? Not exactly. You see, the term Ise Taira refers to the Taira clan as a whole, because it originated in Ise. On the other hand, people generally refer to the family within the clan that included Tadamori and Kiyomori as simply the Heike. Their family features prominently in the stories we're interested in, so I use Heike most of the time. Plus, there's a nice ring to it. Either way works for me, so do as you like. The tale of Heike also used Heike. They're awfully particular about this, but I rather like that kind of fastidiousness. I mean, it's good to keep them separated, you know, because the Heike are a smaller group of the Taira Heike, or the Ise Taira. So you gotta be specific. I get it. Anyway, after a number of events, the Heike would go on to lose the Battle of Danoura and be completely eradicated. I believe I know this one. Danoura is found in Kyushu, is it not? Bingo. The clan was chased out of Kyoto and pushed further and further west until they were eventually wiped out there. Pains me to think of such a resplendently glorious clan meeting such an ignominious end. More's pity. You'd think there would be more Heike in Kyushu then, but then again, the Heike did originate in Ise, so maybe that's where the spirits would be, you know, made to wander. Where's the mermaids at? Don't worry, we'll get them. Don't eat me though, yes please. And backwards steps are her shoulders and she just has fancy detached leaves. I don't think that's a backpack. I think she does have fancy detached leaves. I think that is actually what it is. Like, I think those are her shoulders. And she just has like a little belt strap thingy. Hey, generally, hey. I think that's exactly it. She's got like, you know, the like exorcist, like, you know, Shinto shrine kind of vibe going. She has the same pendant as me. When I keep saying, she is like literally me. See, we have the same pendant, basically. You know, I was compliant with Navy regulations. It's still, it's still. She's even cosplaying. It's like, it's suspicious, right? I don't mind my glasses. She's literally me, for real, for real. Okay. At least get a hairband. That's true, that's true. Wear hers? Would be cute. Okay, it pains me to think of such a resplendently glorious clan meeting such an ignominious end. More's the pity. That's why the Hake's resentment is particularly strong, and many remnants of it remain even today. Shrines and monuments have been erected throughout the land in an attempt to quell that resentment. Ah, now you reach your particular field of expertise. I have heard that before, yeah. There's a couple of them that had to be calmed down. Because they thought the curses were lingering. So you look exactly like a 14-year-old. Does mean you had a nose back then too? I've always had a nose! Because the clan falls from such an exalted position so abruptly, that resentment is exceptionally persistent and quite pervasive. That said, famous places related to people like Taira and Kiyonomori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. That's true. I guess, like, you know, that's true. They did, like, for some famous figures that are, like, you know, known to have, like, been particularly grudgeful. It is, like, you know, considered best to, like, put up, like, you know, shrines or other places of, like, you know, contending them to keep them calm. Because then, like, if they get, like, worship and offerings, then their spirits will not curse the living, basically. Yeah. So, famous states related to people like Taira no Kiyomori are well attended by worshippers, so they're relatively stable. It's puffed up and pretentious Heike clan members that no one even remembers who cause the most trouble. Ah, yeah, because nobody would be suiting their spirits, yeah. Makes sense. I seem to recall a number of individuals going so far as to claim that those outside of the Heike clan could not even be considered human. If that's the case, are we really safe here? You don't think we might find ourselves assailed by those lingering grudges? Much of Eastern Province is protected by shrines, and the area is suffused with spiritual energy, so we're probably safer here than most places. Foreshadowing, though, because there is a Heike spirit running loose around here. But that's just the land itself. Objects or people that the resentment has seeped into are a different story altogether. That's somewhat troubling to hear. Most stuck-up clan of all time, yep. Okay. Well, either way you look at it, this region is still home to many places and things associated with the Heike. Well, you know, the Heike wasn't her specialty. She probably knows that there's better. You know, she's probably, considering she's just like me for real. At 14 years old. She probably thinks Kenshin is cooler. Excellent. I believe I've gotten a grasp of the situation at hand. It's time we made our way to the next locale. We're on the clock after all. Let's get to it. That's true, he's on holiday. He can't stick around forever. But then, would such mermaids be so easily trapped by simple fishing nets? Okay. Not sure. If she likes Takeda though, we should accept her. You know, sometimes you can be wrong and then, like, grow up to know better. You know, kids sometimes, you know, you cringe back looking back on it, you know. These things happen. Note down. Lady should give offerings to the samurai spirit with the raiders dead. Oh, so nobody would be left to offer tribute. That's possible, that's possible. Well, it would seem that we've arrived. And where are we now, Cersei? This is an area in Ano Town known as Kusawa. Kusawa is quite famous because of the Yao Bikuni legend. I'd be surprised if there was anyone who hadn't heard of it. I'm sorry to say I've never heard of it. Wait, really? Come now, don't act so shocked. Can't expect me to know every little thing. Besides, I'm not even from this country. The very reason I requested you be my guide was so you could teach me about things like this. Yes, that's true. Okay, I understand. Bon, surely you've heard of the Yao Bikuni legend, right? I told you guys about it yesterday. Right. The gate is too stinky from the horses, exactly. Yao Bikini? No! Yao Bikuni legend. It's about the lady who's like, it's the nun who's like immortal because of the mermaid flesh. Yeah, I totally read the Mineko. Okay, I'm not down. Our town is located in the Age district, so named during the events of the story that has since been merged with Sioux City of the Mie Prefecture. Located at the foot of Kyogamine, a mountain with a single 890-meter peak, the land surrounding it is rich in natural splendor, with multiple hot springs welling forth from the earth around it. From the Edo period until the Meiji period, it was known for being the primary place of production of sumoji, a delicate fabric woven in ways so as to be semi-transparent. Okay. How's her in the tail? No, it's the... Guys. It's in here somewhere. Wait, don't we have it in here yet? Oh, we might not actually have a file for it. But it did come up yesterday. Well, I'm sure we'll hear about it now more. Okay, here. Yao Bikuni. You bunch of perverts. Yao Bikuni. It's written with like the kanji for 800. And then bikini being the nuns. The legend of Yao Bikuni originated here in Kusawa, Anno Town. Long ago, a 70-year-old girl named Osata lived in this village. She unknowingly ingested the meat of a mermaid that was served during a village gathering and became immortal. Man, but if it was during a village gathering, then does that mean other people would have eaten it too? Or maybe it was just like one fish and she was the one who had it, I guess. After subsequently being persecuted by the other villagers, she became a nun and made a pilgrimage around the entire country. At the end of the story, she eventually returned to this village and lived out the rest of her very long life. Oh yeah! And then like, you know, the Osato thing was very prominently featured in the ending where they basically go like, hey, did you realize Sato is Osato, the immortal Yao Bikuni? They were like, hey, did you put it together? Did you get the hint? Hey. Did you notice? It was kind of cool though. It was very intense how they like scripted it. Like I joke about, but it was actually quite a cool sequence. Like very intense the way it flashed and stuff. Also, like, I like how it pulled in the meta archives once I look at. At the end of the story, she eventually returned to this village and lived out the rest of her very long life. Tales told in other parts of the country play out in almost exactly the same fashion. Yeah, I guess that's true. Good morning, Rachel. Hey. Okay, the tale of Yao Bikuni. A bikuni, fully ordained Buddhist nun, who acquired preternatural longevity after eating the flesh of a mermaid. Can be found in almost every region of Japan. While the exact details vary greatly between regions, they all share the same fundamental elements. A girl who ate mermaid flesh lived for 800 years. The Yao Bikuni legend passed down in Mie Prefecture is as follows. Once upon a time, a beautiful girl by the name of Osato lived in Kusawa village. One day, when Osato was 17, the flesh of a mermaid was served at a village gathering. The other creatures, disturbed at the thought of eating such a strange creature, refused to eat it. But Osato unknowingly ate the mermaid's flesh. From that moment on, Osato didn't age a day. Shunned by the other villagers and treated as a monster, she was eventually forced to leave the village. Becoming a nun, Osato traveled the length and breadth of Japan for hundreds of years, before eventually returning to Kusawa village, where her long life at last came to an end. I see. You've mixed up a bit, like Satoshi or something. Satoshi is a male name, so that would not have worked. Hey, look, hey. And soon beyond trending, is it? Okay. The fabled beauty of the serene Japanese countryside. It really is charming. Oh yes, the insects chirp of the locusts combined with the unrelenting heat. It's Japanese summer, alright. It's fascinating to think that such a peaceful place could be home to such profound historical events. I'm practically jittering with excitement. I can see that. Let's try to keep a cool head, shall we? Now, when you think about the fact that this game takes place in summer, and she is wearing black, it makes a lot of sense for her to have, like, open pits. As somebody who has been in Japan in summer, I think the only way you can wear this if you, like, have separated sleeves and, like, skirt above the knees. Because you have to cool it out if they're fairly open sleeves. Because otherwise you're not gonna be able to survive. It would be way too hot. I'm just thinking it's a comfortable design, you know. It's a comfortable design this way. She would be like, oh, she would be overheating afterwards. Imagine the tan lines though. The tan lines would be very stupid. Will Joey wear this fit? Oh, 100%. Like black and purple, that was my go-to at the time. During my god phase. Black and purple kind of mystical, magic-y outfit. I would have loved this design. The aerated Wakipa, yeah. Protected by the blood armor. I don't think that's what it is, but it's comfortable. It's like, you know, this way you can be god even in summer. It's smart. You're supposed to have a flame bandana. Not if I was... the flame bandana didn't go with everything, you know. Yeah, there's a limit. Successfully depends on a bit aside. I'm just saying it makes sense. What's down there? Some sort of shrine? Shrine is apparently dedicated to Sakawa no Michisane. We should go pay our respects before we leave. Okay. Guys, look for birds. Found it. Found it. Okay. Like we want her in a style, it's in summer. I don't think so, because this is definitely a summer style. In winter that would be too cold. Okay, oh, have a good luck. And there we go. Little blue. Or is that a penguin? Cute. She's smelly? She's not smelly. It's literally good for the summer. This design means she's not smelly because she's like, you know, has like a cool breeze wafting through. Okay. Like a spawn? Right. As far as the girl is concerned, I suppose I could be considered the guardian of sorts. If so, okay, it's the same as before. If Yao Bikuni really did exist, I wonder what sort of life she left. I can begin to imagine what it would be like to live for the hundreds of years. Love those birds, right? Her sleeves? Yeah. Okay. Legend of Yao Bikuni. The girl who ate the flesh of a mermaid and lived for 800 years has been passed down all over Japan. Not only here in Mie prefectures are not down, but in Fukui, Aichi and Gifu prefectures as well. In total, the story has been found in 121 locations in 28 prefectures throughout the country. Or at least that's what certain research had indicated. Does that seem like a lot? Are there really that many different Yao Bikinis out there? Avi, are you stupid? It's clearly the same one traveling around there, no? 800 is nothing more, but it's pretty good. I mean, it might as well be. Or like, you know, all humans care. Obviously, not all legends can be true. But I actually have a theory on the subject. Would you like to hear it? By all means. Most legends refer to a woman who stopped aging and lived for 800 years after consuming the meat of a mermaid. At that point, because others would find it strange that she wasn't getting any older, she wasn't able to live in normal society anymore. I suppose that would be natural. It would explain why she withdrew from the world and became a nun. Exactly, that's how she got the name Yao Bikuni, the 800-year-old Bikuni nun. With 800 years on her hands, she could have easily made a pilgrimage around the entire country. How interesting. Buddhist priests are known for trekking throughout the lands as a form of ascetic training. And if we consider the 121 locations where the legends was found, with 800 years to spare, she could have spent 6 years in each location. See, that's what I'm saying, like, you know, it makes more sense to travel around, especially if you want to make sure people don't notice you, you know, aging and all that. Than the non-ref. I don't think so, but you might have to be more specific about what you think is a reference. So what then she'll get with the complexion Japanese summer? You're thinking she's not using sunscreen? It's an 800-year bikini. I'm not an 800-year-old bikini. It's a tongue twister. Fox used them as spies for his clan in Sengoku. Okay, would they not presume she's traveling around during the pilgrimage? I mean, but if you like stay for too long, you know, they'll realize you don't age. You know, 1980 sunscreen is not as good. It's okay, the sun wasn't as sharp back then. Don't worry, the hole in the ozone wasn't as big yet. Okay, so you could have spent 6 years in each location. 6 years would certainly be enough time for her to make a name for herself in each and every location, right? Oh my dear, I believe I see what you're getting at. The theory posits that the stories of Yao Bikuni have been passed down in every corner of the country over the exact same individual. She might also have tuning magic, exactly. Why'd she eat mermaids? Mentioned in the story, it's because she didn't know it was a mermaid. She ate it by accident at a town meeting, without realizing. Well, might be a bit much to say all that of them are the same. There may have been a few different people. It's more convincing than the theory that there were 121 people. I think 121 bikini nuns that all ate the mermaid meat by accident at a town meeting and then thrown around is much more unlikely than it all being the same. Because how many mermaid buffets are we having to then shun people into the nunnery? I see, so it makes a lot more sense for them to all be the same one who traveled around, really. Someone made their mermaid fillet by accident. Basically, the story said that the other people didn't want to eat it, but she ate it without realizing. That's what the story says. Bikini bakes, it's hard to say. I also think that Yao Bikuni of the Wakasa province is the most likely origin of the legend. I wonder. 121 bikini nuns is a power phrase. Once an accident, twice as scared as 121 times is better. Right! At that point, just someone is going around, like, you know, poisoning the meals around the country to make more bikini nuns. You know. How do I join the church? Oh, Saturday to Mermaid at sea. Captain, this fish looks strange. More nutrients, put it in with the rest. Pretty much. Don't all of the different instances of the story throughout Japan also claim that particular location as a place of final rest? That may be true, but I assume that each of those different places want to have a grave or some tangible marker to base the legend on. Would so many people that are purported to have lived for 800 years all die at around the same time? Seems pretty unlikely. They believe some of the tales were embellished somewhat. That sort of thing happens all the time. It's just always a mixture of truth and fantasy. It's true, it's like how every, you know, town wants to have their own UFO sighting, so... Oh, it would be that, but they just like, you know, there's even one town in Japan that has like the grave marker for Jesus. It's, you know, tourism. Hey Bjorn. Lady from Dandan is a mermaid. Oh, I see. Well, mermaids are often known to be like immortal, so I don't think Dandan created that concept, but just took it from the fact that mermaids live for a very long time. As a new nun, she did not realize was a sacred relic. It's possible. It's possible. I'll put mermaid flesh in tuna cans. Don't do it. It's people will be cursed and must. Hey everyone. Hey. Okay, legends are always a mixture of truth and fantasy. Moreover, it doesn't make sense that every single mortal would decide to become a nun. There are likely some places that simply believed Yao Bikuni was a term for an immortal. Rather than nun, for all we know, she said, "I'ma be none of that," and became an Amma diver. Bottom tish. Thank you, Avi. Thank you. That's actually pretty insightful. Many legends are based on simple semantic misunderstandings. Now wait just a minute, I won't stand there and let my dumb joke actually become a salient point of discussion. Let's stop it then. But still, if one were to somehow live for 800 years, a person that became immortal after the Kamakura period could still be alive today. True, and if so, I'd love to sit them down for a long chat. Well, certainly one person among our current cast is a mermaid, right? And the immortal is definitely Sato. I mean, it's quite obvious. They made that clear enough, so... Yeah, a lot of the lores derived from IRL cryptics and legends. Exactly. It's very referential to other stuff. On difference from Joe, she did not burst out laughing at the pun. She took it seriously. She was like, yes, that's actually a very good point. To be fair, at 14-year-olds, I might have said the same thing. Because the pun might have gone over my head. Do you remain knowing Sato's immortality, or was that too bad in the bad end scene? In this scene, I don't think we know, because this is in the past. But once we get back to that timeline, I assume we'll continue to know. I think she came back to get another 800 years from the mermaids. Who knows? Wouldn't be a sneaky twist if the Sato bit was a red herring. I don't think it's a red herring when we just saw her revive. Like, I think it's too late for it to be a red herring. At least it's a green herring at this point. Can Kusawa's legend of Yao Bikuni really be true? There must be falsehoods and fictions mixed into the tale, surely. Who knows? Ise province isn't that far from Wakasa province, after all. She may have simply walked here from there. The fact that the stories from each different area are so similar does make me wonder if they didn't get mixed together somehow. Ah, you think the legend may be an amalgamation of stories from various locations? Exactly, but then again... The immortal in the story from this location has her own name, which gives the legend a certain verisimilitude. Indeed it does. Guess we can assume that the girl with that name really did live here long ago. And something must have happened to make people believe she had become immortal. It's reasonable to assume her story then got mixed up with various legends of Yao Bikuni from around the country before being passed down. Of course, the exact timing of these events is still unclear, but it does present an interesting possibility. She could very well still be living in this village. Wouldn't that be a compelling development? Even too not qualified to think of something like that. That's right, you're seeing the prodigious imaginative power of a fancy author in action. Yes, it's really something. Well, it turns out she might be living on the island instead of this village. Hey, Kiki, hey. No way the main characters to prove it, unless a bad end though. Okay. But the fact of the matter is that almost no trace of Yao Bikini remain in this village. Even her grave, which is referred to as Lady Yao's tomb, has never been located. Then, did we come all this way for nothing? Well, you know, you can still enjoy the touristic sites, right? Don't be so ungrateful, Avi, eh? Can't find mermaids that easily. Well, might not have a direct connection, but there's something one should always consider when discussing Ise. The Tales of Ise, have you heard of it? It's the oldest extant collection of the Japanese verse, compiled sometime during the Heian period. God, I did read that, but it's been like over a decade. Hey, Captain, hey, Sandwich, hey. Simple swine is enough for these junior, right? She came all this way to listen to a lecture by a cute girl. Is that not enough? Hey, Vaisa. I had heard, read the Tales of Ise and Heike, but it's been like a decade since I have, so I will say they're not fresh in my mind. Look at them bones, I told you they'd come back eventually. We just give it some time. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with it. But I have heard of the Tale of Genji and the Tale of Heike. Is it anything like those? You guys might have known bits and pieces of the Tale of Genji. I think that's the one that gets most commonly taught. For people who are looking into these things. Well, those were also stories written during the Heian period. That's where the similarities end. Nice try though. Well, they sound similar enough. Anyway. Don't worry. I'm not an expert on the subject either. Basically, this collection of verse elaborates on a number of waka poems by giving accounts of the events surrounding each one. The entire collection of 125 passages is referred to as the Tales of Ise. That's easy enough to remember, no? The Tales of Ise is a collection of short stories. Check. His pointing pose makes me laugh, right? Avi's expressions are so funny. One more thing. The title might be the Tales of Ise, but the content isn't all that focused on the actual area. What's this now? Are they intentionally attempting to confuse and bewilder us? Some believes the title comes from the fact that passage 69 is set in Ise province. At any rate, I just thought I should bring it up because it does have at least slight bearing on the topic at hand. If you're keen to learn more, I'll add more detailed information to the files. Why, thank you. I'll be sure to read through them later. I'll read through them now! Hey, Calibur. Hey. Have I seen House in Complex C? I haven't. I do like a good mystery though, so let me know about it later again, because I might look it up. A collection of verse, or utamonogatari, thought to be the oldest surviving work in Japan. It's particularly well known for the opening sentence of many of its prose pieces. Long ago, there was a man. Believed to have been compiled in the Heian period, it greatly influenced the literature of the era, including famous works such as the Tale of Genji, The central figure of the narrative is speculated to be a fictionalized version of Ariwara no Narihara, a poet of the Heian period, with the post passages serving as a biography for the character. Both the author and its exact date of publication are unknown. Man, that's hard to read. Like, I know they were like writing with slightly different script back then too, but like even now I'm looking at the scribbles and going like but it's very prettily written. Hey Caliber, hey, there's a Toonami original miniseries. I see. Oh, better at 19 Uzumaki. Interesting. The narrative spans 125 episodes, which vary in length from a few lines to several pages. It covers the life of a man from his coming of age to his death, and focuses primarily on the protagonist and the people around him, particularly his romantic dalliances with women. Some of the famous episodes are summarized below. Time for some literature. Rubbing my hands together. Good night all, sleep tight, have sleep bunny dreams on with. We'll have the power of Sherlock. I mean, some different language also works. Right, into the pillow book. I had to study the pillow book for a bit, and it's, oh boy, to be fair, I've also looked at transcriptions of old medieval English letters, and those are often nigh unreadable as well. But dear God, yeah, when you deal with a classical version of language, it's tough, man. It's tough. Okay. Having come of age, a man sets out on a ceremonial falconry excursion where he catches a sight of two beautiful sisters. Infatuated, he cuts off the sleeve of his robe, inscribes a waka poem on it, and sends it to him. Damn. That's all, huh? Damn, that's pretty cool, actually. A man, having finally succeeded in stealing away a beautiful noble woman, flees with her to the warehouse, where they take shelter from the rain. However, the man discovers in the morning that she has disappeared, devoured by a demon that inhabited the warehouse. Well, that's rough. That's rough. Will it work on you? Perhaps. Especially if you, have a falcon with you. If it's delivered by falcon, then certainly. Being despondent about his future, a man embarks on a journey to the east with a group of friends. In Mikawa province, he catches sight of some beautiful flowers and reflects on how far his journey has brought him, and recites a poem. In Suhaga province, he sees snow on the peak of Mount Fuji, contemplates the passage of time, and recites the poem. In Musashi province, he spots an unfamiliar bird in the shores of Sumida River, recalls his wife and hometown, and recites a poem. His friends all weep upon hearing the latter, moved by his feelings for his faraway home. Aww. Hey, Kazadao, is a small parrot good enough? Gotta be a falcon. Like a bird living in love letter, that's a power move, Okay, close friends from childhood, the man and woman exchange poems are read. But when the man prepares to travel to faraway Kawachi province to visit his lover, the woman displays no hint of displeasure as she sees him off on his journey. Suspicious of her actions, the man hides in the garden and watches as his wife makes herself up as beautifully as she can. But when she then sits and recites poems out of concern for her traveling husband, he feels profound shame and decides not to go to Kawachi. Aww. Having been sent to Ise province to hunt game, a man is received with great hospitality by the imperial princess serving as priestess at Ise's shrine. Attracted to each other, the two attempt to meet in secret, but can find no opportunity to speak intimately. Although they promise one another to meet the following day, it is not meant to be. The two exchange poems of farewell before the man sets out to continue his journey. And Hikoboshi, that's a famous one. That's a very famous one. Having fallen in love with a woman who serves in the imperial court, a man finally manages to meet her after patiently waiting for the right moment. However, the two are still separated by a screen. The man recites a poem to her, proclaiming that his love for her is greater even than Hikoboshi's love for Orihime. He compares the screen separating them to the Milky Way that separated the two legendary lovers. Moved by his words, the woman removes the screen, allowing to finally meet face for face. I see. We skipped ahead quite a bit. I mean, it did say that out of the 125, they only mentioned the most important ones. So much love for this guy, right? Well, it seems like he was quite romantic. But yeah, the conjugation stuff in classic Japanese are quite hard, but just the reading is already tricky. Yep, the story of Tanabata. Okay. There's one other thing we can learn from the Tales of Ise. Adding the tale of to a book title really classes things up. You should keep it in mind. It was apparently all the rage during the Heian period. Good old Monogatari. Oh, I couldn't agree more. my next work is clearly going to be a tale of. Well then, I suppose that brings this particular subject to a close. On to the next. No rest for the wicked, I say. Time to tackle the next mermaid mist. Sure. I mean, she has a point, though. Really does class things up. And it's a certain air of authenticity to whatever story you're writing. Okay, I think we've got everything here. Was also marketing for it, was just one tale. Okay. Abby's next book, Mermaid Monogatari. Maybe he goes on to write the Monogatari series. He's a secret shadow writer. behind the hit anime. Okay. Does Milkway separate lovers Altair and Vega? Is a different one. Ah! It's funny you asked this because, 1 second. Putting on my glasses. Altair and Vega are actually named Orihime and Hikoboshi in Japanese. So yes, it's both. That is how they're called in Japanese. Putting on my glasses. Doing the little glasses gleam thing. You are right. Don't you want to say in the 13 billion years of cringe? Hey, shooting say hey, welcome in. And here we find our next subject of inquiry. What place might this be, my dear? Oh, I clicked something by accident. Here we go. This is Futami Gaura, the coastline that lies beside. Wait, this is where they found the corpses. Imagine me doing that part. Yeah, I'm doing the, pushing up my glasses on my nose. Might actually come up with Mega Man Star Force. Nice. So, this is where they find the corpses later. I will make note of this. Though this seems to be early in the timeline, but it's around here that they find all the corpses. This is Futami Gaura, the coastline that lies beside Futami town. It's just over from Ise City. Who are we cursing? Well, whoever ends up dying here, I guess the 2 Ama divers would turn into fish. Then we finally penetrated the outskirts of Ise City proper. Things are certainly beginning to heat up. I inferred that Ise City was the prefectural capital from the fact that Mie Prefecture was once known as Ise Province. Not bad, eh? Oh well, I can understand how you would arrive at that conclusion. But the truth is, Mie Prefecture is composed of 4 separate provinces. Ise, Shima, Iga, and Ki. Ah, is that so? But that doesn't change the fact that Ise City is regarded as the spiritual capital of Japan, making it a very important location. For being the place where, for Ise's shrine where Amaterasu was enshrined. Hey Emily, hey. Very interesting, but the sun has already begun its steady descent, so perhaps we should pick up on the pace a bit. Cypher's with English uses names Vega and Japanese uses Orihime. Yep, that's right. Scared there's gonna be a quiz. You guys, you're taking notes, right? There will be a quiz later. Futami Gaura Sea is famously said to purify the body, so many visitors to the Ise Shrine come here as well. The scenic beauty of the location has even been featured in poems from antiquity. It certainly is easy on the eyes. The strands of pine trees along the shore make for quite a striking image. To make it even better, the embankment we're standing on offers a 360-degree view of Ise Bay. Makes you want to get out on the very edge to take it all in. It really does. Being surrounded by the bay like this is such an enchanting feeling. What a breathtaking view. Not prepared for the quiz. Game is so stylish, right? I love the approach they take with this game. It's very cool. Hey guys, we're looking for birds. Guys, birds check. Anybody see any birds? Bird check. Hey, okay, hey. These 60 backgrounds are fun, right? She might be standing on the birds, to be fair. Okay, but I'm not seeing any birds. Should not have taken from the spot. Well, sometimes it can differ per story. So you gotta be thorough. Spread the word. Well, not this time, apparently. Of course, I have my own reasons for trying to locate the mythical creatures. For now I intend to scour this land in order to learn as much as I can about its lore and legends. This is where the dead mermaid was at. Yes. It was indeed. As far as girls concerned, I'm supposed to be... Okay, this still hasn't changed. And I suppose we can talk. So, does this place have any legends featuring mermaids? It does. A record called the Kagenki was written by people at the Horyuji Temple after the Kamakura period. In that record, there are a total of 6 instances of information concerning mermaids. 6, eh? That's certainly promising. One of those entries describes a sighting here in Futami, Ise province on April 3rd during the 2nd year of the Enbun era, which would be 1357. So they even noted the exact date. How fortuitous. The passage is as follows. From the sea of Futami in Ise province came Enmeiju, delivering perpetuity. So, what exactly does that mean? I guess it's that a mermaid was spotted in the sea of Futami and was named Enmeiju, meaning health and long life because it granted longevity. Aha! It granted longevity, did it? Finally we're getting to the good stuff. Yes, it's another account relating mermaids to Yao Bikuni. It seems the idea of mermaids granting immortality had already been established at the time. Indeed, now we even have a name. We did hear Enmeiju earlier, I think. In the files. The bird would be in the sea that had none before. You never know, because a character could be that's been covering up. You know, like if a character, for example, is standing in front of the bird in a different scene, a character might not be standing in front of the bird. You know what I mean? Take what they can already do with such visual nonsense and those details, right? It's really nice how they present it. So, what sort of mermaid was this? And what became of it? No clue. Again, with the fake records. These people write down the appearance of some fantastical creature and then they just let it wander off. I haven't personally gone over every bit of research in the matter, but I can speculate on an answer. Records of mermaids in other places also often refer to them by name. In fact, it may not have all been that uncommon for people in the area to encounter them when these records were written. Let me see if I follow your meaning. The same mermaid would appear repeatedly, meaning people in the area to grow accustomed to it. Am I on the right track? Hey, thank you so much for the resub. Please enjoy your emotes. Exactly. I mean, you wouldn't bother giving a name to something you only saw once after all. These people may have even come to have a kind of rapport with the mermaids. At the very least, it doesn't appear as though they were trying to capture any. Mermaids that people didn't want to capture. And they weren't seeking its flesh. Perhaps there was a way of obtaining immortality, even without the meat. Maybe mermaid meat really was just tasty and nothing more. And if that was the case, then it makes perfect sense that they would view the mermaid as a divine creature. So they treated it as an auspicious being that blessed others with long life. Maybe onto something there. See, this is what we were suspecting earlier as well, that perhaps mermaids could grant you immortality while they were alive. Like even without having to eat them. In which case that would make sense that like people eating the mermaid didn't necessarily benefit from it. And that there was no real need. And perhaps you would get cursed for eating it, because, you know, why kill the mermaid when you can just ask? Those mermaids are sentient, allegedly. This makes me think of the theory you mentioned about how there might be 2 different kinds of mermaids. Oh, you remembered? I stand by my theory. There's the fish mermaid, which looks more like an aquatic monster or beastie. And the human mermaid, which resembles a demi-human or nymph. I mean, that's a good way to divide them, yeah? Can you grant me immortality? Well, I keep reviving you guys. Indeed, that's the simplest way to describe it anyhow. Assuming the mermaid in question had a name, formed a relationship with humans and granted longevity. Since the reason it was one of the human mermaid variety. You have a point. The mermaids we've encountered thus far have all been caught in nets and appear to be more like fish mermaids. It seems more likely then that the mermaids who grant longevity were actually the human mermaids. And the ones that would be eaten would be the fish mermaids then. I see. Ask for a nip, you just refuse it. Yeah, because you die! Interesting, that in turn would suggest... My words, would this mean that one could become immortal without eating their flesh? I'm not sure. There are countless legends that reference the need to consume their flesh. I can't help but feel there's more to it. My priest have immortality? No, because you just jumped, so you're gonna have to die first. Do I have Siren 1 and 2 on my playlist? They're scary, aren't they? I've heard about the Siren games, but they're scary games, aren't they? Except the mermaids were trying to eat their flesh. I'm thinking like, you know, you have like the human mermaid then that could give immortality, and because like the stories would get mixed up, people would fish up the fish mermaids and try to eat those. Or something. They're a bit scary. Yeah. I also think they're quite expensive, aren't they? Which might be the bigger problem. If human mermaids are capable of communicating with us, I'd really like to speak to one. Agreed. Not about mermaids, more about bug people. Oh, that's a bit of a shame then. But I think they're horror classics, right? They're probably too scary for me. Speaking of which, it's entirely unrelated, but there's something I've been wondering. Do you mind? What? But our conversation was just getting good. But that's all you like, but I shall ask anyway. On our way here, I noticed a certain something adorning the entrances to everyone's house. What was that? Oh right, those are Shoumin Shohai talismans. Shoumin Shohai? Is that some Shoumin Shohai you got there on your door? Sounds interesting, you can switch characters in it. I see. I'm not sure if there's jump scare, but it might still be spooky though. They would not make pretty mermaids. You want to pretend the immortality giving one. Could be the tasty one. You think so? Shoumin Shohai. Yes. Although in most of Japan, they usually only hung up around New Year. I was about to say, they do sell them around New Year. You know, I actually even wound up buying one this year. Because my mom saw them everywhere and she was like, you should put one up too. Konnichiwa, minasan. Is that some Shoumin Shohai? But yeah, so I grabbed one too this year. Here in the Toba region, they're traditionally left up all year long. Interesting. I can add some more detailed information to the files for you later. Howdy, Tomodachi. Konnichiwa, sup? Many more mortals would be around if you had to just prevent a pretty lady. Instead, you have to prevent the semen. That's actually a good point. Nobody prevents the semen. They just want to prevent this pretty lady. Accent is so funny, right? Well, I think... Was Avi American? I can't recall. I guess he has family in England, but he... Wait, after this, we're gonna check his profile again. Distracting us with facts. I'm like, wait, was Avi American or British? A type of talisman inscribed with the characters Shoumin Shohai Shison, meaning the descendants of the Shoumin Shohai. These talismans come in a variety of forms, ranging from smaller objects such as paper slips, wooden tags, or hexagonal wooden charms, to larger objects such as hook made of entwined miscanthus reeds or shimenawa, sacred ropes used for ritual purification. A gem you place at doorways of households as prayer for sound health and to ward off illness. Yeah, Avi was American, that's what I thought, yeah. And they were distant relatives. Right. Hey, Sogi. That put the Higuashi song back in my head. Do you know Shira-sama? Whoa, Shoumin Shohai. I'm allergic to my anti-allergy cream. I'd recommend not using that one anymore then. And finding another. Sorry to hear that. Many houses in Ishishima place Shoumin Shohai talisman at the entrances to their home, usually in the form of paper slips or shimenawa. Although most families in Japan only put shimenawa up during the New Year, in Ishishima they are kept up the whole year round, being replaced once a year on New Year's Eve. The word Shoumin Shohai originates from the name of the central figure in the legend of the same name. Although many versions of the tales exist throughout Japan, the tales generally told in Ishishima is as follows. On New Year's Eve, the deity Gozu Tenno set out to court the princess of Ryugu. However, when night fell, he found that none of the nearby inns had a spare room to offer him, and so he turned to two brothers who lived by the sea for hospitality. The wealthy younger brother, Kotan Shohai, turned him away despite having the means to accommodate him. The elder brother, Shoumin Shohai, welcomed Gozu Tenno into his home, even though he lived in poverty, Pleased by the simple yet heartfelt reception he had received, Ghost Tenno rewarded his hospitality by sparing only Somen Shorai from a plague that ravaged the area next year. Oh my god, he did not hold back. I see. Oh, okay. But notably, this connects to Ryugu again. Ever since, it is said that hanging a wreath of miscanthus sweets and charm, declaring oneself to be a descendant of Somen Shorai from one's waist, will offer protection from plagues and illness. This tradition has survived to the present day, where such charms are now used as talismans for good health and well-being. I see. Hey, Annabelle. I guess, you know, you gotta let strangers in, otherwise you'll be cursed by plague. One has been talking about Colin Sennis lately. It was a good statue on Higashi, it's true. Huh. Okay. Siren games are called that because of the alarm sirens, not the magical ones. I see. Not actually mermaids. Okay, I'm still cursing. Yeah! Cursing you. Ah. What is it? What? What is it? Now you're making me antsy. Did you just realize something? The mermaid has taken on quite a different appearance in modern fairy tales. Hey, Mila. Come now, Cersei. You realized something about those Somen Shorai, didn't you? You must share. No, nothing like that. It just made me think about how close this area is to the eternal world. Is it? What does that mean? I'd already noticed from the files, but regarding the Somen Shorai... You guys, you did read the files, right? Its origin goes back to a legend about the deity Ghost Tenno, who was courting the princess of Ryugu. Ryugu, what you say? That's right, Ryugu is close to this place. In other words, that place is very close to the eternal world. Yes, and furthermore, Ghost Tenno was also the guardian deity of the Gion Shoja temple. The very same Gion Shoja who gets mentioned in our good old friend The Tale of Heike. So it is? What was the kin? From the bells of Gion Shoja echoes out the impermanence of all things, right? Sounds so cool that even I memorized it. I haven't got a clue what it means though. That's my guy! You also read Rikihashi, you did, right? Yes, that's the one. As for its meaning, you can look it up yourself. Fine, so what you're saying is... Tashima has a land with deep ties to both Ryugu and the Heike. And that's exactly why the Somen Shorai tradition is so well established here. Ah, it reminds me. There's something about Ryugu's princess that keeps bothering me as well. She certainly is mysterious, huh? That reminds me about Futami Gaura. We heard about Otohime and Okami too. Hey, Polly. I've seen those Jody posters. He really is a weep. A weep in the 80s. Dear me, how time flies when listening to your lectures, Cersei. The sun has already gone down. I suppose I got carried away, sorry. This is me when I start yapping, and then you guys blink and 6 hours later. Another way in which he is literally me. I just start lecturing you guys about the Sengoku Samurai and stuff. I suppose I got carried away, sorry. Well, if that results in such a lovely view of the sea at night, I'll not complain. You're right, just look at all the stars. Ah. Joan's Shy could be translated as bringing about appreciation. That makes sense. Ooh, kind of spooky at night. Oh, but we really let time get away from us. Look how dark it's gotten. Without the light from the stars above, we'd be lost in pitch black darkness. Indeed. But look, the heavens are entirely enveloped in a shower of dazzling pink pricks of light. What a sight to behold. Would you happen to be first in constellation, Cersei? Well, I've dabbled a bit in astrology, so I guess I know a thing or two. Excellent, do tell. The show would lecture me more frequently. Get lectured every day. I'll mix up the word boiled down to you listen to the gods so that do good deeds you survive. Pretty much. If you don't listen or act poorly to random hobos who are almost definitely gods in disguise, bad things happen to you. Star speck of the sky as far as the eye can see. Not bad at all. There we've got the Milky Way. It's like... Is this like Vega and Altair? I think so. Just clicking out. It only happens during my stream. What are you doing? I'm cursing you. I think this is these two. Or Vega and Altair, no. Or is it these two? I forget. Either way. They're up there. There you go. And hey, Milkers, say hey. Well, if we consider the constellation you can see in Japan during summer. Yeah, it's a summer triangle. Yeah, there we go. The first that comes to mind is the summer triangle. It's an easy one to find. Triangle, eh? I presume it's made up of 3 stars. Correct. Vega in the constellation Lyra, Deneb in the constellation Cygnus, and Altair in the constellation Aquila. The trio of white stars can be observed close to the Milky Way in this season. What? I want to see. How do we go about identifying them? Well, first, down the southwestern portion of the sky, look for a star that glows red, Antares of the Scorpions constellation. Southwest, you say? From here, that will mean facing inland and looking to the right. Okay, try finding a red star low in the sky and point to it. Okay. Ah, there they are. I was right, it is Altair and Vega. I knew it. Yeah, they have to be on the opposite side. I was right the first time. Okay. Possibly the most famous of the summer constellations, the summer triangle is formed by connecting Vega, Deneb, and Altair. Vega and Altair are also said to represent Orihime and Hikoboshi, the 2 central figures of the Tanabata legend. Who's Deneb? He's just there. The romantic imagery of the star-crossed lovers separated by the Milky Way has captivated people's imagination since time immemorial. The summer triangle is visible in skies almost directly overhead around August. Start by facing southwest and looking low in the sky to find Antares. From there, look up and you should spot Vega near the zenith. Okay, I'm gonna save real quick. Because I want to do this right. But I also want to see what happens if we just like really dog shit at it. and click all the wrong stars first. Because this is the kind of game that has extra dialogue, so let's just be really bad at it first. Let's see. She means this star. Let's click this one. That one. That one does stand out, but I'm afraid it's Arcturus from the Buddhist constellation. Plus you're looking in the wrong direction. Ah, how oddly mortifying. Oh, are you that obsessed? Hi again, hey. Jefferson Starfish is cool. This one. There, that must be it. Bingo, that's Vega, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. I'm surprised you noticed it before spotting Antares. Apologies, I got ahead of myself. In Japan, Vega is also called the Orihime star. It's famous for its connection to the Tanabata festival. That must mean Hikoboshi will be on the opposite side of the Milky Way from that one. Exactly right, can you figure out which one it is? All of the other stars in the summer triangle is in the same area, so see if you can find it. There! There's something about that red star, I can't take my eyes off it. Yep, that's Antares. Guess it's better late than never. That was pretty late though. Forgive me. I knew they'd do like extra dialogue for this. Any other stars outside of the triangle? Seen if there's a way you could pick them, right? And will probably go supernova in a few million years. That's a shame. I will live long enough to see that. But you guys might not, unfortunately. Yeah. And that's the one. Oh, nice find. That's Deneb, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. Deneb lies within the Milky Way, which earns it the nickname the Milky Way star. It does appear to be swimming nicely along that starry stream. Still one other star. Try to find it. Okay. Is there any other stars I can click on? There's in Orion. Watch a Zelda video. How Orion's often depicted in Zelda. I see. I will admit I've never looked at the Zelda night sky much. So I wouldn't quite know. Just looking if there's more stars we can click on. No, okay. I'll reload myself and do it properly this time. I don't know. Okay, doing it in the right order now. Yep, Jan. Wait, I do believe I found it. That star just with the reddish things. That must be Antares, yes? Correct, that's indeed Antares, the brightest star in the Scorpio constellation. Aha! Found it all by myself. Why, I'd make quite a celestial cartographer if I do say so myself. I hate to rain on your parade, but you are supposed to be looking for a star in the summer triangle, so please try again. A cat! That's right! Why not try looking up straight from Antares? I bet you'll find Vega at the Sky Senate. Give it a shot. There, that must be it. Bingo, that's Vega, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. Okay, it's called the Orihime Star, famous for its connection to the Tanabata Star Festival. That must be Ikoboshi will be on the opposite side of the Milky Way from that one. Exactly. Can you find out which one it is? Okay. And there's also Deneb. Hey, Crypto, say hey. Yeah. Just the Milky Way star. Okay. Oh, and Cookie Star, thank you for the follow. And then finally, Eureka! I've spotted it! Oh, that's Altair, one of the 3 stars in the summer triangle. Part of the Akira constellation, Altair is known in Japan as Hikoboshi for its role in the Tanabata Star Festival. Aha! That means I've managed to spot both Orihime and Hikoboshi. It's as if I've drawn the 2 star-crossed lovers together with my own hands. How overjoyed they must be. Yeah, nice work. Didn't expect you to be such a romantic. There! I've located all 3 stars of the summer triangle. How do you like that? Good work. Now you've mastered the summer skies. Should I start addressing you as Professor? That's me. Feel free to rely on my knowledge. Alright then. Tell me, what's another name for Hikoboshi? Did you guys pay attention? He's so into it, he's so silly, I love him, he's great. It's a dude from Altair. Oh, it's Altair, yes. The guy from Assassin's Creed. That's right, well done, Professor. Phew, I mean, nothing to it. Regardless, we've seen all there is to see here in Futami Gaura. I'd even go so far as to call this a wrap. I think that covers all the mermaid legends for Mie Prefecture, but is there anywhere else here you're keen to visit, Cersei? What? We haven't even visited Easter Shrine yet. If you ask me, we've barely scratched the surface. I said hi. I also said hi, Helgast. You've got a point there, but it's getting late, so let's save that for tomorrow, shall we? Alright. The next day. Okay, up to Mount Asawa. Just checking around the map real quick. Okay. Well, talk about a gorgeous view. It is something, isn't it? This Mount Asawa's observation platform that overlooks Toba City on one side and East City on the other. That's not the note they put someone. No, we're still further in the past year, I think. I think we're still further back in the timeline. This, I think, it might be the earliest we've been in the timeline so far. So, not yet. Not yet. Because I assume we'd have to go out to sea with Somakawa. And we haven't even met her yet with these two, so we must be further back in history. Okay, that overlooks Toba City on one side and East City on the other. So that's Toba City over there, eh? What's Toba got going for it? Well, first thing that comes to mind when thinking about Toba is Toba Castle, built in the Sengoku period by none other than Pirate Daimon Lord Cookie, who at one time led the Cookie Naval Fleet. Hell yeah! Oh, that's more exciting than I anticipated. As for the Tobashima area, it's famous for having the highest population of Amadivers in Japan. Aha, I knew there'd be something touristy. What a fantastic blend of culture and history. Which country is part of Germany? Is that a trick question? Germany is a country and it is part of itself. I'm not sure where the question comes from. Germany is part of Germany. It is a country. It also appeared in Kamen Rider, I see. What do you know about the cookie? Not enough. But they are pretty cool because they did have the pirate daimyo, who I believe was known as being like a you know, was mostly known for being like a pirate in the area, but then when like things got more formalized, he actually got some renown. But not my specialty, I'm afraid. It's not a country, it's a continent now. Mount Asama straddles the border between Ise City and Toba City. It is also known by its official name of Asamagatake. Part of the Tashima National Park, it was selected as one of the 100 landscapes of Japan. A listing of famous scenic sites gathered from across the country. Shoji, a temple located on the southern peak of Mount Asama, was built to protect the Ise Shrine from the northeast, traditionally regarded as a spiritual, vulnerable direction. Perhaps as a result, many worshippers who visit Ise Shrine also make the journey to Shoji. An observatory at the peak of the mountain offers a sweeping bay view of Toba City and the many islands that dot Ise Bay. Do you been Germany? I have never been the country of Germany before. I have visited Germany in the past, yes. Not extensively, but briefly, mostly driving through. I saw you were on the evening my time zone, couldn't make it, no worries. Hi Adam, hi Virtuoso. Okay. Why haven't you been Germany before? I haven't made a habit of being like countries very often. I guess I was America during Fallout. How about bean Germany? I don't know how many beans I ate in Germany. I'm not quite sure. Okay. Everything expensive? I mean, to be fair, I've like... The thing is, you know, the border to Germany is right next to the Netherlands, so like I've been across. You can just drive there. Or just walk in, basically. But I've not like... very specifically been to Germany beyond just like visiting a Christmas market or something. Or like traveling through, like nothing too special, I suppose. To become a Germany. I'll see about it. I'll see if I can put it in my schedule. I have to increase the amount of countries. Global warlord Jorunna from the sea has been to Germany into 15 new countries. Oh no. Apparently, Mount Asama peak sits at 555 meters above sea level, so it's not that high. But that is situated at the tip of Shima Peninsula. It offers a magnificent view of Toba Bay's coastline and the outlying islands. Since we stopped by the shrine this morning, shouldn't we take the mountain path? I can say yes. This place takes my breath away. It is very pretty. I mentioned I've been to Ise Shrine, but I didn't go to like this little outlook. To be fair, I went with my mom and she mostly wanted to see the Formula 1, so we didn't have like a lot of time to actually do the touristy stuff and look around. Because, you know, most of our time was spent traveling up and down to the Formula 1 to Sakawa racetrack, which was a long ride from our hotel. So as much as I would have actually liked to see a bit more in the area, there was not much I wound up seeing beyond like the races, I guess, but walking to Germany, get hit with the hey, you're finally awake. Trying to cross the border, right? I prefer to being to the Holy Roman Empire again. But yeah, I would love to actually... This game is like, much like the first one, because it's so set into like the real world. It makes me kind of want to visit Ise again. Maybe next time, my mom wants to see the Formula 1 again, and I have no doubt it will happen again. Let's be honest. She watches obsessively for every single race. Maybe I'll ask if we can travel a little bit more around in the area. If you have any interest though. I mean, I'll be very honest. It's cool to see, and I can be like, yeah, Netherlands. It's cool that the current #1 guy is Dutch, so I've got someone to cheer for. You know, but it's neutral interest. It's not like I don't like the races, but it's also I don't know all these guys. My mom knows all the lore behind them, and like, oh yeah, and this guy, and he said this on the interview, and there's this like meme going on with like these guys, and like there's like this whole joke, and he's known to be and I was like, okay. I guess like apparently in the Netherlands like Formula 1 is like soap opera for old ladies these days, but hey Ramon, good morning. So I get the same experience. Yeah, like apparently it's very involved. Like it's fun to see the race, though I will say as exciting as it is to be there, when you're actually there in person, you just see like one corner of the racetrack. And from where we were sitting, we didn't have a good look at any of the screens, so like you just like every 10 minutes you see the cars come by, and it's very cool, but you don't really know what's happening in the race compared to what you see on TV. So I'll say that too. Like it was still fun to experience, you know. But it's also like, as somebody who's not within the Formula 1 fandom, it's like, oh, okay, Red Bull, I see. So, oh, he's really popular in Japan because he has a Honda motor. I see. So he's, okay. Apparently everybody knows this, you know. These pretend cars are cute Uma girls, yeah. F1 isn't even the one that has the Miku sponsorships. But yeah, no, like, apparently, my mom was like, wait, you haven't heard about this? They love Max Verstappen in Japan, which is like the #1 guy, the Dutch guy. And I was like, oh, really? It's like, yeah, they adore him. They're like all dressed up. It's because like he went into an interview and he personally thanked Honda for winning the races. And they loved that. And I'm like, okay. I see. It's like, yeah, he has a lot of fans. He's really big. I'm like, You know, I'm like, yeah, let's go Netherlands. We're winning. Woohoo! You know. It's how sponsors work. I'm excited to have more Honda, I guess, yeah. I mean, he is winning, so I guess. Who makes my choice, and in F1 races they don't have Kharkov and Hatsumika stickers. Unironically, when we went to the Suzuka racetrack, I was like, you know, I could, like, at the very least go look around for, like, the, you know, Miku Racing merchandise. But apparently they swap around the merchandise between the races. So for like the F1 weekends, they don't, you know, put any of the G1 Grand Prix merchandise up that like Racing Miku sponsors. So they didn't have any of the Hutsuna Miku merchandise. I was like, oh man, bummer. I went looking and everything. They only have like merchandise of all these guys I don't know who are in the Formula 1, I guess. I'm sorry, like, I guess, you know, next time I'll do more research, but I was very excited to be in the Ise area. Like, I was like, oh yeah, I get to go to Ise Shrine. Which is mostly what I did, because once again, most of the time was spent at the racetrack. But we went to a hotel that was very close to Ise Shrine. So at least that we had time to do, because it was close to the hotel. But yeah, it's just a bunch of blurs. It's cool to see. And the problem is, like, with my mom, it's like, she's very social. So, like, she goes up to everything and everyone. And, like, you know, she's the kind of lady who winds up in, like, 20 different interviews. And I'm just, like, running away from the camera. It's like, no, it's fine. Yeah, yeah. Just, like, you know, looking away. But, yeah. No, it was cool. Instead, you said you went to the go-kart racing leagues at some point as a kid. Well, actually, I was pretty good at go-karting. My mom said she was like willing to even like, you know, support me in a go-karting, you know, or racing career because I was quite good at it. And I was like, I'm not that interested. And then I was like, yeah, I want to keep shooting instead. Yeah, Joe's mom does have to pop up sec. And that's how you get into F1. It is. Back when I, you know, in slug school, one of my classmates' brothers was actually a professional racer, which meant that I actually did get to go behind the tracks. And that guy actually also got up through the race, like karting, up into like the higher levels. But yeah, poor Joe, mama. But yeah, no, I was like, I don't want to be featured on TV. I'm running away from all the interviews. It's getting ridiculous at this point. You know, I was, like, racing, it was fun when I, you know, just did it for, like, a birthday party or whatever, but the go-karting. But my mom still thinks it's very cool. So I'm sure she'll want to go to Suzuka again at some point. And I still have my t-shirt from last time we went. It wound up being really hot despite it being in spring. So I think I can just rewear that one, probably. I don't think that's a crime. So I've got like, Max Verstappen, like races for Red Bull. So I've got like the Red Bull t-shirt. But yeah, so I have actually been in this area. So if my mom ever wants to go to Suzuka racetrack again, maybe I'll beg her to like, you know, let me do a Paranormasight 2 pilgrimage. So I can line up some of the locations in the game. Have I ever done scuba diving? I really wanted to. Fun fact, when I was a young slug, I you know, like, I'm not sure if you guys did that, but you know, that's a fashion faux pas, is it? I really want to go scuba diving when I was younger, very badly. So when I was younger, I made a promise with my mom, where basically she offered me and my brother both a deal that if neither of us smoked before we turned 18, we could get something of our choice. And my brother wanted like for her to pay for his driving lessons, and I wanted to go scuba diving. And then I will note, calling out my mother, never went scuba diving. She did not follow up, I remember. Never smoked, but yet I haven't gone scuba diving. This is a call out to Mama Slug. You owe me one scuba diving. Is yours responsible compared to yours? Scuba diving is way cooler than driver's license. I can go background. I did neither of those things, but yeah. Mama Slug, there's an IOU I still got. I have not forgotten. Time to spread a pack a day. She meant 18 billion years old. Ah, I see. I love snorkeling as a kid as I lived near the beach. Nice. Looks responsible because he loves cars. Exactly! My brother is just obsessed with cars. It's predictable, if anything. Did she pay for the driving lessons? She did, actually, yeah. My mom would not go scuba diving, though. Like, I'd have to... man. I would not be able to convince my mom into a scuba diving holiday is the problem. So... she bring it back up. I have actually brought it up a few times over the ages. There was just never a good time to go scuba diving. He's a hunter, has excellent diving stats. But yeah, one day. Because I always really wanted to. You know, if I go to Ise, near all those islands, maybe you can scuba there too. Who knows? You know, clearly there's a lot of diving ladies, so it must be a good diving spot. Over there you can see the city of Toba spread out along the coast. By the way, they tend to call this the Ise-shima region. But most of the time that term includes Toba as well, something to keep in mind. So when I hear Ise-shima, I should also think Toba, eh? Good to know. Pretty frivolous if you think about it. Why do you need scuba when you can breathe underwater already? For the flex! And that means I can scuba in my human disguise. You know, that's different from scubaing as a mermaid. Although the term Ise-shima is sometimes used to refer to the part of the Nansei regions of Mie Prefecture, the areas covered by the term is not clearly defined. But it's usually referring to the two major tourist destinations, Ise Shrine and Shima Peninsula, and their surrounding areas. The area referred to as Ise-shima also includes Toba City. It's also sometimes referred to as the Ise-Toba-shima area to avoid confusion. Don't need to scuba, but you have to wear it to not raise suspicions. Exactly. It's all about the OPSEC. Okay. From what I hear, lots of the inns in Toba are run by ama-dives and fishermen. Can't wait to dig into some seafood tonight. Hell yeah. Maybe that's how I can convince my mom to go. She does like seafood. If I can just convince her it's fresh enough and there's no parasites in it. She's been packed and ready to venture forth since the early hours of morning. But I myself beat it to the punch, having been too excited to sleep a wink all night. Sok was probably just confused since it sounded like you were asking to essentially just walk outside. Well, the thing is, walking outside is technically preferable to sitting in the burning hot sunlight for 7 hours straight. Sorry, Formula 1 fans. Ticket is wasted on me. It was fun to see, but like it was really hot, you guys. It was so hot and so crowded. I hate crowds. Way too crowded for my liking. It took like 2 hours to leave. Like once the stands emptied out, like you were just packed in like a crowd trying to even get out of there, and there's like only one train and one bus out of Suzuka. It's I'm not built for it. That's the real problem. It was so loud and so crowded. Hey, Fox. Like, it's definitely, you know, it's for the atmosphere and the vibes. I get it. Like, you know, it's like, you know, why go to Comic Cat when you can order Dojin online? I get it. It's like the same equivalent for my mom, but... and you can even, like, you know, get behind the scenes. And I will admit, the one cool thing was seeing them do, like, the, you know, tire switches and stuff behind the scenes. Like, before the races. And where they're, like, you know, like, practicing swapping out the tires. That was kind of cool to see. Hey, Fox. Like, the behind-the-scenes stuff. The pit stop is very cool, yeah. And, like, we got to do, like, a walk around the track. Not really a walk around, like a bus tour of the track, you know, the day before the races started. That was kind of cool. I will admit that, but I'm not built for heat, crowds, or noise, and it had all 3 of those, so it's like a living nightmare. Now signed art by the Kindergarten Mars mangaka. That's true, exactly. It's gonna be bragging rights. Okay, let's talk about the Cookie Navy. That you got to do a safety car ride. They basically had like a tour bus, which is essentially like the safety. But we did see the safety cars, yeah. First off, you should know that the naval troops in the Sengoku period were basically just pirates. Pirates, eh? Yes, they would put together crews of rowdy sailors, armed to the teeth, and have them patrol a designated area of the sea. They only actually served under their commander as a naval force when there was a battle. So that's what the Navy was like back then, huh? A ragtag bunch of pirates only called on to do their duty in times of need. Just like the Empress's Navy. Exactly. In fact, such forces only came to be called navies during the Edo period, and that was purely as a matter of convenience. As for the Cookie Navy, it was one of the pirate bands patrolling the waters of Isebai. A man named Kuki Yoshitaka was its commander, hence the name. He distinguished himself in service of Oda Nobunaga and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, eventually rising to the position of daimyo at Shima province. That's why they call him the Pirate Daimyo. He started as a lowly pirate, but rose all the way to the top of the chain of command. Did you say Oda Nobunaga? Him I've heard of. He was the demon king of the sixth heaven, no? True, but that's the title he gave himself. Still, a pirate and a daimyo. What an enchanting combination. That may be. But he wasn't blessed where allies were concerned. It seems he was always butting heads with his relatives. Oh. For one thing, he may have had his nephew Sumitaka assassinated in order to take over the Cookie clan. Oh damn. Anaki, thank you for the follow. And hey, Darksec. Cookie Navy, so I can go back to the game. No. The Cookie Navy could be extended, but the Furuwari, yep. The one that exists because Nobunaga wanted to hold Shingen, yep. Told you guys about that back during my Ambitions of Nobunaga, Nobunaga's Ambition playthrough. Nobunaga's new Yabu. That's true. Okay, so he was a bit of a nasty fella, huh? Getting his nephew assassinated. I see. Might have had his nephew Sumitaka assassinated in order to take over the Cookie clan. He also fought on the opposite side to his own son, Moritaka, in the decisive battle of Sekigahara. I'm just looking at Sumitaka because this one's highlighted, so this might be someone we must make sure to remember. I don't think I was around for that one. Long time ago, don't worry. And in the end, spurred on by his vassals, he committed suicide on Toshijima, the island over there. So while Cookie became the daimyo of Shima province, his land was confiscated during his son's rule, and the clan fell into decline. Life is truly full of ups and downs. How the mighty do fall. He must have been quite a character. I don't think we ever found Sumitaka. Maybe we'll get one later. Shingen is Takeda. It's his full name. Alongside the story of the samurai who got his wife because he saw in the kitchen. Do you think it would be fun to see you play Total War Shogun 1 and 2? Maybe eventually I'll get around to it sometime. It could be cool. Sorry where someone refused to go to war because he hadn't eaten dinner. He had to get lunch. Okay. That reminds me. There's another fascinating legend related to the Kuki clan. Oh, do tell. It's about Kuki Yoshitaka's nephew, Shimitaka. Ah, there we go. Hey, Sangu. An extraordinarily beautiful daughter named Princess Hutsuna Miku! Had a beautiful daughter named Princess Hutsune. Ah. Wowie. I dare say I know where this is going. Whenever a legend starts with a beautiful daughter, it inevitably ends with trouble. You're not wrong there. Princess Hutsune was so beautiful that she saw no end of suitors, and her father sought to marry her off to achieve his political ends. I can't believe Miku lived in Ise back in the day. Years ago, the princess already had a lover, so she fought against her father's plans and even ran away several times, only to be brought home. I knew it. Alas, that's what life was like for the daughters of powerful figures in those days. Well, Princess Hutsune lamented her fate. Must I be cursed with such misfortune merely for my beauty? And she didn't stop there. May no beautiful daughter be born to this land again. Such was a curse she left behind before throwing herself down a well. Damn. And so ends the legend. And what I'd call a happy ending. It's rude to curse all the other ladies of the land. The princess may have had good intentions, but I'm sure no one else felt she was doing them any favors. Good intentions? Isn't how I interpreted it. Well, what's your take on the story then? I mean, this is definitely like vicious revenge. This is not like, keep other ladies from meeting the fate. This is just like, screw you. And then, curses you, Instead. When authority figures try to force other people's hands, they bring these things upon themselves, just asking to get cursed. Fair enough, I see your point. Still, the princess did take it a bit far. To me, though, it almost feels like the part was tacked on later. As if someone thought it would make the story more impactful, and that word of it would travel further, and the princess killed herself at the end. If you're right, that would change the story completely. There's something else that interests me more. Shimitaka became head of the Kuki clan in 1560. He was so young that Yoshitaka had to be appointed as his guardian. His exact age at the time isn't known, but the common belief is he was about 8 years old. Nothing unusual there. Premature inheritances were a common occurrence in those days. Consider this. When Shimitaka died 24 years later, in 1584 he would have been 32 years old. Head of the Kuki clan. Well, at least more cute girls were born in the area. That's true, the curse failed. Yes? Even if you suppose that Princess Hatsune was 15, their ages don't quite add up, do they? Age differences weren't so much of a point of contention back then, but even so, that is a bit odd. Which begs the question, did Princess Hatsune really exist to begin with? And even if she did, was she really Shimitaka's daughter? Nagate Magatama was unearthed at the place where the princess was supposedly buried. But that could easily have been planted there to lend credibility to the tale. Well, once you start doubting, it's hard not to see lies everywhere. It's real, and the pursuit of the unknown starts with belief, doesn't it? Well said. A certain occult researcher taught me that one. And you don't say. Hatsune Miku not real. Hey Kyubo, hey Goku, welcome in. Cookie Monster Curse. The Curse of Hatsune Miku. Okay. During the Sengoku period, Shima province was home to a number of local clans, among which the Kuki clan was just one of the many pirate clans operating in Ise Bay. However, things changed when Kuki Yoshitaka correctly read the changing times and allied himself first with Oda Nobunaga and then Toyotomi Hideyoshi, both powerful figures of the era. Rising to prominence as commander of the Kuki Navy, he became the feudal lord of Shima province, founding Toba Castle as his base of operations. While Yoshitaka was in the service of Nobunaga, the head of the Kuki clan was his nephew Sumitaka, with Yoshitaka serving as his advisor. Despite his position, Tsumitaka was little more than a puppet lord and died young, reportedly due to illness just 2 years after the Honnoji incident. However, some theories suggest that he was actually poisoned by Yoshitaka as part of a scheme to seize control of the family. Okay, so he might have been killed by his uncle. Princess Hatsune may have just been a virtual singer idol that Tsumitaka admired so much he wanted to marry her. No. Hatsune was his daughter. So they weren't married. That was... Princess Hatsune was his daughter. Yeah, Kuki Tsumitaka's daughter, Princess Hatsune, was said to have been a woman of great beauty. Tsumitaka planned to marry her off as a political marriage, however Princess Hatsune refused, saying that she had already promised her future to someone else. Upon learning that Princess Hatsune's beloved was a member of the anime clan, Tsumitaka was enraged and said that she married the person he had chosen for her. Oh, so she fell in love. Oh, it was a Romeo and Juliet thing. I see. So she fell in love with somebody from an enemy clan. Spicy Hatsune Miku. Honestly, that feels like it could be like a Vocaloid song. You know, like one of the like early 2000 ones. Where like everybody winds up dying at the end. Because of like all the betrayal and drama. And then like, you know, a knight from another realm gets sent over. And it's like Meiko and like she stabs like Kaito in the heart or something, you know? Seems like that kind of plot. Although Princess Hatsune made numerous attempts to escape in order to be with her lover, she was caught each time and forced to return home. Sparing her fate, Princess Hatsune lamented her beauty, blaming it for her predicament, before throwing herself down a well in sorrow. As she did so, she prayed with her last breath that no beautiful woman would ever be born in that land again, or so the legend goes. Despite the tale persevering as part of local folklore, many questions about the accuracy of Princess Hatsune's legend remain, including Tsumitaka's age at the time. Okay, free Miku. She probably fell in love with one of those Takeda bastards. I see what Tsumitaka was saying. Okay. Oh, I just realized something. Kuki Tsumitaka died, or was assassinated exactly 400 years ago. Is that significant? It is. A special spiritual significance is attached to periods of 400 years. For instance, the cycle of death and rebirth supposedly lasts 400 years. And some stories claim that a soul endures for 400 years. Of course, 800 years immortals have twice that lifespan. As you can see, 400 years is widely considered a good cutoff point. Tashima also sank 400 years ago. She could not resist the cookies. But he came from the Cookie Clan. Hey, slip slop. Miku fell for Brazilian Miku. It's awfully suspicious that the Tsumitaka died 400 years ago and the island sank 400 years ago. And his name is gold. I feel like this can't be a coincidence. There must be like something connecting it. Can we extrapolate the text and year? I think it's the game's like taking place in what? 1986 or something? Something like that. You probably could extrapolate though if we look at class. Hatsune Kiku. Hold on. Here. Oh, it doesn't give me the year here, but usually it's 1980 something. Okay. Of living 800 years is Titanic midlife crisis, right? So there's a chance something happens after 400 years. Maybe. In any case, we should probably tread carefully here. Sounds more to me as if we're in the right place at the right time. The clan has terrible cookies, much like the International House of Pancakes has inferior pancakes. So you yearn for better cookies, as all cookies do. Which curse are we carrying? None. This is not the first game. Okay. Amadives have a long history in the Tobashima region. Evidence indicates that 3 divers have been fishing in the area since ancient times. You don't say. Most notably, it is said that Oben, who once presented an abalone to Yamato Hime no Mikoto, was the very first Amadiver. In fact, there is a shrine dedicated to Oben in Kusaki that's considered a sacred place to Amadives of the Tobashima region. Is that so? She must have been truly legendary. Moreover, there are several poems in the famous 8th century poetry anthology, Manyoshu, that depict the Amadiving in Shima province. Amadives also appear in dozens of ukiyo-e from the Edo period. Clearly, they were a popular team. It's quite incredible to think that their method of fishing has not only endured for so long, but has been recorded in such exquisite detail. Here's another point worth noting. Amadives have long been likened to mermaids for their skill and grace. You could even argue that the Amadive culture that is so deeply rooted in this place is interwoven with the region's mermaids legends. Ah yes, there's a theory that mermaids of the Issa Bay were simply Amadivers. It does seem likely there's a connection between the two. I wouldn't be surprised if they were the originators of the legend. Perhaps, but I'd be beyond disappointed if that's all there is to it. Right! Alright. Yeah, what if it was just like, oh yeah, no, it's just Amas. Cookie Clan grew complacent and lost their cookie mandate. Okay, Cookie Yoshitaka is real, but Princess Hutsuna is fictional from this game. Okay, so Princess Hutsuna was made up for this one. Gotcha. Thanks for checking. It's the same thing for the... what's his name? Is in that case... Sumitaka, made up as well, the nephew. Picked Cersei for a name for a reason. Well, obviously, she's a mystic and part of a family of sorcerers. They're inclined to invoke the, Cersei of Greek myth, who is also a sorceress. And just some dice with really long fancy hair, yeah. Okay. By the way, there's another legend surrounding the Amadives of the Tobashima region, regarding something called the Tomokazuki. One we saw at the beginning. The Tomokazuki. It is believed that an Amadive may encounter a copy of herself on the water, who will then offer her an abalone. If she accepts, the Tomokazuki doppelganger will drag her to the bottom of the sea, never to be seen again. Ugh, Cersei, don't spring scary stories on me out of nowhere. Try the Amadives of the sea wear the same endowment symbols on them while they dive. Just some dice with spawns here, yeah. It's a tradition that has continued right up to the present day. There must be some reason for it beyond pure superstition. Interesting. Okay. On another note, the Amadives of the Tobashima region possess such exceptional diving skills in addition to fishing. They also saved people from drowning and fetched objects that sunk to the seafloor right up until the Meiji era. Well, it sounds as if they were the true diving professionals. Exactly. In fact, after the Heike were defeated at Danoura and were lost beneath the waves. Oh, we're back to the Heike already. I wasn't aware there was a connection. After that fateful battle, who do you think they sent to reclaim the legendary sword Kusanagi no Tsurugi from the seafloor? 2 Amadivers? Aha, so their lost and found services were being employed even back then, eh? And while they were diving, they came face to face with the vengeful spirits of the vengeful spirits of the drowned Heike. Cersei, please, you're gonna give me nightmares. At least that's what's depicted in the ukiyo-e titled, "In the Western Sea, the diving woman encounters the Heike in the depths of the water." Oh, that's cool. So there's the ladies, and those are the vengeful spirits. Oh, that's kind of neat. Such a deep connection. To think the Heike were once depicted with Amadivers. They truly are a symbol of the Isashime region. Yes, the setting for that ukiyo-e is Danoura, which isn't anywhere near here. Still, it does go to show that Amadivers have held a deep connection to the sea for a very long time. Get fact-checked in English, that's fair. Lynn, you say you're here to ask me questions. You can ask questions. I can't promise you an answer. It will depend on the question. And depending on how many you have. It might also be better for a yapping segment, I suppose. Was that the clan they talked about along with the Heike? The Taira clan, which is the Heike is a part of? You mean? Unless you mean like the battle, in which case Danoura. Who did they fight for that again? Well, I think the most important part is that they lost, really. In case someone asking if they can ask a question, right? That's the thing. Honestly, most of the time, you guys, if you have a question for a VTuber, you usually just better just throw the question out immediately without asking if you can ask one first. It eliminates the stress. Because a lot of time when people ask first, they're like about to hit you with the worst question ever imagined. Which also I'm usually like, maybe I can answer, but I can't make promises, you know. It's better to just ask without the preface, you know. Yeah, it's a trigger phrase for level of mods, exactly. It's like when you get that says we need to talk, exactly. Like, you know, like getting the can I ask you a question is like the most stressful first message you can get. It's like you can. It's like the teacher goes like, you can, but may you? Getting worse question without meta prep any better? Oh yeah, then it's just ban. I think when every time I take a shower, if I'm washing my face, sometimes if the water's closed, I get vivid memories. And some of the memories are from when I was a kid. I don't know. I don't think I can help you with this question. This might be something to like discuss with a psychologist. Maybe you're getting memories from your past. If you want to delve deeper into them, you might want to go discuss it with a professional. You know. Battle of Dano Ura was deciding Battle of the Genpei War. That's the one. First to Minamoto. Right. That's right. Such JP Fiction and Princess Yatsuna is actually real. There we go. You can't trust English wikis when it comes to Japanese history, you guys. English wikis for Japanese history are like missing like most of the information half the time. Okay, so the theory is still real. Yeah. So you saw you busy on day without saying why you're asking, right? Like maybe it's just me who's not much for South talk, but it's like, you know, when you get like a DM and it's just like hello, and it's like, okay, I won't reply. You know, get to the point. What do you want? just let me see if you're a scammer straight up. You know, I'm not gonna engage otherwise. Could be something cool too, in which case you're the expert. Well, it's not the right stream to get my, you know, if you guys ever want my expert opinion on occult and ghost relationships, then, you know, we can have a stream for that, but not in the middle of the game. Like I was an offshoot of Taiwa. Hey, sweetie, hey. It's a genetic greeting sticker. Joe, are you busy? We need to talk about a question. Oh god. It's like eating advanced history on the English Wikipedia. Especially when it comes to like ancient historical figures, English Wikipedia is very sparse. Like compared to the Japanese versions, a lot of the time it's missing most things. And streams for mermaids and mermaid related curses. What's your opinion about relationships with goats? We'll have to do it on a different stream. And when we're talking about the Tobashima region, Amadivers are always going to be key players. True. If you ask me, they should be brought up before the pirates. I think we should talk more about the pirates. Hey Mizuki. Mind you, the Navy had a crucial role to play too. I gave up asking a question. I mean, I gave you my answer, Lynn. If you're having flashbacks to a childhood, random anime girl on the internet, cannot help you with that. If you want to dive deeper into random flashbacks to your childhood, you probably need to see a licensed therapist or psychologist. It's not something I can help with, I'm afraid. Hi, Extosa. Yeah. Right. Well, as fascinating as all of this has been, Cersei, I'd say it's high time we return to our primary topic of interest here. Oh, and what would that be? Personally, now that we've visited Isa's shrine, I'm more or less satisfied. Cersei, you disappoint me. We didn't come here purely to change legends, did we? Aw, I was hoping we could move on to buying souvenirs next. You know perfectly well that the true purpose of my voyage is nothing more or less than a treasure hunt. Right. Of course. I'm sure all this information we've been gathering will come in handy as well. First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Were they even pirates? Oh, basically, they were like, you know... essentially like, you know, wild lads of sea fights who were hired to be like, you know, in the Navy. Abby, stop exploding. He likes to explode, you can't stop him. Haha. The leader of the hoodlum band Blues Brutal Beaks, albeit in name only. The son of Wave's Academy's board chairman. He turned to delinquency in defiance of his father, who refused to accept tit for tat, the very first friend he ever made. Although small in stature and timid by nature, those who have seen him cornered tell a different story, describing his berserk behavior as that of a bird possessed. Aha. Also, Buds. This tit for tat character seems like the main protagonist. If anything. Okay. So let's go to the inn. I mean, we can also choose to follow Sato, but what do you guys want to do? Let's go to the inn for now. Let's go for the inn, because this is still further in the past, where, you know, let's try to catch up to the modern day again. So the love lines, right? Protag is the cutest and most hated. I mean, isn't that just shonen? Okay. Because this is, I think, still the furthest in the past. Let's try to, you know, make our timelines meet. To keep it easier to track. Now then, I believe this time we discuss our strategy. Sure. What do you mean by strategy? Sakusen shimashou! It should be obvious. We must reflect on all we've learned if we want to move forward. Ah, that must be the mummy we had. Ooh, this is a pretty nice hotel room. Is there a bird? 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 G16 doors is kind of liminal. Bird, 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 bird. No bird yet. Oh, there's a bird, but... No bird that I see. Sometimes Protag is intentionally the ugliest character. Or unintentionally. Yeah, it's also the amulet keychain. That's true, that's true. Okay. Even when 6 of the wall to your hotel room does seem pretty rude, but you never know, right? Well, let's start clicking around. Oh, don't worry, Lynn, it's fine. It's just that in this case of your question, I can't offer you advice, and this is not a general advice stream. I'm just out of my depth. I'm not a professional, you know. This is Murakumote. It's a small inn located in Toba. It's a laid-back inn that feels more like a private residence than a hotel thanks to the attentive staff. Could barely count all the different fresh fish we were served for dinner last night. I've not felt so full in a while. I mean, this would be a great place to put a bird, though. I don't think any here, no. I poured water into my cereal. Let's deal. May resemble an L-shaped dividing screen, but I think this is actually a towel rack. It closed. It's a small clothes rack. I see, so that's what it is. Yes, normally it's used to hang kimonos. This one's quite small, so I suppose it would work well for towels and other small garments. Quite knowledgeable. I see. Like Osha's big nose, make the Protag stand out more, yeah? Only downside of visiting small islands is only having fish, yeah? Well, if you like fish, I guess it's fine. You're supposed to advertise in the island of Kamishima. I'd love to pay a visit to a remote island like that. The name is intriguing too. Ah, Kame means turtle, doesn't it? Post of Kamishima. Just can't shake this weird feeling. Huh? Why? Is there something wrong with the island? Or the poster? Poster, I believe. Do you mind if I take a closer look? My hunch was right. There's a presence here. No way. Come on. Don't scare me like that. Move it. Ready? Yes. Please proceed. You sure? Because I'll do it. I really will. There's no telling what may happen. Quit stalling. Bird! There's the bird. Ah, there he is. Oh yeah. The Don Hair one. Ah, the boss. The evil presence. Nice, nice. I'm right inside, behind the poster. Sneaky, sneaky. Oh yeah, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay. Extra lights for the room. A lot of attention was paid to creating a comfy atmosphere for the guests. Okay. Wait, are they all fake PNGs? Yeah! They're just like nicely put in. Sounds like Danganronpa music. It's a good soundtrack. Need to make a game with the birds, right? I'm not gonna make a Mockingbird spin-off. I would play it. My bag, a faithful travel companion of several decades. Some of the notes I've taken, the information of them is not substantive enough and likely of no use. My notes are dog shit. They're no use to anyone. Seems to me she knows her fair share of both useless and useless facts. It's time to get down to business though. Hey, Strange Mortem, hi. Still need the backstory of the birds from the first game, exactly. They didn't give it back then. The useful notes on the table, I guess, yeah? Light is passing through the windows. It's hot outside, so I'll leave them closed. This summer. The summer in the 80s in Japan wasn't as hot as summer these days. Bright flowers. Suppose this is the embodiment of the Japanese concept wabi wabi, or however you say it. Wabi sabi, buddy. You nearly had it. Yeah, you're almost there. Wabi wabi. A hanging scroll perfectly complements the tatami room. The room may not have a dedicated alcove, but the scroll still really ties the room together. How lovely. Wabi wabi does sound cute, yeah. Wacky sabi like in King of the Hill. Each room is equipped with a mosquito trap. They tend to come in through the windows on hot days. It's a neat contraption. You just have to plug it in and place it. It will kill any nearby mosquitoes. Traps like these are reliable, as well as easier and safer than the combustible type. So they've gotten quite popular. It's nice that the hotel provides those. Nice little indent. Oh, a telephone. This phone can only be used to call the front desk. Outside calls are impossible. Not a very good telephone. I worried yesterday that Cersei might struggle to sleep on just a futon in a tatami room like this, but she looks well rested, so I suppose she's used to it. On the other hand, was too excited to get much sleep. Okay, so I guess these are all the things we should look at. Let me check in with Cersei first before we look at the important stuff. I like the instant mosquito repellents, the green swirly ones. I like them too, but I am always kind of afraid of fire hazards. They do look nice though. Well, I trust your strategizing is going well. Indeed, there are just a few things I have to check. Like what? Plugin must be a zapper one. I think so. It could be one of the ones that spreads the fog. Like the stinky stuff that like mosquitoes don't like, with like the lemon and stuff. A porcelain ashtray that came with the room. Ashtrays like these are found just about anywhere, so one can smoke without any worries. That being said, I've noticed people outside still simply dropping their cigarettes onto the ground. Well, I wasn't smoked to begin with. He's in the 80s and he doesn't smoke! Impossible! It was the 80s! Okay, so... we've got the sketch of the mermaid money that I found in our family storage. Bringing it along would have been out of the question, so I settled on just bringing a sketch. Oh, that's right. I still haven't told Cersei why I'm searching for mermaids. I should probably tell her then. Mermaid's a bit freaky, right? They'll be back then were born with a stick in their mouth, right? I mean, they're interesting looking notes, but neither of my parents did, so it's not impossible. I guess neither of my parents did either. Grandparents did though, but I guess it's true. Hey Alito, welcome in. This map looks quite old. Exactly, it's also a precise reason I've come to Mie. Put it simply, it's no ordinary map. It's a mermaid treasure map. Mermaid treasure map? Allow me to explain. Found this mermaid map in the family storage. I should explain to Cersei. Interesting. Oh, is this the business card from the guy we met earlier? It is. We managed to glean some surprisingly good information from that exchange. Oh, flashback! Oh! First things first. Let's head back to the inn. From there, we can plan our next move. Aww. I just get of the Fiji mermaid. The most famous mermaid mummy. Okay. Pardon me, but would the lovely lady and handsome gentleman be willing to spare me a moment? Why yes, the gentleman does have some time. I suppose that makes me the lady then. Oh, it's you. You've been following us for quite some time. Oh, he has? For how long? Since the Isekai shine, I believe. Truly? You could try to keep me apprised of things like this in the future, Cersei. He looks kinda cool. I like his, hair. And his face. He looks cool. You're trying to catch up to the present and we're going even back further into the flashback. My grandpa did. Actually, to be fair, my grandparents quit smoking when I was born. Because my mom said, straight up, you're not allowed to meet the grandkids unless you quit smoking already. Because I'd like grandpa and grandma to be alive for the children. So, yeah, my mom basically guilt tripped them into, stopping as well. It definitely helped. I mean, both of them are still alive, so. And in their 80s now, so they're, I think it probably definitely helped. It appears I wasn't as stealthy as I thought. My apologies for the indiscretion. But you see, the two of you have piqued my interest. Foreigners in Issa Bay searching for mermaids. Ugh, you overheard everything. How embarrassing. Avi, following won't lessen the embarrassment. But how rude of me. I ought to introduce myself. I'm an event planner here in Issei City. My name is Kipe Ikoma. You've heard that name before. Wasn't that one of the victims? Wasn't that one of the victims? The guy was in a sketch of the guy killed 6 years ago. I knew it. I'm trying to find the file back on that. Yeah, the last guy the housewife talked about. Exactly. I know he's gotta be in one of these files. Here. Kipe Ikoma. Yeah. This guy. The guy who died 6 years ago. Or at least went missing 6 years ago, supposedly. You're supposed to be dead. Could be something mimicking him. That's true. Oh, my paternal grandma smoked, but then they stopped because your parents lived with them. Fair. Seems to be a common story. Interesting. Well, that's very suspicious. Oh, a fancy business card and everything. What a charming fella. Yeah, especially if he's interested in foreigners researching mermaids. Exactly. Especially if he's been stalking them. To be fair, if he's been stalking them all day, that's already kind of suspicious. Let's see. Sala planning, eh? And it says here you're the CEO. I'm actually the only employee, so the title doesn't mean much. I see. I apologize for the rudeness, but I actually just ran out of business cards of my own. Did you ever have any? I had heard you need to carry business cards in Japan if you want to avoid looking suspicious, but I still forgot to bring any. Yeah, and you said sorry for the indiscretion. That's basically saying, I'm sorry you caught me, right? Why is he following us? He's surprisingly human and alive for a Fisk Corps, exactly. It's a freewheeling and forgetful man before you goes by the name Arnulf Barnum, a fancy author who is merely passing through. Do I have a business card? I do actually, somewhere. God knows where they are and which box, but I do have business cards somewhere, yeah. Do you believe me? Or am I too suspicious? Without a business card for proof, the verdict is yours alone to make. So you're an author, Mr. Barnum? He's so over the top. I love how silly he is. Hey, sweaty. Please, call me Avi. This is Cersei. She has studied more Japanese history than even the average Japanese citizen. It's a pleasure. If you'd like, I can list the top 100 of Isa's best features at any time. Aren't you the light? I was right to take an interest in the two of you. You have a Joe business card though? You know, I actually do. You know why? When you reach Twitch partner, they send 50 business cards to your house for free. Together with a little trophy that says you're Twitch partner. So technically I do, yeah. Technically I do. His nameplate was a tattoo on his neck. Oh my god, no. That would be funny though. Maybe he's... Oh, no, but they found his corpse. And they said that if immortals regrow there, the parts that were separated for them would disappear, no? He done a super formal business card exchange. In business, yeah. Hey, sweaty. Hey. Okay, so she's so deadpan. They're both so funny. Okay, Barnum like P.T. Barnum. I think that is probably what they named him after, because the Barnum in this game also got inspired to search for mermaids because of a mermaid mummy. I don't think he's like supposed to be the same Barnum because he's a fancy writer, but I think the name definitely took inspiration from P.T. Barnum, yeah. Most certainly. Okay. Wouldn't you just be a merman? You guys keep getting hung up on this, but you know in most folklore, mermaids just means both male and female mermaids, you guys. You know, in Japanese, ningyo isn't like necessarily, you know, women only. It just means human fish. It's only in English that like this distinction feels like it needs to be made, but in most, you know, stories it doesn't have to be. You know, just like regular maids. You know, it doesn't, you know, isn't limited to one or the other. Basically, the spirit inhabits a new body. Was ever said what happened to the original? I think it decayed and faded away. Mermaids often different fish people, exactly. Maybe Yoshitaka's appointed successor. Oh! No, Yamashina? You mean Yamashina? The old guy. Maybe. Could be. We only just met him, so it's possible. He's also in the business from the looks of it. There you go. Yeah, it's fine as a catch-all term in English. I don't think, you know, that's something that needs to be overly focused on in a murder mystery. Because I don't think that's, especially in a Japanese game, they're not gonna be worried about the semantics. Considering Ningyo doesn't even have that kind of implication. Okay. An ambitious young man, Kippei is both highly driven and extraordinarily tenacious when it comes to fulfilling his goals. He's currently planning a PR project themed on mermaids as a sightseeing attraction. Okay. But shouldn't you be dead? About 6 years ago, with the support of a wealthy tycoon, Yoshiatsu Yamashina, Kippei moved to Issei from the countryside with nothing but clothes on his back and eye to make a fortune. Okay, so if he's working for Yamashina, maybe because Yamashina is part of the mafia, or at least has connections to the mafia, right? Maybe like, you know, maybe this guy was like hiding away from him or from something, and like he had to get a new identity or something. And then they killed the real Kippei Koma, and then he's, you know, gave him his identity. Like, could even be through like the mafia stuff, because if that happened 6 years ago, maybe this guy was in need, you know, especially if he had nothing but the clothes on his back. So maybe he took, you know, the place and like had the real guy murdered. And especially since it was a guy nobody would miss. Hey devil, hey. Yeah. I mean, I guess if he was an immortal, it would impress the old guy as well too. But I'm thinking like, you know, they might be covering for the people that turn into fish or something. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, or maybe they were, you know, murders that the Yakuza did or something. And they're like, you know, covering for the murders by having like employees take their place. You know. So there is that too. But I guess we'll see, So he moved to east from the countryside with nothing but clothes on his back and an eye to making his fortune. This aggressiveness won him Yamashina's favor, and after several years spent building up experience as his assistant, the tycoon granted Kippei an investment with which he started his current company. Although Yamashina could be said to be particularly strict with him, this is a reflection of the high expectations he has for his fortune. So he's another one of Yamashina's protegates, just like Wakamura, which makes him kind of suspicious to begin with. Someone getting killed once a decade with the same course, would that mean that people keep him getting replaced? I mean, potentially, yeah. Potentially. And like getting their identity stolen, I suppose. I think so. Yeah. I might be overthinking it, but 6 years ago is quite interesting too. After they said that the Yao Bikuni probably spent 6 years per location she traveled to, as an immortal before she would move again. Maybe that's overthinking it, but I'm just saying that is a commonality, you know. Like and like if you were an immortal, it would make sense to, like, you know, kill somebody and take their identity if you're moving around. So you'd have like an ID card and stuff. Is that why you moved last year? Most actually after roughly 5 years of living there. He doesn't look like a sexy bikini nun though. That's the one, you know, spork in the engine. Seems a bit excessive, but I might be overthinking it, but you know, you gotta look at every angle. It could be just the 12s up. I mean, to be fair, I think 6 years could just be 6 years, but what I missed when I was at work. Mostly explanations about the Ise region and the Heike. Mostly. Because someone begs the question why. I mean, it's not a she in this case, it would be a he who killed somebody. But being hunted down is not excessive, yeah? Does sound impossible, just a bit weird. Well, if you're an immortal who needs a new ID card so you can get a job, you gotta take on somebody's identity, right? Combine all of those. Fish, a mermaid, a mortal monster, and parsing as a dead man. I'm just saying, it's possible. Forgive me for my bluntness, but would you mind sparing me a few moments? I'd love to talk a little longer. I suppose it could be arranged. So this young man is actually a CEO. I'm not sure I'd call him young. His gaze has a piercing quality to it, and there's something off about his smile. Everything about him feels older than he looks. He's quite handsome though. Seems to be more polite than to murder random strangers. Well, it might not be random, it might have been pre-selected. Mermaid occasionally murders someone to take on their identity. Well, it might not be a mermaid, it might be an immortal instead of a mermaid, you know. The mermaid might just be swimming somewhere. But if you, like, were an immortal, then, you know. This could just be a red herring, but, you know. Either way, we know that this guy has the same name as that guy. And that is suspicious. And that is suspicious, you know? That's the important part. And CEO does lend credence to him being a mortal of some kind. I mean, that's not necessarily the part that I find suspicious, because there are CEOs who aren't immortal, but... But that's, it sounds like he just got, like, Yakuza investment to start his own company from his backstory. And started his own company, yeah. CEO of a one-man company is technically something anybody can do. Might not make you successful, but yeah. that I don't think is necessarily a hint at immortality. Gust of Winds graces lovely observation deck. Okay. Let's look for birds. Like you see, Zio does lend credence to him being capable of murder. I thought she was totally absorbed in her sightseeing and she noticed we are being tailed. Impressive if I do say so myself. What do you think, Cersei? Looks like a scammer who targets foreign tourists. I mean... feels like a scammer who targets foreign tourists. Quite a blunt one, aren't you, young lady? What do you think, Cersei? Tell him, Cersei. Tell this suspected murderer. Blunt just like me. Yeah. Hi, Grabner. Hi. I believe these oversized suits, known as soft suits, are currently quite popular in Japan. Perhaps he's trying to be taken seriously as a CEO. He's certainly putting in a lot of effort into his appearance. I mean, he does have very nicely styled hair. I like how they drew him. Unfortunately, he may be a murderer. But I do like his character design. It's considering how much he's like Junio. I used to have problems with like being too blunt too. He's also kind of jacked, right? We can overlook the murdering. The truth is, I'm currently planning a promotional tourism campaign for the Tashima region. Has murder stopped you before? Not necessarily. Pros, he's slaying. Cons, he may be slaying. Kusamaru, follow Arigato. The follow on long-existing company is actually run by the same guy for decades, pretending he's his own descendant. That's an established quote, but I don't think it's the case here. That's true. I was thinking of using mermaid legends as the centerpiece of the campaign. Mermaids, huh? I'm sure you're already quite aware of the mermaid legends of Ise Bay, yes? I thought we could hold events and exhibitions centered around such legends to attract tourists. I see, so that's why you're interested in the mermaids. Additionally, the Tashima region is also famous for its pearls. I believe mermaids and pearls naturally complement each other. True, there's also the famous legend that mermaids' tears turn into pearls when they are washed away by the ocean. Aha, such a story would do wonders for driving tourism to the area. There you go. Note 548 on how to track the Imiyoshi become a serial killer. So in Japanese just follow. When it comes to social media, yes. When it comes to the verb of like chasing somebody down, no. But for social media, yes. Actually quietly because I promised bikini nuns, but I'm starting to lose hope. Guys, the bikini nuns, I'm afraid they're based on a misunderstanding. Being a twitch if you make me cry. My tears don't turn into pills, I'm afraid. Seems she's deployed to find someone she wants to impersonate. What do you think the spreadsheet is for? There are over 100 bikini nuns, surely there's some left. I'm afraid all the bikini nuns are gone. I'm keeping them all to myself. Does this project mean you are knowledgeable about mermaids in Ise then, Mr. Ikoma? I suppose it does. I know a fair bit. I like his serious thinking face. Oh yes, okay. I really like his smug face, but this is the face that convinced me he's a villain. I know a villain when I see one. I love this smug face, but that has convinced me he is evil. The problem is exactly because I like this expression, I now know he's a villain. That seals the deal. For example, there are some merchant legends that most people have never heard of. I mean, trying to draw the bikini nun, but I'm really stuck with art today. Nobody knows to see. Oh, do share. A long time ago, there was an island south of Kamishima known as Tashima. Have you heard of it? I'm afraid I haven't. It rings a bell. It was also called Tashima by some. That's absolutely right. It is said that once upon a time, 3 mermaids lived on Tashima. Whoa, 3 of them. Tell me, were these human mermaids or fish mermaids? Human mermaids. I suppose their upper bodies were human, so I suppose you could describe them as such. I see. Then I would separate them from the 3 mermaids discovered in Betsoho during the Heian period. I like how Avi, made up the terms fish mermaid and human mermaid. And he's just asking everybody he meets as if they're supposed to know what that means. Because it's it's just a distinction he made up. He just without explaining it, you know. It's rather obvious, but I it does make me wonder. I'd have to see what the Japanese is. I wonder if it's obvious enough in Japanese too, but it's trying to make it catch on. I see. Then that would separate them from the 3 mermaids discovered in Betsuho during the Heian period. Oh, this is the first I've heard of this tale. I'm half a human mermaid, yeah. I'm an Umi mermaid or an Ushi mermaid. I'm both. Half Ushi, half Umi. Source, he made it up. Are you manfish or fishman? Oh, this is the first I've heard of this tale. However, Tashima sank about 400 years ago during a natural disaster. The mermaids seem to have vanished after that. What? That's such a shame. Regardless, it's said that the 3 mermaids were named Sobai, Nagame, and Hayase. I did hear a bit about that before. Hey, Cerberus. And do we see the reverse mermaids? I don't think we have them so far. So the mermaids were named too, huh? That definitely adds to the authenticity of the story. Pardon me, Mr. Ikoma. I never came across such concrete information. Where did you learn this? Don't blame me for questioning my sources. I also haven't managed to find any records of this tale. You see, the story was passed down through word of mouth. As it turns out, there was a single man who managed to escape the island's destruction. His descendants have kept the legend alive. Aha! So it's one of those descendants you heard the story from? So, Somakawa then? Or is this how these guys get introduced to Somakawa? Half Umi, half Ushi, he must be some court of freak? I saw Eternal Eternus Persona 5 collab. I don't even know the game, so I guess it's gonna die, yeah. Okay. So that must be the Somakawa guy. That's right, they live a modest private life these days. When the story comes straight from a descendant like that, it does lend some credibility. Amazing, a brand new mermaid legend? The real question is why? Why? There's a long history of people making up legends to drive tourism. Such stories linger on despite their veracity being entirely unverifiable. I suppose. Is something the matter? It's nothing. It's nothing. I like how they're just being rude right in front of him. We should take a tale with a pinch of salt until we can identify its source. Right. So addicted my clothes and hair, a little damp. Oh no! Hope you can get inside soon. I would love to inquire deeper about these Tashima mermaids. If you don't mind, could you share the identity of this descendant you speak of? My apologies, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige. She is not the friendliest sort. Frankly, even I have trouble getting her to open up. No matter how many times I visit her, I always feel like I'm only getting part of the story. I see, that's a real shame. Now, this may not be much consolation, but I have another interesting rumor from this descendant to share. Oh, I'm all ears. It concerns one of the rumored Tashima mermaids. It is said that a few decades ago, one of the mermaids turned human and now lives among us. No kidding! She became human. Does ring a bell though, Sato. No, Somakawa is one of the descendants. Which means that, like, Yusa's mother is also one of the descendants. And I guess Yusa is a descendant too. In that case, yeah. The mermaid that turned human could theoretically be Sato, but we're thinking Yusa's mom. Honestly, I'm still thinking like detective lady, Shiki. Yumiko. They verify us by talking to the MC. I think so, yeah. They did like ask MC about his mother. It would explain why they're going around the island asking about his mom. MC's a descendant. Wonder how many people in that period would speak English. I don't think they're speaking in English today. I have to assume that for some reason, like, I understand her. She's a massive weeb, so her Japanese would be good. I find it hard to believe Avi has like perfect Japanese, but maybe he had like really good study. I don't know. Like, you know, she's a massive weep on like historical exchange and like studying in Japan, so her Japanese is probably okay, but love to post an expressionist or so over the top, right? Avi is a bit of a weep too, and he's a full-time traveler, so maybe he like picks up languages easily. He's a writer as well, and he explores the world a lot, so he must have studied before coming here. Oh, between themselves. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, just pretend Cersei is doing translation duty. I guess when they're talking between themselves, they might be speaking English, which could be the reason why Ikoma doesn't understand them. Does ring a bell, though. Why, that is exactly the story of the Little Mermaid. What an exciting discovery. You say this was only a few decades ago? That makes it quite recent. This former mermaid could even be walking among the people here as we speak. The story is true, then yes. However, I can see that even I find the story hard to believe. Maybe that's why it's so over the top. Maybe he's using exaggerated Japanese. Could be, could be. Or very literary stuff. You need to change the foreign country. You can talk to someone right in front of their face and they won't understand. True, true. It's a little fantastical. There really were mermaids in Tashima 400 years ago, and I could provide us with valuable new information. By the way, may I ask why you're searching for Ise-based mermaids, Avi? No particular reason. I just thought it'd be fun to wander through some sightseeing areas related to mermaid folklore, that's all. I see. Well, since you've traveled all the way to Japan to sightsee, I'd love to ask you some questions. Was there anything missing from the areas you visited that you think might have made your trip more enjoyable? More mermaids, personally. I think would have been a big plus. What about those photo spots you put your face in? I know those, I love them! Really? Are they that interesting? They're a Japanese tourism classic. It would be nice to see more of them. Agreed. If I saw one, I would certainly take a photo with it. Oh, and please sell more of those little pennant flags. I can't resist them. I see. I'd really appreciate the input. Perhaps things are fine as they are. No, that's the authentic, you know. An authentic, you know, tourist input. Yeah, the sexy kinds. Like, you know, with like, you know, the bikinis. You stick your face in it. And one's a bikini and one's a monkey. You know? Would I like more Avi or Richter? Probably still Richter at the moment, but Avi is very fun too. They're both so silly. They're so enthusiastically touristic. It's very funny. Okay. Should you discover anything new regarding the area's mermaids, please let me know. Understood. We hope you'll do the same for us. Oh, hey, Cici. Hey. Jeff kills the Satan. Who's Jeff? Like Jeff the Killer? Welcome in. Hope you guys had a good stream. We're playing games and demos. What were you playing? Oh, it was a Jeff the Killer thing. Hey, Snow. Hey, Sevens. Welcome in. Jeff the Killer, actually. Okay. Were you doing like flash games or something? Jeff the kills you. How you doing? Hey, sir. Welcome in, everybody. Creepypasta Land. Is that the name of the game? Haven't heard of it, I'm afraid. But I hope you guys had a good time. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Jorunna. I'm Sea Bunny. I play retro games to art sometimes, and today I'm doing neither of those. Because this is actually a recent game I was just very excited for. Because I really like the first Paranormasight. For people who don't know this game, it's kind of like a murder mystery with the paranormal in it. And it's this one has mermaids. Like me! I'm a mermaid. Now you can't really tell right now, but if I zoom out a little bit. See? Aha! You see? The Jeff the Killer kills you for playing a different game. I see. From the ancient times of 2013. Gotcha. Please don't curse us, Miss Mermaid. Can I have a bite? Now the thing is, you know, you can eat a mermaid, but it will curse you. It never ends well, and also I'm poisonous. I'm not like a fish mermaid, I'm a sea slug mermaid. And I'm covered in poison. Hey, Nagiku, hi. I could curse you to become fish. You know, big fat tail, yep. Hey, Effort, welcome in. Darren doesn't get you again, I'm afraid so. But yes. If Lonely still saw you singing, I'd be tempted to crash the ship. Thank you, I appreciate it. You know, it's all about crashing ships. Not quality of song, really. I'm already a fish. Perfect. Could watch you for over 800 years, that's true, but you would be cursed, you know. I build my resistance, I'm not afraid. You probably should be. At least a little bit afraid. That what bone removal is. Curse us to be fish. Basically, to become bun. It's my curse of bun, basically. Poison would grant a more merciful death than eating rotted mermaid flesh. Well, it would be a quick death at least. Deep sea predator claw. Yeah, I'm like one of those lantern fish. You know, anglerfish. You know, just going like, hey, hiya raiders. It's safe down here. Don't you like pretty lights? You should swim closer. The light is safe, isn't it? You should get closer. Come join us. Hey, Macmin, welcome in. I live for 800 years. Can't you have to kill people from time to time to take their place? Pretty much. But yeah, we're currently investigating mermaids. Welcome in, please come and join us. Well, it's about time for us to get going. Yes, of course, thank you. And I apologize again for taking so much of your time. Actually, since you've come all the way to Japan, if anything happens to you during your vacation here, or you need any other help at all, please feel free to give me a call. I'm quite familiar with all sorts of businesses in the area. For example, I could put you in touch with someone should you be looking to interview ama divers. Oh really, that's very kind. Not just saying that as a formality, are you? A free-spirited lad like myself will not hesitate to take you up on an offer like this. I will call you America! That's right, don't hand out your business cards lightly. Avi will not hesitate. He will take advantage. Please, do not hold back. I'll leave you to your sightseeing. Please have a good time. Careful, last time swing close, he bonked me. You probably deserved it. Showed up to give free information. I mean, Mr. taking on a dead man's personality definitely has, you know, probably more reasons to be stalking us. He's kind of suspicious. It's a good pose, right? The finger point. Avi has a lot of good poses. Actually, most characters in this game. And mermaids really did live on Tashima. It's certainly worth investigating. See Koma's business card. He's the CEO of an event planning company we went into earlier. Okay. I see. I found this mermaid treasure map in the family storage. I should explain to Cersei. Okay, guess we're gonna start talking to her now. Okay, you guys want to talk about the map or the mermaids? Guess we can start with the map first. I found this map in the old family storage. It was left behind by my great-grandmother. If she's your great-grandmother, then we'll make her my great-grandmother's sister. I heard she was exiled from the Lunalite family because of her eccentricities. Ah, sounds like she was awesome. I mean, how eccentric do you have to be like exiled from a family of exorcist wizards? Like, she must have been quite mad. That's correct. She was quite fond of the occult and amassed a number of suspicious curios over her lifetime. More than Avi. I mean, Avi might have inherited it. Hey, Okino. Yeah, hey, maybe she was a warlock. As a child, I loved searching through the storehouse that housed her collection. It was like a treasure hunt of wonders. A demon's tail, a yeti's bone, a book of black magic, Ogopogo's tooth, a piece of UFO, a crystal skull. I cannot vouch that any of it was authentic, but it was still so exciting to look through. It's no exaggeration when I say that this very storehouse is what led me down the path of becoming a fantasy author. I suppose that's the kind of formative experience an occult writer needs. Loki, thank you for the follow. You usually get excited if you summon demons or raise the undead, right? Just kept going to the forest drawing demon summoning circles. Can't hear you, that necklace is very distracted. Oh, that's okay. I'll just try looking at the game instead. Matthew, thank you for the follow, welcome in. Just so, I have to thank my great-grandmother. She's the reason I can put food on the table. And among the items in that collection was this. I see, a mermaid mummy. Precisely. They were rather prevalent at sideshows and like all over the world in the 19th century. Mermaid mummies from Japan were quite popular because of their high quality. A number of them even made their way to Europe. This one probably made its way to the family storage around that time. It was probably passed from one seller to another until it ended up in my great-grandmother's hands. How are you so sure it was made in Japan? Well, you see, I gave this mummy a thorough investigation. Even took it apart. Sure enough, it was made of wood and paper clay. But lo and behold, I also found this map inside. Dun dun dun. Hey, MP. Thank you for always being there. Of course, of course. Thank you guys for always being there too. So you can tell this one's a curse, not a mermaid. I mean, he doesn't know about the cursed mermaids. Remember? Like, the ones who know about the curse are the detectives, but I think he technically doesn't know. I don't think he's aware about what the curse does to people. He just believes there's a difference between fish mermaids and human mermaids. Found the Made in Japan tag, yeah. So this is the mermaid that, like, yeah, but just because he knows, he just believes there's a difference between fish mermaids. He doesn't know that the fish mermaids are cursed. That's what we know. He just made two categories to divide, you know, the ones that are more fish than humans and the ones that are more human than fish in mythology. But I don't believe he technically knows why. You know, he just knows that there's two different types. What else was I gonna say again? Oh, right. This is the map that Soda was looking for. Yeah, it could just be two different species instead, exactly. He knows nothing about the curse, at least that we know of. I think he would have brought it up by now. Truly, you found the map inside a mummy. Whoever made it all those years ago must have snuck the map inside. I doubt my great-grandmother had the slightest idea it was even in there. It's an incredible discovery. It's simply tantalizing, is it not? There's not a doubt in my mind that it will lead to the most thrilling discovery. So then, why do you call this mermaid treasure map? Well, it was hidden inside a mermaid mummy, so it follows it must be a treasure map of sorts, no? I see. Your enthusiasm has carried you quite a ways from home. I'm impressed. Thank you. I have no doubt that treasure lies somewhere in Issa Bay. What a shame there's no X to mark the spot. Indeed, and this leads us to our first conundrum. Any ideas on how to decipher this map, Cersei? Put me on the spot, why don't you? It does look like something is written here. Do you know what it says? Oh, that part. The illegible smudge. I actually did some research on that. Apparently it says, search the 95th. Search the 95th? That sure makes it sound like it leads to a secret location of some sort. Yes, it must be related to mermaids. Aren't you just itching to find it? You know it. I knew it. I'm counting on you to help me solve the map's riddle. Actually, that symbol, haven't we seen that before? Is that like the seal we unlocked in the beginning minigame? Because that looks kind of familiar. It was, that's what I thought, right? Oh wait, I just remembered. You said you can douse, no? Can't you just douse for the treasure? Then we can just skip this whole map and riddle business altogether. I apologize, but that's impossible. Really? But why? Dowsing is usually used to find waterways, veins of war, and other such things. My dowsing, however, can be used to find people or objects imbued with spiritual power. Not sure it's the same, but definitely resembles it, right? However, I must be familiar with the spiritual power that I'm looking for. I see, in other words, you won't be able to find a treasure you've never seen or heard of. Yes, the distance from which I can detect the source also depends on how strong the spiritual power is. It's not quite the superpower I thought it was. I say we've had enough of this diversion. Let's get back to investigating your map. Okay, let's go back to investigating our map, baby! Okay, let's pick it up then. Oh? Did you notice something? Looks like something's written on the other side. I see. I knew I must have missed something. Avi, are you saying you are as much of an idiot that you never flipped your map around? Avi! Avi! What kind of... a stupido! You never flipped your map! Avi! Do your research properly! I'd say it's... I should carefully hold the edge when I want to look at the other side. Avi! Oh, that looks like constellations. Looks like the night sky. Oh, wait! Is that the summer triangle that we just conveniently learned about earlier? Hold on. Take a close look at all the spots in the back of the map. Oh, those? I dismissed them as a bunch of stains. Avi! Do you really think that's all they are? Avi! Strength 2, Ohio! Takes apart the whole mermaid's mummy and fails to flip the back of the map. Isn't it my freckles? My freckles leads to the treasure. It's just mold. The phrase search the 95th is written on a map around the location of Ise province. Okay. Map. It's a map of Ise Bay. Judging from its condition, it's quite old. If I were to guess, I would say it's over 100 years old. No, perhaps even more than 200 years old. I wonder how old it really is. Symbol. Cersei, do you recognize the symbol on the lower right? It appears quite similar to Sanskrit. However, I don't recall a character quite like this one. Maybe a mark unique to the cartographer, like a signature. If that's the case, it's irrelevant to our investigation. I agree, but my opinion will change. Should we come across a symbol elsewhere? Hi, General, thank you. Hey. Maybe it might be me. When you said flip the map, I thought you meant upside down. I flipped Joe around before to see if there's freckles in the back spell out something. You guys will never know about the secret back freckles. Wash your face one morning, map the tower, and all your freckles migrate. Oh no, you are just dirty. 95 on the compass or something? Could be. Like maybe latitude, longitude. Study the freckles to see if they lead to any treasure. Nay. Look close, isn't it Tashima? You're right, it depicts an island to the south of Kamishima. Safe to assume this map was made before Tashima sank then. Makes it over 400 years old. Made during the Sengoku period. Incredible. Okay. Just checking. Got nothing more to say about that. Oh, spots. Something about the spots feels familiar. I mean, it's definitely like the summer triangle. Want to touch the back of freckles. Oh wait, I can move. Hold on. Oh, is this gonna be a lighting? Yes, it is. See the freckles, the spots come through. Okay. I'm guessing we need to Eureka when we hold it up to the light. But let's do it if we don't, and see if we say something stupid. Eureka! Inspiration strikes! I figured it out! Did you? Where's the treasure? Gonna say just a random spot. Have no doubts, it is here. Behold! Huh? Why there? It felt right. I hope you don't mind my asking, but would you care to show me a more definite location? Ah, dang it. I may be less inspiration struck than I first assumed. I'll have to think on this a bit more. Okay, we can hold it up to the window too. Okay, now I'm guessing it will probably be under one of the summer triangle stars then, right? That would make sense. Okay. Like that one. No doubt. Here, behold! Oh yes. The map is very lovely and see-through. Are you sure that's the spot though? I may be less inspiration struck than I first assumed. I have to think of this more. Okay, it's not that one. I'm fine now. No more mistakes for me. You figured it out. This here, behold! Oh, what makes you say so? Why, it's simple. This very spot marks the answer to our riddle. So is that Altair? Right? As far as the stars go. Allow me to explain. You see, the 95th in the riddle must refer to the 95th tale in the Tales of Oh! Ah, yes. I knew that. Indeed, I wasn't just looking at the constellations on the back. I may have skipped a step. Oh, I get it. It says search the 95th on the area of Ise. Sasuga. Let's quickly look at that story. Lined up with her face. Eureka! These marks are your freckles. You are the chosen one. Hold on. Make the Tales of Ise. Yes. Yes. I knew that. We read these. Oh, yeah, this is the tale of Hikoboshi. Look, I just skipped a few stats because I figured out it was Hikoboshi just from looking at the constellation because it looked like the summer triangle. You know, I didn't have to look. I didn't have to look at the Tales of Issa to know that was Hikoboshi nor Altair. I just knew these things. I didn't even need a clue. That's right. Like, where? Thank you for the follow. You know, the clue was wasted on me. I can just tell, you know, from constellations and stuff. There you go. Sometimes it was the obvious thing for a bunch of dots. Yeah, exactly. After it was just brought up, you know. I was gonna exclaim your week and poke on one of your freckles until you get mad at me. Depends on your reasoning. Okay, 95th must be the Tales of Ise. And the title of the tale is none other than Hikoboshi. Haha. Next, note how the summer triangle constellation is drawn on the back. Location of Hikoboshi or Altair corresponds to this very spot on the map. That's how I acted when I solved this. I just bumbled my into voting Hikoboshi and it was the right answer. Right? It's like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. Incredible. I should have expected nothing less. You truly are a genius, Avi. Yeah. Oh, and sleep tight, Rex. I see bunny dreams. Eh, nothing compares to the wash of a breakthrough. Let's keep riding this high. Okay, well, I figured it was one of the stars, so. Okay. Figured out where the treasure lies. I'm quite keen to investigate further, but I should confirm some other matters first. Okay. You may know where to look, but it's far too large an area to just start searching. Post record. Oh, this is what Joe is so cute. Aww. I'm afraid that is not a good enough hypothesis. I mean, just literally the PG Mermaid hoax, it is. You know? He's not called Barnum for nothing. Okay. To be frank, I didn't just come here to solve the map's riddle. My real goal is to find an actual mermaid. Ah yes, I had a feeling that was it. So you already knew. Exorcists sure have some keen instincts. I mean, you haven't really been hiding it, but... What will you do if you find a mermaid? Do you want to become immortal? I suppose. Might as well, considering all the trouble finding one will be. The reasoning is unexpectedly uninspired. Simple though it may be, I find the idea quite romantic. Akin to ascending to a new stage of humanity. Sure, I guess. I take it you disagree with my thinking, Cersei. I fail to see why my opinion should matter here. What you do is your decision to make. Vaguely threatening birds in the background. Watching over us. What you do is your decision to make. I'm not certain an immortal can still be called human. Still, the decision is irrelevant to my duty, so I will try not to interfere. Actually, meeting an immortal will be a rare once-in-a-lifetime chance. Please transcend humanity and let me examine you. I prefer if you didn't speak of me like a research specimen, but I'll overlook it for now. I do wonder if immortality would actually bring you any happiness. When you look at old folktales, it tends to be less of a blessing and more of a curse. Geez, don't say it after I already made up my mind and everything. Well, I'm sure you'll be alright. You tire of immortality, you need only embark on a journey, like a modern-day Yao Bikuni. That's one way to look at it. I think the numb part might be an issue. Well, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. There's no immortality to be had till I find a mermaid flesh to bite into. Let's start there. Understood. I'm also quite interested in finding a mermaid myself. And then the turtle giving you a stink eye. The turtle is kinda cute though, he's just sleepy. Awesome paranormal detective duo, evil and intimidating bird. Exactly, it's like that meme. As Davi mentioned looking for treasure related to the mermaids. I think he did, yeah, but that was further into the future. What's going to happen with Cersei later? She seems least suspicious so far, which makes her more suspicious. Right. I mean, maybe she's just an innocent, toony weeb. You know. Why would you suspect such a sweet, innocent weeb? She's just like me. I would never be evil. How do you know if things happiness or not? It's just mortal scoping. Could be, right. As an immortal, I think that's your scope. Immortality, but only as long as you wear the Yao Bikuni. No thanks. Not worth the sacrifice. The expression on the turtle is definitely someone in the room farted and can't prove it was you. He's just sleepy. Hey, Booster. Teach you for occultism tourism. Exactly. Even if we were to search the area on the map, it's in the middle of the sea. How are you supposed to search a place like that? You know, it actually occurs to me. When I was roughly her age, one time for the school Halloween party, I actually dressed up in a vampire in an outfit that looked a lot like this. Now I think about it, it was also like, you know, black and purple, long white sleeves. It was actually very similar. I think he even had like a necklace with gem on it. I looked more or less identical, I think. It's not like, it wasn't a shrine priestessy, because obviously it was a vampire outfit, but honestly, not far off. Hey, Pyro, hey. But yes, he definitely has the exorcist fight going for her, which is very cool. Still expect of Afi of taking Sakawa out to sea. Yeah. Or her getting killed somehow there. He decided must have to saw and vividly remembered you. Exactly. You know, I did win. Because my outfit was honestly far more high effort than anybody else in school bothered to put together. I even wore contacts, which was very rare back in the day. Because you still had to get them like custom ordered through your optician instead of something you could just buy anywhere. So, you know, I did win. I got a whole box of like fancy chocolates. Like, you know, like the tin bars, what do you call them? With like different flavors, a whole box of those. Shine just happened to be on a Netherlands trip on Halloween. This inspiration would lead directly to the game, exactly. Cersei Luna Knight, inspired by Jorunna Fantasy. Eat them on the same day? I didn't. I shared some with my mom. As a kid, I used to pack peanuts in my pocket to eat later. Oh, I'm sorry you forgot to eat them though. I hope they didn't mold. How are you supposed to search a place like that? 8-9% of them a day? I didn't. Looking for an unknown object somewhere on the large swath of seafloor seems like an impossible task. You're right, it does sound difficult. You might have to ask our friendly CEO for help. He did give us his card. However, wouldn't that mean we'd have to inform him of the map? No other way about it. In addition, should we find anything else? In addition, should we find anything? I imagine he'll expect a share of the spoils. I mean, to be fair, these two are not going to be able to, like, search the seafloor, so I think we kind of do need help. You know, even if we're gonna have to, like, report our findings, there's not much of a way about it. And you still get the hairstyle. I can, actually. My hair is still the right length for it. It's more or less what I've got going on right now, actually. Hey, Uber, hey. In addition, should we find anything, I imagine he'll expect a share of the spoils. Really want to keep it all to myself. Sharing is the worst. I understand, but I have no other options. It's a shame, but I suppose you're right. We should contact him as soon as we can. Okay, so we're gonna go diving. Secret cute diver girl, so we can finally find something on the scallops. I think so too. We should get to Casa. Even someone asked me to share my one burger, right? Okay, new bird. This was all about, baby. Don Heron. It's really out of character for Avi. I think it might just be realistic. Because, like, you know, I really want to keep it all to myself. Sharing is the worst. But at the same time, is he gonna dive? We don't have a sub. I think, you know, without connections. God, the soundtrack for the birds is the funniest. The maverick leader of the tight-knit delinquent crew rebels roosts. Temperamental by nature, he often flares the impressive crest on his head to intimidate intruders on his turf. Although long-term rivals with the Ocean Outlaws hooligan gang, In recent days, he's also found his feathers ruffled by the increasingly bold antics of Blue's brutal beaks, pushing his patience to the limits. Okay. The sign goes hard. It goes so hard. All these birds are so good. Logic, thank you for the follow. Get the peanuts. I mean, peanuts are a good snack though. Hey, Whiskla. Hey. Okay, let's start treasure hunting. How's this connect to how to fall boyfriends? Hopefully we'll find out in the spin-off. Bird Mafia is so good. It makes me wish the first game had like, you know, profile summaries for all the birds. Next day. Ring. Hello, this is Ikoma. I'm calling about the C4 investigation. I asked an Amadive to investigate the area because I was keen to get results as soon as possible. However, she has not returned. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh! Welcome in, Raiders! You are just in time for potential murder. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. How was your stream? Hey. Luigi's Mansion! I love that game. Let's go! 1-5 takes Sakawa out to sea to help with retrieving the treasure and then he kills her because he doesn't want to share. I mean, possible, I guess. This was the first thing of the trailer. That's true, actually, yeah. Hi, everyone. Hey, Raiders. I'm Jorunna. I'm a sea bunny. I play retro games sometimes. And today we're doing neither of those. We're playing Paranormasight, which is a game I was very excited for. It's a game about, you know, murder, mermaids, curses, and all that kind of stuff. And it's basically like an extended, you know, mystery novel that we're solving over here. So I hope you guys had a good time at Luigi's Mansion. Good game. My first time playing it. Oh, it's so much fun. I'm glad you get to go through it fresh. It's like a blast playing and discovering. There's also 120 nuns in bikinis, so they say. Not to be confused with Murder Mage, yeah? But unfortunately, somebody might have just gotten lost at sea. So that's where we're at now. We got a call. The location of our treasure map. Had something bad happen. Which is why we're headed out there ourselves to assess the situation. We've nothing else to do after all. So he asked an Amadive to investigate the seafloor in this area. I guess in a place like this it would be faster to hire an Ama than a regular diver. Even in this age you can still get Amas to do contracted dives, huh? It appears she was contracted to investigate for about an hour, at which point she was to return, even if empty-handed. I suppose the intent was just for her to survey the area to start with. However, several hours passed with no word from the diver. I see why Ikoma is worried. I'll start by checking out the location. You can request a police search after if need be. Cersei, do you have a bad feeling about this? I do. Ever since we first heard about it. I see. There's a strong negative spirit energy in the air that has only intensified as we approach the spot. The diver didn't make it back. Is it safe for us to go? I have a talisman that repels evil. It should be fine. Now if you say so, worst comes to worst. We'll reunite in the afterlife. Understood. Leave it to me. Gats, I thought the sea spray was fire. It's a bit fiery looking. I do agree. There's something there. We have 121 wows and bikinis. I would not mind that. That must be the Amadiver's boat. There doesn't appear to be anyone around. How unsettling. You're right. There's something terrible here. Is it really that bad? It is. I can tell even from this distance. It's coming from the bucket. It's saturated with a sinister spiritual energy. Some real powerful curse inside. Oh, and that's a symbol. That's a symbol on the map, isn't it? Inside the bucket? Does that mean that Amadiver found something on the seafloor and brought it up to the surface? And perhaps succumbed to the curse while trying to get out. Ah, so this thing might have killed the diver. What's an Amadiver? A diver whom you can ask anything. An Amadiver, Ama are traditional type of divers that live in Japan. Who would go free dive basically for, you know, seafood, pearls, etc, etc. And that is basically what they are. They're called Ama. And it's, you know, separated from other divers because they often swim without equipment, for example. So no like extra oxygen or flippers or anything. It's basically a type of Japanese diver that has like a very long historical history of free diving for, you know, seafood and pearls. Is that the box from Urashima Legends? It might be, yeah. It is wooden. As long as it's not amateur diver. I don't think so. It's a very long historic profession and you have to like apprentice and learn for quite a while to, you know, be allowed to do it, I think, and get a permit. Yeah, they might go down with a knife, but that's about it. It stinks, right? I don't think it's actually the box from Urashima Legend, because... Didn't Sakawa have that one? I guess it wasn't confirmed, but he already had it 5 years ago, if that's the one. And perhaps it succumbed to the curse while trying to get it out. Yes, unfortunately. So we cannot say for certain what misfortune this curse may call forth. I need to remain cautious. Can you dispel curses, Cersei? Depends on the curse itself, but I believe I may be able to handle one of this caliber. That's a relief. Is it really safe for us to approach that boat, though? Yes, it's fine. For me, at least. Understood. If anything happens to me, then I'll leave the rest to you. It does look a bit like fire when they move, the splash. Oh my, there's a small metal box in the bucket. This has to be the source. Can we take it? Yes, provided I can overpower the malice it's engulfed in. Ha! That was it. Should be safe to touch now. I'll leave that part to you. No problem. It's pretty heavy. What do you think this box is exactly? Appears to be quite old. Likely dates back to the same time period as your map. Here, take a look at the symbol on top of the box. Do you recognize from somewhere? We were getting the meta knowledge, which means that much like the first game, yeah, how would we know that? Unless we are a spirit possessing Avi and pushing him to say or make choices. Hold on. Let me save. Let me save. I think I saw it on the seafloor. Excuse me? What? How? When would you have seen anything on the seafloor? Huh? Did I say that? Or you joke all the time? The symbol matched the one we found on the map. Oh, you're right, it's identical. You know, the first game played with a bit of that too, so... Oh, it's that strange symbol we saw on the map. It's just fair to say that the map was leading us towards this exact box. It only makes its identity all the more intriguing. There's some strange lines on the side. Perhaps it's some sort of pattern. Looks like the ocean. Or like islands in the ocean. It appears to open from the top, but it's not budging at all. It'll take quite a lot of strength to force it open. Yeah, it seems like the horizon. Meta knowledge by safe scanning, immersion broken. Well, I mean, I knew what would be the right answer there, but I want to see what he'd say. But yeah, it looks like the horizon. I believe this box has been sealed with powerful spiritual energy. It's probably sealed by a skilled sorcerer a long time ago. I doubt it will open by any normal means. I can feel something shifting whenever I turn it. Must be some kind of mechanism inside. I suppose you'll want to align the box with the spiritual energy of this place. In English, please. Yeah, it also has dots on the sides. I saw that too. So that's probably the order. It's likely that the mechanism for unlocking the box is activated by orientating the box in the right direction in the right order. I see, so I have to figure out where to point it. Leave it to me. Okay. While getting rocked by the waves in a small boat like this might make her seasick. But she looks fine so far. I had no idea we'd encountered the curse today. It's a good thing Cersei was here. It's possible this area is key to getting the box open, so we should try to figure it out before leaving. Got it. Any birds? The weather is great and the sea is calm, yet there's something unsettling in the air. Yeah, I feel it too. Are you trying to scare me? A fishing boat. The boat of the Amadive who found the metal box. There's not a trace of life left on it. According to Ikoma, the Amadiver went to investigate alone without a companion to mind the boat. I swallowed my fear and tucked in the rope early on the off chance that she was still down there somewhere. Pulled up the whole length of road, but no one was tied to it. Could be the one Ama who got turned into a fish. You know, the first fish corpse. That was like fish from the shoulders down. What color would I like my non-outfit? Classic black, please. Little landlubber girl without sailing experience, not getting seasick. Might she be a mermaid? She might be using a magic spell, actually. The closest shore to us is the east side of the Tashima Peninsula. This does seem like the pattern on the box. There was a spurt on the initial boat, right? Exactly. We got a good view from here. I think I can see the way all the way from Ichika to Kusaki. That's right. Both have a lot of ama, but Kusaki is especially known as holy ground for ama divers. Now, considering it's an artist who's like placing those birds everywhere, the fact that he's placing it on random pieces of property, like, you know, inside a mansion and inside a boat, must really suck for collectors who have to infiltrate Yamashina's mansion to find one of the birds. Or, like, you know, steal a boat for it. I'll trade 120 bikini nuns for 1 bikini Xenon. First show we see here is... And you know, 4 of them are in the deep sea, so like... This artist hates his fans. Artist might be a ninja. Did you know some people never get motion sickness? She might be lucky, that's true. First show we see here is Toba's Arashima and Uemura, I believe. I heard Uemura district's oyster harvest is so plentiful that you can find an all-you-can-eat clam buffets from fall to winter here. Really? Should have come during a different season. Would have loved some fresh oysters. 1 second, let me cough real quick. Okay. I think that's the remote island of Tsukashima, with Toshijima visible just beyond. Toshijima is a place where the pirate daimyo Kuki Yoshitaka apparently took his life. That island might look isolated, but it's actually Kamishima. There was a poster for it at the inn. Whoa. Well, what's so amazing about it? I can feel a horrible presence even from all the way over here. Almost like some kind of curse. Can I best put it? Like some persistent heavy grudge. I think it's coming from the island south. That must be the curse of the raging waves that's still hanging in the area they were talking about. Looks quite normal to me. Is it really that bad? It is. I'd rather not go there. It'll make me feel sick. Must be why she was feeling so bad when we encountered her with, Yuza. And the bird sticker on the flapper so the seaman can't find it. That's so evil. She might be feeling both purses, yeah. The raging wave and the samurai one. Simultaneously, maybe. Okay, 1 second. Still looking for birds. Then we'll look at the box. Okay. I'm not sure I really understand it, but I'll take out the box anyway. If I need any help, I can always ask Cersei. It's definitely the spot indicated by the map. Okay. Let's grab the box. Now then, how to open this metal box. I should investigate the box and rotate it so I can get a good look at all 4 sides. Yeah, it seems like we probably have to do this in order. So starting with 1. It's the Mermaid as Greek Latin teaming, because we got a Cersei, right? So we just have to match this up. Here? This seems... I guess that's not quite it. That's not quite it. Let's keep looking. Or, really? That does seem to be the closest one. There we go. It's just a bit finicky about the lining up. Ooh, I felt something move inside the box. Must be on the right track. Nice, keep at it. Okay, then 2. Over here, looks like. There we go. Alright, I'm on fire, that's 2. Okay. And then... does seem like... There. Cracks seem a little bit off. It's a bit finicky about the lineup. Hey Evie, thank you for the follow. Here it is, good job. Just 1 left. 4. Look at this one. Yeah! Yes! It's open! How old is the box? I noticed it's probably... The tiny island on the right is probably where the sunken Tashima used to be. Because that was next to Kamishima, right? And Kamishima was over there. Yeah, land might have changed a bit in the last 400 years. That's also true. Like, for example, like, we lined up Kamishima, but I'm pretty sure the one to the right of it was Tashima. And that's gone now. Yes, it's open. Congratulations, what's inside? Let's see. Huh? What is this? Some kind of small wooden carving. Oh, it's a curse stone. Oh? Curse stone acquired. Curse of the Forsaken Fish. Okay, so this is the curse that turns people into fish. Ooh! Ooh! A mermaid! Oh! Ah, so that's what mermaids look like, huh? Huh. Man, that's quite a cool design. Oh. Whoa, something came out. Yikes, what is this? Make it stop. Help me. It hurts. Terrible pain. I want to go. No, it hurts. Let me go. Yikes, what is this? Make it stop. A deep and painful, resentful memory has invaded my mind. Drift forever, ill-doers. Be as fish. Perish. Oh, much like in the first game, huh? She's actually quite pretty. I don't want to fight the mermaids anymore. I think she's quite cool. You guys are weak. Hi, Sky. Hey. I would hug this mermaid. You have acquired the curse of the Forsaken Fish. You can use to turn people into fish and kill them when they are submerged in the water of Issa Bay. It can even be used at a distance, provided the target meets the requirements. Press use curse when you wish to use the curse. Much like the first game, if you hit the requirements, you can use it, huh? Is us thing possessing them taking it? Maybe, possibly. Imagine you open the box and it was just another bird sticker. Why don't you use this? To murder people. If you're a murderer. Avi, thank you for the follow. I will say, this is not looking good for Avi potentially having killed Miss Somekawa, considering she was last seen out with him on a boat in the ocean. And she turned up as a mermaid for me the next day. Avi, what did you do? Avi! Avi, why'd you do it? Well, I guess he wants to become immortal. Maybe he's taking out the competition. First are basically Jodo stands, yeah. It's a neat design. It's a very cool design. I really like this mermaid design. Looks awesome. It was so cool. Why'd he become evil? Curse born from the final moments of Hayase, a mermaid brutally tortured to death by humans on Tashima around 400 years ago. The curse has the power to kill any human submerged in waters of Issa Bay by gradually turning them into fish, starting from their feet. However, the excruciating pain suffered during transformation often results in them dying before the metamorphosis is complete. Which explains why some people are only half fish, and some people are full fish when they find them, the corpses. The bodies of those who succumb to the curse decay almost instantly, shriveling up into desiccated fibrous masses. The curse can also be triggered remotely, provided that the curse bearer knows their victim's exact location. I wonder if you are able to suffer through the excruciating pain. Can you just be fish? Can you be fish without dying? Because it is like the bodies of those who succumb, but then like if you survive, can you just be fish? And then I know it sucks because now you have to be fish in the ocean, but like you won't be dead, right? Like, do you want to be fish? I'd rather be fish than dead, you know. Sometimes could be anyone, nefarious posing and fish cursing Avi. Imagine being alive long enough to suffer all the way to your shoulders before dying. Or like even worse, like the one fish that is like only the face left. That means they suffered all the way up to the face. You know. Was so cool. Why must he become evil? Maybe they'll help if they get bodies and bones out first. Yeah. What if it becomes sushi? I mean, it would still suck to be a fish, but like, you know. Yeah, it's still a curse if you become a fish because you're no longer human and now you're a fish and you gotta get eaten by a shark or something, you know. Or get fished up by a human. Just become a half fish. Now, it does seem like it progresses all the way because it turns you entirely into fish, so I don't think it stops halfway. You just die halfway if it's too hard. Yeah. I'll make sure to eat that pinky toe. That pinky toe. Just instant heart attack. Everything in the ocean might have been a person. Yeah, I'm just wondering if like some people like became fish, you know. Human-sized fish could probably live a pretty chill life. That's true. You'd be a pretty big fish, judging by the fish they found. But then again, it might shrink you. Because some of the mermaid mummies are quite small. So maybe while it transforms you, it also compacts you into a fish. They can eat my LOP. How's being fish worse than being a human? You can't talk. If I was fish, I wouldn't be able to yap to you guys. Yeah, I wonder if you become fish, you still instantly decay. That's true, like maybe once you die as a fish, you decay again. But then you wouldn't have succumbed to the curse, so maybe not. There's only the part at the water of the Isabey into fish. So dip your feet into Isabey, get fish tails, swim in all the oceans on Earth. Ah, you need to get cursed on the boundary of Isabey. Like on the like, you know, international date line of Isabey to the other ocean. Just have only your legs in Isabey and the rest of your body outside of it, and then you can become a mermaid. Hey, Otokana, hi, Envy. I'm hearing about the manhwa about the businessman getting reincarnated as a fish. I mean, there's a movie about it, you know. Ben een klein geel visje in een zee van blauw. SOS, ik mis je. You know, it's called Blood Big Ben and Vis. Don't want to get immortal and become a fish, that's for sure. True. I made it all the way to her head before dying. Well, I think this lady is a mermaid. This lady is not a curse lady. This is a Hayase, the mermaid, who has left behind the curse that turns other people into fish. So, this is just a mermaid. This wasn't a human. Yeah. Okay. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to turn humans into fish at will. The curse of the Forsaken Fish is a result of that ability being turned into a conditional curse and sealed within the curse stone. Oh, okay, so mermaids can just always turn you into a fish. So I can just fish you guys whenever I want. I don't even need a curse, that's just something mermaids can do. You know, you wouldn't. No wonder there's so many fish in the sea. Guess Asgard could have ended very differently. Yeah, what if she just turned the prince into a fish? Is she stupid? Would have been so much more effective. You know, maybe turn into buns. What if buns? Buns are an aquatic kind of creature, you know. Good thing you don't like eating fish, do you? No fishes. So I guess the lady could turn anybody into fish, and then she was tortured to death, and then she left behind a curse that turns people into fish. Okay. You guys read the fishing manual? Yeah. We'd grown back our bones if you turn us into fish. Now you'll be like a boneless fish. And besides, fish don't always have bones. Sometimes it's cartilage. So I can turn you guys into fish, eh? You wouldn't turn your most loyal and innocent good-natured of fans into a fish, but what? Blobfish is a bit like a bun. What the hell was that? I'm not certain. But I believe we may have just acquired a cursed tool known as a curse stone. However, they are rarely possessed by such powerful curse echoes. How lucky! Truly are congratulating me, and I'll happily celebrate with you. But can I ask you something first? Of course. Am I cursed? Am I going to die? I wouldn't say you're cursed per se. There's a similar case in Tokyo last year. Hold on for a minute. I cannot think straight. This is far too overwhelming. An incredible amount of information flooded in my mind just now. I need a moment to settle before I can take in anything else. Must mean a resentful memory held by the curse. It's a phenomenon wherein the events leading up to the curse forming are passed on to the curse bearer, so its gradual spread. Oh, and curse bearer refers to someone who is haunted by a curse echo and is able to use the curse. Stop! I already told you I can't take any new information. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I'll give you the choice to kill Cersei. That'd be so evil. Avi would never. Now she's a fish turned into a human. I don't think Cersei would be, but I suspect either Yusa's mom or Yumako to be the mermaid that turned into a human. Curse echoes are the visual manifestations of curses. These manifestations are fundamentally related to the origin of the curse, but they do not always take the same shape, sometimes appearing in more abstract or disfigured form instead. Unlike spirits, they are manifest illusions, and as such have no consciousness of their own. A person afflicted by a curse that has a curse echo is called a curse bearer. Even among curses, a curse that contains a curse echo should be considered very powerful in and of itself. Ordinarily, those with no spirit sense would not be able to perceive a curse echo, but such individuals become curse bearers by coming into possession of a curse stone or some other means can see other curse echoes. Curse stone. A type of curse stone that allows even people without any spirit sense to wield curses. As long as the tool meets the above criteria, items of any shape and size may be referred to as a curse stones. Many curse stones have conditions that makes people fail to use them, often based on spiritual power and characteristics of the curse itself. If a curse stone has low spiritual power, it may only be possible to use it under specific circumstances, such as when under the influence of the Feast of Shadows. Okay. Saying curse so often, I'm like starting to slur the word. Right. So I could potentially find the storm curse power. Yes, he would theoretically see the curse echo. True. But the curse echo isn't always there. It's not like a stand that's just like behind them. I think you only see the curse echo when you activate the curse. So only if the person was using it, if that makes sense. I remember in Peter Pan how Captain Hook would always get really upset about being called a codfish, right? Well, nobody likes being a codfish. I think I just learned why Tashima was sunk 400 years ago. Let me sort all of this out first. Really? Tell me. Yeah, give me a minute. Hey, ghosting. Hey. Okay. You like the art style? Right. I really like the poses and stuff. It's so expressive. Thank you for investigating the situation for me. I like her seal that she has, like, all the little details on the clothing. I was involved in an accident many years ago, so I can't bring myself to go out to sea anymore. You've been a tremendous help. I like my model even more? Well, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. We actually got our hands on something quite valuable, so we owe you thanks as well. That's great. I'd love to hear more about what you discovered, if you don't mind. Of course. Rainy Coma's debt. Suppose we ought to tell him everything we've learned. I mean, do we have to? Do we have to when he's so clearly evil? Do we need to tell him everything we've learned? That's how reminds me of the show Archer. You're actually the second person to mention it. But I think I see it now, especially with him. I think it's the suits and the thick lines. He did give us a lot of info, that's true. Hold on, we gotta look for birds. Bird watch. Everybody, bird watch. Check for birds. Check for birds. Yeah, it's definitely the thick lines. Okay. I'm not seeing any birds this time. This one can keep reading 19x status and condom name. I mean, how is he gonna thematically betray and backs up us later? Right, Cersei, is this a good idea? Won't believe us if we suddenly start talking about curses. Can we just not bring it up? You think you can explain it all without bringing them up? Oh, we'll see how far we get. Then we're not in a video game for a second. You can tell who's evil based off the tropes. I mean, it's, you know, I've got a sixth sense. That's true, but I guess like these guys don't know for sure they're evil. But I will also say, this guy was stalking them for several hours. So even if they, you know, weren't basing it off video game tropes, I will note that when a guy stalks you for several hours, it is like a degree of suspiciousness that you should take into account. But it's true, he doesn't have the same knowledge as us. They, for example, don't know that he's using the name of a dead man. You know. Sufficient amount of merits for a tourist planner? Nah. I mean, if you're a tourist planner and you're trying to put on a tourism show about mermaids, you'd better do your research. So, like, you know, that part is fair. That part is fair. Even when a curse fell into our laps, he managed to remain calm. Only a consummate professional like her could be so cool and collect with all that's happened. It's like, I think, you know, he should know about mermaids if he's like a tourist planner for the area where the mermaids are from. That makes sense. You know, some legends that no one else knows. That's a bit suspicious. But he did tell us where he heard them from. You know. Like, as like the tourism guy of the place, you gotta talk to people. So that's still fair. It's just like, you know, the stalking foreigners for several hours is a bit like suspicious. Like, from the POV of Avi and Cersei, that's the main point, I think. To be suspicious of. We're currently at the mouth of Kamo River. There's a residential area further upstream. It seems Mr. Koma had just arrived in Toba, so we managed to meet up without any problems. I mean, but he has been helping us, I suppose. Just a normal hobby for CEOs. Should we really call him a CEO? He's the only employee of his company. He may look scary, but his demeanor is surprisingly gentle and kind. He's a very polite young man. People like him tend to be misunderstood because they're a little awkward. He must struggle with that kind of thing a lot. I mean, he's very lovely. Suppose limited information we give to evil people. I'll stop giving Joe info on Jorunna. Hey! Hey, guys, hey. When he comes dead, I suppose we ought to tell him everything we've learned. Well, if you insist. I think it would be more fun when the sexy evil man knows about all the things we know, to be fair. 1 second, I have to cough. He could be a red herring. There were a couple in the first game, that's true. The diver I hired to perform the search was an ama diver living in Toba City by the name of Tamiko Suma. Was that the name of the first fish corpse that we found? A second, let the sexy evil guy learn how to curse people as a tweet, right? He's considered sexy? Yeah, you guys don't see it? Right, I'm trying to figure out where... There was the one that we found, names of the victims. Do the same stage as sea bunnies. From pressure. I don't know what pressure is. But Jorunna parva is the scientific Latin name of sea bunny in general. So it's possible that pressure might have taken Jorunna parva, which is the official name of the sea bunny, and used it in their game. But I don't know which game this is, I'm afraid. But likely, that is just what they're called in real life. So it's most likely that they also took it from real life. It's a Roblox game. Oh, I'm afraid I've not played a single Roblox game, I'm sorry. I've never heard of this. You'd CEO of Joe & Co, that's true. You can get reverse mimic Joru. I mean, if you want to draw it. I mean, a cursed step. I didn't see it here, though. Where did we find the mermaids? Where was it? I was looking for it earlier too. Oh, here, the seabed skeletons. Wait, this is just the seabed skeletons. This is not about the mermaid corpses. Maybe we don't have a tab for it. I want to double check if that was the name of the lady we saw earlier. Okay. I thought there was no way we could pull off the search. And that's when she agreed to take on my request. Feel terrible about what happened. Can only hope that she's still out there somewhere, unharmed. She had no way of knowing how dangerous this job was. Please, I'm the one who sent her out there. If there's blame to take, it is mine. But still, what exactly happened out there? About that. Let's start with this metal box that Amadiver found. Please do. Yaoi? No. Yao Bikuni. Here we go. A mythical figure. Stuck to the box to become fish. That's probably what happened, yeah. But we'll have to like explain this. Is this Yaoi? No. Once again, a mythical figure. A famous legend about Yao Bikuni, which is a ancient nun. It appears Miss Suma decided to take on my commission alone and set out to sea by herself. Perhaps things would have ended differently if there had been a boatman with her. Go back to the seabed skeletons. I mean, it's the one that mentioned Ikoma, but Ikoma was one of the skeletons. He was not one of the mermaids. You know. It's like, he was the one of the dumped skeletons at the ocean, but he had not been turned into a mermaid. He was just bones. It appears Miss Suma decided to take on my commission alone and set out to sea by herself. Perhaps things would have ended differently if there had been boatmen with her. It appears Miss Suma... Okay, it's just repeating it. So basically, this is the wooden carving we found inside the metal box. I see. Should your map indicate the location of this wooden carving? I believe so. Question is why? I go all the way to not just hide it, but conceal the map in the mermaid mummy? How very intriguing. I suppose a carving like that would have had some value back in the day. To go through all the effort to preserve it like this. I believe what was preserved was not the carving itself, but the mermaid's memory that was stored inside the curse. Dun 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 dun! That's right, they were hiding the mermaid's memory, perhaps, from the view of others. The curse, dun dun what now? That's right, in other words, the one who made the box entrusted it with a message, and we are the recipients. Please calm down, I'm feeling quite lost. I know you're quite excited, but I think we have no choice but to start explaining the curse. That's right, it's curse chit-chat time. You may be a bit too rational to believe what I am about to tell you, Mr. Ikoma. Even so, I ask that you try your best. Huh? If you're ready to hear it, I'm ready to say it. Come, give me your answer in the next 3 seconds. 3! I'm prepared, please tell me. I wish I would be excited at the big reveal, like, right, he's so dramatic. I guess he's an author. I see. So the Tashima mermaid known as Hayase was killed by raiders. The hatred she left behind became a curse that entered this wooden carving. You, Avi, then inherited her curse in addition to information from 400 years ago in the form of a respectful memory. That's right, that's right. You absorbed all of that quite efficiently. I'm impressed. It's actually not the first time I've heard of what can happen if one touches a curse stone. Oh? Yes, but let's save that conversation for later. More importantly, you know what actually went down on Tashima 400 years ago? That's right, I know the truth. All of it. What happened, what didn't, I know it. You seem a bit frazzled. Do you need more time to collect your thoughts? There's no need to worry. I'm prepared, but it will take some time to explain. I see. Okay. There you go. What would I eat as a sea bunny? Usually I eat burgers. If you're asking what the average sea bunny eats, it's usually anemones and that kind of stuff. It appears Miss Suma decided to take on a commission alone and set out to sea by herself. Okay, this is still the same. Suzanne, thank you for the follow. When Ikoma's dead, suppose we ought to tell him everything we've learned. Okay. Accept the supernatural aspects of our story quite quickly. I did already believe in mermaids after all. Enemies. Yeah, man enemies. Okay. It appears Miss Suma decided to take on my commission alone. Okay, that still isn't updated. Here's the other buns. There's no proof of that. Oh. I think VTube Studio just crashed. Give me 1 second to restart it, I suppose. Oh dear. That hasn't happened. 1 second. Let me restart that. Okay. Recommend me a McDonald's burger. Double cheese. Am I cursed? Maybe a little bit. Frozen by the bun. Cannibal accusation. Right. I was just having an out-of-body experience from all the crazy reveals we've been going through. You know. Hey, you know. I do eat my enemies. That's true. I do eat the bones. Okay, let's transform back. There you go. And then me getting revenge. Okay. Reminds me. Hobo stays. Pretty yummy. I meant to ask about the metal box. It's been lying on the seafloor for 400 years. How come it wasn't discovered until now? most likely sealed inside a rock or something until a few months ago. So it was sealed away until a certain amount of time had passed. No, I believe the box on ceiling may have been triggered by something. How much of the game do you think remains? It's a good question. I don't know. I mean, there's like a couple of thread lines that are coming together in terms of mystery, but there's also a lot of things that are unresolved, so the answer is... I don't know. I have no idea. It's time to reveal what truly happened 400 years ago to Tashima and the mermaids. Please do tell. Yeah, I feel like we're still in the first third. And they're closing on the curse, but there's like also, you know, like the Heike curse, that's what happened with like Yuza's mother, the truth of the mystery 5 years ago. Like we know about the mermaid curse, but not about the other two. Like, you know, if you go by the timeline, there's quite a bit more to go still. Around 400 years ago. You'd have a better estimate given the knowledge of the structure of the first game. I mean, the thing is, we don't know. The game might also be longer than the first one, you know. It might PC broke for a few weeks and then fix itself, yup. Including the crackle, yup. The absolute minimum 2 or more streams, maybe 3 or 4. The area of Shima province, which included Tashima, was governed by the Kuki clan. The leader of the clan at the time was Kuki Sumitaka, and was his duty to protect the secret of the 3 mermaids living on Tashima. Okay, so that's why Sumitaka was important. Okay, so Sumitaka knew about the mermaids. Interesting. That must have been Sobai, Nakama, and Hayase. The other 2 spots might be cursed ones still. The other 2 spots are the other stars in the summer triangle. I mean, it might be, but I think that might just be the other stars. There's kind of certain structure to it, so it's plot that's not all replicated here. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to draw a parallel. Hey, superfan. Hey. Okay. However, the legend that eating mermaid flesh could grant immortal life was well known. So he secretly hid them on Tashima so no one would learn about their existence. It appears Sumitaka thought of the mermaids as sacred or divine existence. The thought of seeking immortality for himself likely never crossed his mind. The land where mermaids lived was a sanctuary that he fiercely protected at all costs. In other words, Tashima was an island where people worshipped the mermaids in secrets. Indeed, it meant people living on the island were not simple commoners, but guards tasked with protecting the sanctuary and its mermaids. That's true, the birds might be a metric, in which case we'd be like, what, 40%, 30% in? 40? Something like that. Okay, so Tashima was an island that, like, protected the mermaids, or rather worshipped mermaids in secret. Okay. Sumitaka was so dedicated to keeping the mermaid secret that he kept the existence of Tashima out of historical records. The public believed the island was entirely uninhabited. I see. By keeping its existence hidden, he was able to keep the mermaids safe. However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle, Yoshitaka, learned about the mermaids on Tashima. He passed this information on to Yoshitaka, who believed obtaining immortality was a must to rise to the top in an era that was often plagued with war. Command his vassal to lead the army to Tashima. 1 second, I have to cough. Muted? Sorry. Did I mess up? Hi, morning. Hi. I see. Did it backwards. Oh, man. Okay, how far was I muted? How far back? You're muted for the cough. Ah! Damn it. Oh, well. Okay, just when you coughed. Oh. Okay. However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle, Yoshitaka, learned about the mermaids on Tashima. He passed this information on to Yoshitaka, who believed obtaining immortality was a must to rise to the top in an era that was often plagued by war. He commanded his vassal to lead his army to Tashima, do whatever he had to return with the flesh of a mermaid. Sumitaka and those in the islands resisted, but the invading army was far too powerful. The island was swiftly overrun. Must have double clicked it, yeah? You just didn't mute the cough and then mute when you tried to unmute. I must have misclicked. Okay. Ultimately, Hayase was captured and brought before the vassal. The vassal tortured her, demanding she grant him the power of immortality. But Hayase did not yield, even to the most hellish torments. She screamed and cursed with despair and anger until her dying breath. It's horrible. The hatred Hayase felt at the moment of her death led to the creation of the curse of the forsaken fish. And that's what I learned from the resentful memory inside the curse stone. To be honest, that's only half. Half of what? Half of the memories. The other half is the memories of those who left behind the metal box. Namely, the story of how the curse of the forsaken fish became a curse stone. Hey, you don't say hey. Made your cover to wear Joe's sneeze and hiccup to become the ultimate pun. Okay. So basically, they tortured the poor lady. The poor mermaid. We checked for a bird? We did check for a bird, but I didn't see one here. Having failed to obtain immortality, the vessel flew into a rage. Yet all inhabitants of Tashima slaughtered as revenge for keeping the secret. This guy was the worst. Finally, he continued his advance into the sanctuary and the islands had protected down to the last man. There he destroyed its shrine. What irony that he came so close to the secret he had been so desperate to find. Are you saying the other two mermaids were still in the sanctuary? No, they had already fled Tashima. Actually, there are two other survivors. Sumitaka's adopted daughter, Princess Hutsuna, also escaped the chaos of the invasion unscathed. There was one other islander who managed to survive as well, taking with him the treasure the mermaids had protected. The mermaid's treasure? This may shed some light on the descendant you spoke of earlier. Of course, she must be a descendant of the man that escaped that day. We now know she was correct when she spoke of the 3 mermaids living on Tashima. So we do. Putting the sentence aside for now, let's return to 400 years ago. The vessel's invasion and destruction of the sanctuary was like a trigger. I see. The sneeze are cuter than the coughs, so I'm glad you don't mute them. Well, I'm usually not fast enough to mute a sneeze. But coughs are gross, so I try to mute them. You think women with red eyes are hot? I'd say so usually. I should quickly draw something for Cat Day. Alright. I damn near forgotten again. Okay. The destruction of the sanctuary was like a trigger. As a reaction to the sanctuary's fate and their own ill-deserved deaths, the sorrow and hatred of the islanders swirled together and formed into the curse of the raging waves, a natural disaster that shook the heavens when it descended upon Tashima. The curse bombarded Tashima with violent winds, earthquakes and thunder. Then, in a final act to protect Tashima's lost sanctuary, they sank it into the sea to destroy all evidence of it ever existing. They destroyed it? The small island of Tashima sunk swiftly under the waves. The vessel and all its crew were, of course, all killed thanks to the curse. Okay, so basically, the islanders made the curse of the raging waves that then killed all the invaders, and also to protect Tashima, they sank it into the ocean so that people would not know about mermaids. Okay. But one problem remained. That wasn't the end of it. If it's true, what triggers it to happen again? That's the question. Tashima was destroyed by the natural disasters caused by the curse of the raging waves. I mean, I guess, like, maybe the curse just lingers. But the calamity continued for many days. It must have seemed as though it would never end. Can't imagine how terrifying it must have been. Sumitaka even sought out a famous Omoji to dispel the curse, but he was unsuccessful. The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea, alongside the sanctuary, and be sealed there. Only then did the calamity end. It appears this curse was so powerful that it required a sacrifice to be truly sealed. A sacrifice? Not just any sacrifice, but a living one. Princess Hutsune offered herself up to be that sacrifice. You said she was Sumitaka's adopted daughter, yes? And that she lived on Tashima? That appears to be the case. Sumitaka was evidently so taken with her that he decided to adopt her. The woman that she threw herself down a well was likely spread to cover up the real cause of her death. So Princess Hutsuna was actually sacrificed. Man, this really does feel like, you know, a mid-2000s Vocaloid song. Even ending with like Miku's disastrous death. The seal would hold on for 400 years. They must have hoped that the curse itself would fade during that time too. However, the curse of the forsaken fish created by Hayase also continued to linger in the same place. So the Omoji sealed it inside the wooden carving, turning it into a curse stone. And the same Omoji, knowing that the seal would only last 400 years, stored his memories within the curse stone to pass on this information. Okay, so they sacrificed Princess Hatsune, which would would seal the curse of the raging waves for 400 years. And now 400 years have passed, so it's coming, it's releasing itself. And then the Omoji puts the curse of the forsaken fish, which was also there because they tortured the mermaids, put it in the wooden carving, and then put it in a box, and then put the box in the ocean, and then put his memories in the box, so that when the seal broke 400 years later, he could pass on the information to the future. Got it. Okay. He wished to pass down his knowledge for others to use in the event that the curse outlasted the 400-year lifespan of the seal. He left behind instructions on how to completely dispel the curse of the raging waves. Oh, that will be useful. Indeed, I've compiled it all in my files. Okay. And then put the info on the map, and put the map in the mummy. Yep. And to be fair, the mummy and the map were supposed to be in the possession of Sodo's family, who were, I guess, his descendants. But then the mummy got lost. Okay. In truth, the curse has been perpetually active ever since its inception. The sacrifice offered 400 years ago merely served to seal the curse, the source of the calamity, during this time. Believed that Mara Minakuchi attempted to lift the curse once and for all, only for her failure to give rise to the disaster 5 years ago. Oh, okay. In the event that the curse did not fade during the 400 years it was sealed, the Omoji originally responsible for sealing the curse left behind a plan to dispel it. It was his belief that the curse's power would have weakened enough by that point that performing the following steps would be enough to lift the curse completely. Okay, hi Alpha. First, thou must unbind my seal, risen from the depths within the iron box. Is that the thingy? The thingy that the thingy I did in the diving game? The thingy. I unbinded that one. Yeah, I was doing the right thing. Yeah, it's a seal that rose from the depths with the iron box. Yeah. I've got that. I knew that would help. Second, thou must offer the still-tight mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Okay, we gotta find a mirror that I guess belonged to Princess Hatsune. Third, let those who share blood with the lost souls of Tashima be the ones to offer appeasement. So a descendant of Tashima would be Yusa. So do we have to sacrifice Yusa? Oh, because he's the only survivor we know of. I did undo the positive seal thing instead of some horrible curse, right? Can you imagine? Okay. So, we need to find a mirror, and then we need to get Yusa to be the one to make the offering. Okay. Got it. So that's what happens. Does specifically need to be sacrificed. It does say, like, you know, it just says that he has to offer appeasement, so maybe he has to be the one to offer the mirror. Like, he has to be the one to, you know, carry out the ritual. Yeah, exactly. I think the MC squad discover lifting the curse would open the way to the mermaids, like save the turtle. I mean, it would at least lift the curse. I suppose. I'm not sure it will lead us to mermaids, but it will lift the curse, presumably. And that wraps it up. Got all that info beamed into my brain in a flash, and yet I still managed to present it as in an as an enticing narrative, eh? How amazing was that? Well, the problem is that Yusa has lost his head. But that was in the other timeline. There is still time to get his head on his shoulder. You have this pretty? Thank you, Ghost. You're utterly astounding. Wow, incredible. Okay, an invasion of Tashima. Around 400 years ago, during the Sengoku period, Oda Nobunaga was assassinated at Honnoji Temple. Kuki Yoshitaka, commander of the Kuki Navy, has steadily been gaining influence within the clan, but he now found himself at the crossroads in an era still wrecked by the turmoil of war. Was then at the festival of the Kuki clan, Komatsu Sadamune approached him with some intriguing information. According to Sadamune, 3 mermaids were said to be living on Tashima under the protection of some of the island's residents, even though the island was originally thought to be uninhabited. Okay. It was widely known to folklore that eating the flesh of a mermaid granted one immortality and eternal youth. Sadamune urged Yoshitaka to take advantage of this, suggesting that if he possessed such power, an invincible army would be his to command. Yes. Okay. Seeing this as an opportunity he had been waiting for, Yoshitaka ordered Sadamune to capture the mermaids and bring them back to him. However, Kuki Sumitaka, Yoshitaka's nephew and head of the clan at the time, strongly opposed his approaching Tashima. It was in fact Sumitaka who had secretly been protecting the mermaids on Tashima. Believing the mermaids to be messengers of the gods and the island a sacred sanctuary, he had worked to keep them isolated from outside influence. His adopted daughter? Aha! I guess that solves the mystery of, like, his daughter then. His adopted daughter, Princess Hutsuna, who was also living in hiding on Tashima at the time for other reasons. Which further strengthened his opposition to Yoshitaka's plan. However, it was not long before Komatsu Sadamune learned of this. He reported to Yoshitaka that Sumitaka was not only planned to keep the mermaids all for himself, but was also secretly moving to build an army of his own. Oh, and this is why Yoshitaka killed his nephew then. I see. Infuriated by what he perceived as an act of rebellion, Yoshitaka gave the order for Sadamune to prepare a military invasion of Tashima. Upon receiving the order, Komatsu Sadamune immediately set sail for Tashima at the head of a large army. Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, Sumitaka scrambled to send out his own forces in an attempt to resist, and was unable to prevent the enemy from landing. In the blink of an eye, the once peaceful and beautiful landscape of Tashima was transformed into a nightmare. The islanders, guardians of the sacred land, desperately fought back. They stood no chance against seasoned soldiers hardened by years of battle on the front lines. And one after another they fell before the invaders. Sadamune ordered even women and children to be cut down without mercy, and soon the waters around Tashima ran wet with blood. Sadamune's forces swept across the island, searching every inch for signs of the mermaids as they pressed their assault. Finally, they discovered a mermaid in hiding by the name of Hayase, and captured her. Sadamune demanded that she make his troops immortal, but the mermaid staunchly refused. Even as Sadamune turned to torture, inflicting unspeakable pain with every refusal, the torture escalated until eventually even her supernatural nature was not enough to withstand the torment. Oof. I wonder how long it went on then. On the brink of death and resigned to her fate, Hayase gave a final terrible cry. Overflowing with resentment and anger, she breathed her last. Sadamune ordered his men to take the flesh from her body, but as they moved to do so, a strange phenomenon began to occur. All the soldiers who approached her body began to transform into fish, their bodies decaying rapidly as the transformation took hold. Hayase had cast a curse upon them with her dying breath. With one mermaid Sadamune had captured dead and his forces decimated, he began a mad search of the island in pursuit of the remaining 2 mermaids. Eventually, he found a deep cave in the interior of the island that extended far beneath the earth, reaching down to the seafloor. In the deepest part of the cave was a shrine, and a door with a powerful seal over it that he couldn't open no matter how hard he tried. Convinced this had to be the entrance to the sacred land, the home of the mermaids, Sadamune gathered all of his remaining gunpowder and artillery and unleashed it on the door, destroying both it and the shrine in the process. Well, Doctor, thank you for the follow. Does prove mermaids themselves are not invincible, that's true. They might be immortal, but not invincible. Also, I guess like you do start decaying immediately when you turn into the fish, so I guess you can't just turn into a fish. You do become mummified, together with the curse, I suppose. Okay, so he broke down the entrance too, huh? Hey, Eerie, hey. Next moment, a violent tremor racked the entire island, and the skies above were engulfed by a storm. The repercussions of his desecration of the sacred land and the resentment of the islanders he had senselessly slaughtered blended together, unleashing an all-consuming calamity that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. I see. Is that because they were on land and suffocated? Possible, I guess. Maybe the witch and fish curse would turn you into a fish. I guess that might be it. This one is more vindictive because it's the curse that turns you into a fish and kills you. You know, I guess that's a big difference. Ravaged by fierce earthquakes and vicious storms, Tashima sank beneath the waves, as if nature itself sought to protect the sacred land by erasing all traces of its existence. Thus were Tashima and the sacred land, along with Sadamuna and his army, lost to the sea in an instant. The only survivors of the tragedy were 2 mermaids and 2 islanders that successfully made their escape from the island. Heisei had, in fact, stayed behind as bait to allow the others to escape. The 2 surviving islanders were Princess Hutsuna and a man named Somakawa, who had been assigned the duty of protecting a relic important to the mermaids. They did mention Somakawa had a relic. I'm guessing the tawatabo. Curse that turns you into a fish. I'm already a fish. Technically, I'm a sea slug. However, the tale did not end with the sinking of Tashima. Tsumitaka eventually made it to the seas near the island, but a fierce anger and resentment darkened the waters around it, and a curse born from these dark emotions, the curse of the raging waves, had given rise to a storm that continued to rage even several days after the incident. Furthermore, the curse born from Heise's final moments, the curse of the Forsaken Fish, also continued to exert its influence on the area, causing anyone who entered the storm's domain to transform into a fish. The situation has grown beyond anyone's ability to control. Slugs is bugs. Exactly. Curse that turns you into a fish. Evil. Exactly. Okay. Tsumitaka, looking for a solution, turned to Tsuchimikado Harukage, a renowned Omoji and a friend of Princess Hutsune. After conducting an investigation, Harukage concluded that the source of the curse was the sacred land, now sunk beneath the waves. Although the curse was too powerful to dispel, it would be possible to seal the sacred land by offering up a sacrifice, thereby suppressing its calamitous effects. The seal would last 400 years, by which time he anticipated that the curse of the raging waves would dissipate. Hey, Midnight, say hey. Hearing this, Princess Hutsune volunteered to sacrifice herself in the hopes that it would bring peace to the souls of the islanders, who had looked after her during her time on Tashima. With her noble sacrifice, the storm at last died down, and peace was restored to the seas around the island. A bronze mirror in Princess Hatsune's possession at the time was imbued with the power to serve as a talisman to calm raging waves, and was passed from person to person over the years, eventually making its way to Kamishima. Okay, that must be the mirror we're supposed to look for. I see. Because they did say the mirror belonged to the sacrifice, so that would be Princess Hatsune's mirror. Okay. And it's been passed down from person to person over the years. So it's somewhere on Kamishima now. Okay. Kazaugu, thank you for the follow. Tsuchimikado Harukage was also able to seal the curse of the Forsaken Fish in the wooden accessory that Princess Hatsune had been wearing, turning it into a curse stone. Harukage used the resentful memories contained within the curse stone to create a record of the event, which he sealed within a heavily locked iron box before concealing it in the rock on the seabed. In the event of the curse of the raging waves had not been abated even after 400 years, he made it so that the seal on the rock would be lifted at the same time as the seal on the sacred lands, so that the record of what had happened and the method of undoing the curse would make its way to future generations. Meanwhile, to protect the sacred land and the mermaid, Tsumitaka also ensured all records of Tashima were erased, so no mention of the island or the disaster that had befallen it would make its way into historical accounts. He also contacted a tale in which Princess Hatsune had thrown herself down a well in defiance of a political marriage in order to conceal her sacrifice. Aha! Afterwards, Kuki Yoshitaka, infuriated not only by his failure to obtain immortality but also by the loss of his primary military force, murdered Tsumitaka, who opposed him to the very end, and seized control of the Kuki clan in both name and nature. Now, his vessel searched the area around Tashima countless time after that, but it is said that they found neither the mermaids nor any trace of his existence. Got it. Yeah, maybe the descendant of Hatsune is supposed to inherit the mirror. If she has any descendants, that is. She never married, did she? But it could be that, the mirror got passed down to the Somakawas, because they were descendants from Tashima, right? Okay. Whew, that was a big lore dump. Let me take a sip of my drink. Okay. I compiled... Bleh. Can't speak anymore. Settings full of emoji playing 4D. Just right. You know, plans coming to fruition 400 years later. The one descendant, Hutsuna Miku. I compiled all the details of the story in these files, so feel free to go over it at your own pace. Oh, thank you. That's all he has to say. After all my effort. Was a lot of information there, you know. Okay. After Miss Suma found the metal box, you mean to tell me she's died? It is likely. We considered the curse of the Forsaken Fish had completely saturated the metal box. It's likely already too late for her. How horrible. Since she likely turned into a fish and died soon after, there's a high chance her transformed body will wash up on shore soon. We play tomorrow too. Depends on how my voice is doing. I do want to, like, you know, not stretch the game out over too many weeks for the reasons I mentioned yesterday. Both in terms of spoilers and, like, keeping my mind fresh. You know, my memory in terms of what happened. Definitely paying him back way more info than he gave us, right? Okay. Take care of your voice, I will, don't worry, face. Third OYAP stream in a row. Wait a second. Is something wrong? Avi, you're someone that's affected by the curse of the Forsaken Fish. The transformation starts at the feet and travels slowly up, yes? I believe so. But it's hard to say for sure without witnessing it. If this is true, then that may explain the true identity of the fish mermaids discovered in this area. It could have been the bodies of those who died in the middle of transforming due to the curse of the Forsaken Fish. Oh, that's a convincing theory. Fish mermaids have been recorded as having only human heads or faces, or appearing human just from the chest or shoulders up. The curse starts at the feet and travels upwards. That would explain the variety of fish mermaids that have appeared. The process is so painful that most die mid-transformation, and the curse caused the corpse to rapidly wither, forming a fibrous mass. Ugh. May even be the true identity of your mermaid, mummy. Interesting. Still, without analyzing it directly, there's no way to know for certain. Perhaps that's why the mermaid mummies originating from Japan are such high quality. It's because they used to be human! Do you consume extra sugar? I had some chocolates today. Be fun watching you play it, thank you. Doing only Paranormasight streams next week. I'm not gonna, like, drop my ongoing games, so I'll still be playing, like, you know, Planescape and Ys. But I'll see what I do with the rest of the schedule. Of course, this doesn't mean that all fish mermaids and mermaid mummies are authentic. That means there's a possibility. Soylent mermaids are people! They'll just accidentally found the box rather than being murdered. Well, let's not forget that, like, before the Omoji sealed it away, apparently the mermaid's curse was affecting everybody in the storm area. So some of the mermaid bodies could have been, like, you know, victims of that area, including some of the soldiers. And people who were in the area of the storm in general. And considering mermaids could just turn people into fish, like, I guess before that, people might have just been turned into fish now and then. They play Planescape? Yep, I've been playing 2 Planescape slowly. One transformation going to be from the toe up. Yeah. I said the expression of the mermaid body was positive, not in agony. I think that guy was just delusional. He doesn't know what he's looking at. It hurts, no. Someone survives the transformation, goes full fish and gets into the sea. The fish food on our tables might be human. Fish is human. I did finish Okami, so there are a few free days exactly. Yeah. And the soldiers were definitely men in the air, they were effective. Exactly. So, like, some of those, like, fish-faced mermaids could have been like the soldiers. You know, because they did turned into fish too. As well as, like, maybe fishermen or ama divers or whatever who used to wander the sea. Yeah, at least one of the dead mermaids was not caused by Avi. We have just one more crime to solve them off. That's true. We know one of them, well, was indirectly caused by Avi, because Avi is the one who basically asked to hire her to look for the box on the map he was looking for. So while he didn't intend to murder her, it was slightly caused by Avi. Because he didn't just stumble across the box. That was on his map coordinates. But it's okay. He doesn't seem too torn up about it, I suppose. About indirectly causing her death. Any number of fish mermaids could actually be victims of this curse. Can't really call it a murder if you didn't expect danger. It's true, like it was an accident. But that's what we call manslaughter. You know. Wasn't intention, but... you know, they could still sue him for damages if her family knew. Okay. Actually, I just remembered there are 2 points from your tale I wanted to discuss. About the events 400 years ago. My first point concerns the vessel who tortured the mermaid in an attempt to obtain immortality. If all he needed was the mermaid's flesh, what necessity would there be in torturing her? I assume he would have probably eaten it and then realized it didn't work. Oh, that's true. Could mean that the vessel ate the mermaid's flesh but did not become immortal. That's what I was thinking. So he tortured her to figure out why. As for the second observation, he's listening very intently to the immortality talk. I have a theory about the area described as the sanctuary. Could it possibly be referring to the entrance to Ryugu? Ryugu. It is sometimes also referred to as the eternal world or the world beyond. In some legends, mermaids are priestesses who serve the ruler of Ryugu, god of the sea. I see. The sanctuary was actually an entrance to Ryugu. Then that could mean that the mermaids were not living on Tashima, but merely traveling there from Ryugu. Yes, I believe that to be the case. It would also explain why the destruction of the sanctuary would inspire the fury of the god of the sea. To be honest, it's difficult to believe that the grudge of the inhabitants of Tashima would be enough to explain what happened. That's true, a curse that lasts 400 years. Might need some godly interference. Hiya, Seraphin, hi. Depending on how you define fish, it's difficult to include everything we think of as fish. True. How could they possibly engender a curse more powerful enough to sink an island and linger for more than 400 years? However, it's quite easy to believe that a curse from Ryugu could contain such a power. It also explains the necessity of a living sacrifice. Of course, one would be required to seal an entrance to Ryugu. If the entrance to Ryugu was sealed, what became of the 2 mermaids that fled Tashima? Without Sobai and Nagame managed to return to Ryugu. I believe they have been living here in the human world for the past 400 years, waiting for the seal to be lifted. They just hid somewhere away from human eyes. And that is true, and they've been successfully hiding for over 400 years. Of course, if they were to hide themselves at the bottom of the sea, it would be practically impossible to find them. It's also possible they've been wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place. But to explain all the mermaid sightings around the world, they could all be the same too. All this discussion of hiding made me realize something. What is it? You recall the story Mr. Ikoma told us yesterday of the mermaid who became human? I'm suggesting she decided to join human society because she could not return to Ryugu. It's a possibility we should consider. That occurred only a few decades ago. How did she decide to become human just before the seal was released? Perhaps her circumstances changed. We can only speculate on the motivation of someone who has lived for centuries. She could have fallen in love. Hey, Bluey, good morning. It's possible she did not feel compelled, but decided to become human out of her own desire. Could she have met someone she wanted to live mortal life with, like in the Little Mermaid? Exactly. That's certainly possible, and quite romantic too. I have to write this down. Could make a solid novel. That's just a Little Mermaid. Oh, I've just realized something. What is it? You heard about this mermaid from the descendant of the Tashima warrior. The Tashima survivors, yes? That's correct. There seems to be an order of magnitude in difference between the raging wolf and forsaken fish, exactly. I thought it was maybe just because more people made the raging race, but if it came from Ryugu itself, that makes sense. I didn't mean to leave after someone's still alive though. Now we've got 3 curses. Wait, which one? Oh, you mean the other mermaid? I mean, I guess the other mermaid was still alive, but maybe they weren't close. This one will be different. It'll be called The Tales of the Mermaid. Okay, that's correct. I feel it's only right that they are informed of the things we learned. We'd love to talk to her. Oh, so that's how they'll connect with Sakawa. We're quite curious about this mermaid treasure too. Must have been passed down to them through the generations. I understand. I'll probably drop by her place later anyway, since I also have to handle the matter with Miss Suma. I'll discuss it with her then. Thanks, that'd be great. That's it. In return, I have a favor to ask you. Go ahead, we'll do whatever we can. You said that the seal over the entrance to Ryugu has been lifted, is that correct? Yes, it has most likely been gone for several months now. Huh? Really? A horrible curse has been swirling around the area where Tashima used to be. It's both the curse and the curse of the raging waves, and it surged up from Ryugu once more now that the seal has been lifted. I don't think the mermaid that turned human was used with mom at this point. It's true. Like, she's a Sakawa, so it makes sense. It wouldn't make sense for her to be a mermaid. Because, like, yeah. Like, she's clearly one of the descendants. And, like, considering Yuzu is probably gonna play the part of the, you know, overall descendant in the ritual. My bet is still on Yumiko, on Shiki. Maybe I'll write a net novel and the title will be I was born a mermaid, but before the entrance of Ryugu was sealed, I fell in love and started living as a human. I'll have to wait a bit, it's the 80s after all. But maybe in the future. But yeah, no, my current bets are not on, like, Yuzu's mom. It's like you said, like, it's... If she's a descendant, it doesn't make sense for her to be a mermaid too. My eyes are on Yumiko. She does have, like, the fancy eyes, you know. Like, aquamarine. Magic eyes. You know. Still a subtle story, she'll definitely explain a lot more. Okay. It's possible that the curse is from the curse of raging waves, and it surged up from Ryugu once more, now that the seal has been lifted. The fact we were able to open the metal box is proof enough that the seal has faded. That would mean the entrance to Ryugu is now open. Well, the situation is quite unstable now, well, with the curse of raging waves seeping in through the entrance. Any rate, what did you want us to do? There's an island called Kamishima that is located quite close to where Tashima once was. There's something I would like you to do for me there. This request does in fact have some relation to our current conversation. Oh? Yeah, the being devoted to the husband makes sense too, exactly. Like, if she fell in love with her husband, then she might have become human to marry him. Yeah, and Sato's story is probably gonna explain a lot of stuff. You know, considering she's been alive for, like, God knows how many centuries. And she's not really with police? No, I think she is. Because, like, she called the Paranormal Affairs office, and that all seems to back each other up. But I think she might just be hired as a mermaid who is with the police. After she became human. After all, her husband is some, like, important psychic who, like, helps the Paranormal Affairs office too, so. And Soto is, and so is Cersei. So I think, like, that all checks out. I think she might have just started working for them, using her, like, knowledge and powers. You know, they hire all kinds of weirdos, too. And seems like the different cells don't know each other very much anyway. The boss might even be a bird. Exactly. Now then, Avi. We decided to tell Ikoma everything, but I know there's some information you kept from him. Oh, did I? Yes, something from the mermaid's memories. The real way to obtain immortality. Oh. That's right. I see no reason to inform him about it. Well, at least he has some smarts to not tell Ikoma about everything. After all, no matter what he may say about tourist attractions, this guy is also after immortality. I saw him straighten up when he talked about the mermaid being tortured because her capture required more than her flesh for immortality. Hey, I pointed that out too! Are you sure? I thought his goal, if he even had one, was to quell the curse of the raging waves. Perhaps there's that too. He even asked us to go to Kamishima and find a still-tight mirror in his stead. He did mention lifting the curse required the mirror as well as the help of the Tashima descendant, right? He's the corpse you may already know. He's not the corpse, that corpse died 6 years ago. He's taking on the identity of the corpse. Like, the faces don't match either, so, like, he stole the corpse's identity is the thing. You did mention if the curse required the mirror as well as the help of the Tashima descendant, right? There's also something about lifting a seal first, but I don't know what that part's all about. Well, I see no harm in quelling the curse, so I say we continue to cooperate for now. Agreed, though I do wish we did not have to approach Kamishima at all. The evil atmosphere is nauseating. However, we must consider the possibility that Ikoma actually has his eyes set on the mermaids in Ryugu. It's possible he may be searching for mermaids, like us. I suppose the discussion can wait for later. First, we must find the treasure that the survivor managed to slip out of Tashima. You mean the treasure acquired in addition to the mermaid flesh when attempting to gain immortality? Yes, it's a treasure known as the tawatabo. Ha! I knew it! I called it! Why does everyone want to lift poor Penny? As a test of skill and strength. Okay, it's a treasure known as the tawatabo. Mermaid flesh has to be put inside and purified by it to have any effect. Ah, so you put the mermaid in the box and then you eat it. Gotcha. I don't believe Ikoma was married, by the way. I think he was single. Still not a husband. Hey, Sakawa, hey. Still have to murder them, though. I mean, do you have to murder them? Can't you just slice off a piece? By purified, are they tainted? It might be poisonous. Or maybe it needs to grant immortality powers first. And with to say lifting is a test of strength. That's how it goes in the Navy. But, you know, you could just, you know, maybe if you're on good terms, you can be like, hey, I just have like a little bit for the road. You know, they never said you have to eat a whole mermaid, you know, just a nibble. Can we take the flapper to purify it? No! No eating the flapper! So provided one has both the flesh of a mermaid, a human mermaid, and the tawatabo, then immortality is indeed attainable. Boom! Boom, boom, boom! Got the tawatabo, we can finally eat Joru. Good luck finding a tawatabo, I've destroyed all of them. There's a choice we were lifting, because I want to lift Joru. I mean, if you really insist, sure. Like, even for mermaid, convincing someone to give you a piece of their flesh to eat is impossible. Or if you ask really nicely, right? It might be a tough call, but I'm just saying, you don't have to kill the mermaid. Technically. You know. It's like, you know, when they just like cut the fin of the shark and drop it back in the ocean. It's impolite, you know. You should at least ask. A box, often referred to as a relic, used by the mermaids who once lived near Tashima. A similar box also made its appearance in the tale of Urashima Taro as the box gifted to the eponymous protagonist by Otohime, leading to its name becoming widely known. The box is filled with a spiritual energy similar in nature to that which fills Ryugu, the mermaid's original home. Objects placed within it may thus be kept in the same state they would be within Ryugu. It's said that the mermaids used the box to bring up objects from Ryugu with them that they would otherwise have been unable to transport to the material world. It's also as a secondary effect of returning mermaid flesh, normally only able to exist in a transient state in the material world. The state would be in Ryugu, thereby restoring its ability to grant immortality. Huh? Which enjoys the true sense of stand. I'll let you know, I'm pretty sure I'm lighter than Penny. Okay, so it's like a fancy box full of spiritual energy that keeps objects basically holy and purified as they would be in the eternal world. Which means that like a mermaid in the regular world would be in a transient state, but putting it in the box would put it back into the Ryugu state, and that's what makes it immortal. Okay. The ancient Japanese switch, basically. If you're ensuring the seal milk quality. If we could meet with the Tashima descendants, they could probably provide us with information on the tawatabo. I concur. If we could get our hands on the tawatabo, we wouldn't have to worry about Ikoma. However, it's likely he's wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendants. Yeah, I could just cut the tiniest layer of some skin, like peeling a grape. That's terrible. You could eat a scale, or like maybe, you know, if like how much flesh does it even need to be? Like, you know, like how you sometimes have like the sides of your fingers and you kind of like nibble on the edge of the skin there. Maybe that's enough. Maybe it doesn't have to be like a whole chunk, you know. You don't have to peel the grape. Maybe just like Maybe if they scrape their knee, you can just, you know, nibble on the flesh that came off by accident. Like, you guys are so dramatic. Hey, Aaron. Hey. Do you mean to start your toes are slick and blubbery? It's impossible to get a grip. Well, good luck. Box is probably small, so you don't need too much flesh if it fits in it. Exactly, the box doesn't seem that big. Like, you know, you can just eat some fingernails or like piece of the liver. But then you'd have to do an autopsy to get the liver, though. Like, I'm just saying, the safest way is to just like, you know, eat one of those like little skin flakes that comes off like, you know, just like a scab of the mermaid or something. We don't have to hurt the mermaid. Certain threshold to how much mermaid flesh needs to be eaten. But are we sure of that? Because when it comes to fairy tales and fairies, like any amount of food from a fairy realm will like, you know, bind you. So like, you know, it could just be like a nail trimming. Might be enough, you know. However, it's likely he's wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendants. At the very least, we know he's cautious enough to keep her name a secret. Well, that's why I asked him to hand her our little souvenir. Yeah, I'm thinking like the dead skin around the fingernail or cuticle or something, you know. Or a shed scale. That's what I'm thinking. What's it all about anyway? You sure we're not going to need that iron box? I doubt we will need it again. Plus, you can think of it as a backup plan. Regardless of what happens, we'll be able to meet with the descendant tomorrow. Let's get our hands on that mermaid treasure. Time to find the tawatabo. Okay. Oh, are we gonna use dowsing? That would make sense. I didn't see one mermaid dies. It strengthens the soul. Forbidden. Straight to dungeon. You have to trade the mermaid to a meal instead, you know. Exactly. Seeing a skill seems the most thematically cool. I think a skill works. Will mermaid milk work? Maybe mermaid milk will work, yeah. I became immortal after consuming flesh during a meeting, likely in the food served. Assuming the meal wasn't just a plate full of hunks of fish. Mermaid flesh could have been anything from the size of a hand to as small as 6-piece nuggets. Exactly. Seen the Pirates of the Caribbean where they just use a drop of her blood, though it's still cut from the inside of the palm. Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Like, ingesting Umiishi seeming would give you a different kind of immortality. Yeah, the one where you die. The one where you die. Usually milk is banned in 287 countries. Can't let you guys just like get a hang of my secret to immortality that easy. Word! It's not words! Mermaid milk fills the soul, Okay. Let's see. So it does work, no comment. It's banned for a reason. Hello again, Arnold Barnum's back on the scene. Allow me to summarize. As expected, Ikoma contacted us today, telling us we'd have to wait a little longer before he could meet the descendants. You would advise us. Yeah, but you might be cursed, you know. Thus, figuring he had no intention of letting us meet her anyway, we decided to use Cersei's ability to go looking for the descendant ourselves. Who exactly are you talking to? I'm merely setting the scene. Really feels like it raises the stakes, no? Makes it feel more like a thrilling adventure. Sure, you got me all worked up. But I'm trying to concentrate, so could you please stop distracting me? Alright, sorry. But all of you, it's work. I'm not gonna spit on you guys, if that's what you're asking. I'm just putting that out there, not happening. Is that how Joe advised spawns when they die? No, I use dark magic. I use dark magic, usually. Not making any of you guys immortal that way. Can you shoot us with seawater? Well, yeah, why do you want to be shot by seawater? Don't want to grow old? Cersei's using the Dowsing ability to search for the descendant right now. What's that? Doesn't her Dowsing only let us look for spiritual energy? On top of that, doesn't she have to be familiar with the energy she's looking for? That's right, I was thinking the same thing. That's the thing I do where you're talking to yourself, to a theoretical person, a theoretical audience in your brain. Could sneeze on me. I'd rather not. However, Cersei was perfectly prepared. Before parting with Ikoma yesterday, she asked him to hand the iron box to the Descendant when he paid her a visit. She said the Descendant ought to have it, since it's so deeply connected to Tashima's history. Ikoma agreed on the matter and would apparently go through with it, assuming he did hand it over. And the iron box with its massive amount of spiritual energy has fallen right into the lap of her target. Now Cersei just has to use her dowsing to locate the box. At least that's the plan. That's assuming he did hand it over. Guardians is usually not imaginary these days. You guys are still real, aren't you? Hey Waglash, hey Dragonator, hey. That's not just an echo of my voice, I've watched too many cartoons, right? Well, I hope he's handing it over to the Descendant. So I guess he wants to get the Descendant to trust him too, maybe? It's the town of Ichika and Toba City. The area is one of the many in the area renowned for its armor divers. Okay. Oh, look for birds, you guys. Look for birds. Definitely will. You wouldn't be a bot, would you? We think, therefore we exist, right? Guys, look for birds. Look for birds. Birdwatch, birdwatch. I'm not seeing any birds in this area. I think we're clean on birds. Beep boop, beep boop. Bird scanning. Bird scanning. Must detect bird. Okay, no birds, I think. Cersei's completely focused on dowsing right now. There are several types of dowsing techniques, but it seems like she's using a pendulum. It seems that the necklace she wears can be used for such a purpose. Oh yeah, mine too. Not real, just like birds. You're a government drone! I miss bird vision, right? The closer you get to the target, the stronger the pendulum swings. If only we had the mystic eyes of bird perception. If only. Bird detection jutsu would have been so handy. Would be the burp on Cersei's back. Well, that would be impolite on someone's clothing. Necklace looks like yours, right? I keep telling you guys. Cersei Lunalight, expired by me when I was 14. We're literally the same person. It's me in my human disguise. She seems focused. Best not to interrupt her now. Okay. We must amuse ourselves with bird searching. However, her dowsing's range is limited. The spiritual energy the iron box possesses, its range is probably just 2 or 3 kilometers. So we had to narrow down the target area somewhat before starting our search. Just being pretending she is you. She is literally me. This is my life story, actually. I sent in my biography to Square and they made the game for me. So, any idea where we might start looking for the Descendants? I think Miss Ikoma said something about visiting her several times before she finally agreed to talk, didn't he? He did, which would mean that... She's a difficult person. I'm guessing he probably doesn't live too far away then. A new lord is how I became immortal, right? Necklace is not that useful, it always points to where the Toba bar. Well, I'm not using them for dowsing usually, just like Cersei. I have it around my neck. She must live close enough for him to have paid her frequent visits. Yes, exactly. So I think it'd be best to start by searching the towns with Toba. I see, but there are quite a few towns in the area, right? Oh, hey, you know! Hey! Oh, isn't this an unusual time for you to stream? Either way, welcome in. I hope you're not too sleepy. Hi everybody, I'm Jorunna. I'm a sea bunny. I play retro games and do art sometimes. And today we're doing neither of those. Because we're just playing a game I've been very excited for. It's a visual novel that's a bit of like a paranormal murder mystery. And the art in the story is very fascinating. Welcome in. I will admit that we're currently like a decent part into the game, so if you're worried about spoilers, then just a heads up. I hope you had a good time chatting. Welcome in. Everybody please check out Juno. She's very cute and also plays a bunch of really fun retro games. I did an afternoon stream and read some Go Game magazines. Oh, nice! Can you drop me a link? Oh, that's awesome. Nice. Everybody, please check her out. It sounds like it was a very fun stream, actually. Sure. Thank you. Though if any of you guys don't care much for spoilers, We're currently investigating mermaid things. You want to play Paranormasight? Oh, you should! The first one's just called Mio! Mio is my favorite character in the first game. Hold on. I'm gonna show you guys the ones he's talking about. Oh, and thank you for the gift stuff to Yuno! Here we go. Mio! Mio is so cute! She's one of my favorites from the first game. She's adorable. The first game has really, really fun. It's just altogether really likable characters, good writing overall, and just a really cool story. I recommend it so highly. If you ever have the chance, I'm not sure if it's still like, you know, $5 on the NSO, but if it is, then I really recommend it. It's also, if it's not, it's only like 15 bucks otherwise, but 13 Sentinels reminds me of Miracle. I haven't played that though, it has been highly recommended to me. Let me Google Miracle from 13 Sentinels. Let me see. Oh, she looks so cute too. Oh my god, I love her design. I like her little braids. Reminds me of like, wait, where is it? My braids. Andres, thank you to the follow. Jade eyes are gold hairpins. She's a mermaid, yup. I don't know many things from Japan that use a thick outline through the art style. It's pretty rare. But if you keep in mind that's the artist from The World Ends With You, it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, she looks... Oh my god, she looks so cute. I really should play 13 Sentinels sometimes. I'll grab a picture for everybody to see the one you know mentioned. But I love this art style. It's so soft looking. Oh my god. Let me see. Here. She is so cute. She is so cute. Oh my god. I love it. Oh, I should check that out. She definitely has a similar vibe to Mio. I can see what you mean. Hey, all roads lead to Joe. Hi again, Hoppy. Hey. Here you go. But yeah, if you're planning to play Paranormasight yourself, spoiler warning, we're a decent part into the story. We've had some pretty heavy lore parts drops, so just a heads up if you don't want to like be spoiled on certain mysteries and all that kind of stuff. My VN art just started. Well, I've played some VNs on stream, but as you guys know, I'm always a bit worried. You know, because they're, you know, I've been over it, but I play a lot off stream, many times. Something about mermaid stakes. The stakes are high. And the mermaids are out here. I see. But there are quite a few towns in this area, right? About that, when we parted yesterday, Mr. Koma mentioned something else that stuck with me. He asked me to meet the descendants. He said he'd probably drop by later anyway, since he also had to handle the matter with Miss Suma. Alright, he did say that, so basically, they live close to each other. Unlike Odin's Sphere, 13 Sentinels is much lighter on the gameplay. Oh, so no 80 hours of grind, more focus on the story. I see. That's good. Gotta sleep? Oh, sleep tight, I sleep any dreams. He said it like he would drop by while he was in another area, so they likely live close to one another. Yes, I was thinking the same. Those towns with many armor divers are our top candidates. That means we should probably start by searching all the towns in Toba that are home to a lot of armor divers. That's right, we can make our way up by searching along the coast for starters. Be nice if we'd at least learn the descendant's name. Might have a lead on that. Think of your research into the past of this place. Alright, I believe the name was Sakawa, baby. We're on top of this, don't you worry. We're on top of this. What's your day? Thank you for the follow. Hasn't Jam, but this one is very fun. Sakawa. That's what Tashima's survivor was called. If there are any descendants, then they may still bear the same name. That's right, it's another clue we can follow. Hey, Zeddy! Hey! Was Odin's Sphere just so evil? It's a fantastic game, but you should probably play the remake. So you don't have to grind for 80 hours. And, you know, can enjoy the story and the gameplay independently. And so you end up spending the morning traveling along the coast from one fishing town to another. This is the 4th town we've searched so far. It's about time we actually find something. Okay. Well, considering this is where the game puts us, I'm guessing we're gonna be finding something very soon. So, Cersei, what's the situation? Want to give it a try? Oh, really? Will it still work if it's me? I'll still be holding the pendulum, but you can see for yourself if you like. Follow me intrigued. I'm in. Aha, don't worry, I'm great at pendulum holding. Alright, just like this. Now hold the pendulum. Direct me to move in different directions to see where that reacts. Very well, bring it on. This Sentinels is a great game to stream since you have to toggle the stories of 13 characters, so playing it in a group where different people can remember all the small details would make the better experience. Ah, to keep things fresh? I see, I see. Good point. I'll take it into consideration. Okay. The pendulum won't respond right away, so the trick is to point in one direction and wait a while. Once you find the spot where it reacts the strongest, just shout out that you figured it out. Got it. When it comes to yelling, I'm your guy. Okay. Let's see where it reacts. Okay, it's speeding up a bit. Okay. Okay, it's getting faster. No, that's less again. That's less. Oh, by the end of the game, he finds some mermaid meat to heal Avi's neck. He can't hold his head straight less as the game goes on. That's just him getting excited. He's one of those yokais like Vicky that pop their heads off. Oh, this does seem to be where it's the fastest. No, like over here. Oh, this is fast. This must be it. This must be it. Not because you move your hand around. This gotta be it. Have you tried this before? I have actually used pendulum back in my day, when I was doing all kinds of little magics. Thought Vicky could do that. She does do it sometimes. Okay, it's gotta be in this direction then. Point to a bird, right? It should point towards the box. There, right there. Look at the sorry. There, right there. You got it. Am I as big as a kraken or a megalodon or a mosasaurus? All of them. And my size is variable. I can shapeshift. Standard as a mermaid about 3 meters. So that means it's somewhere up there. Well, it may still be a bit further out, but at least we figured out what direction to go. I knew it was about time we hit the right spot. Alright, let's follow this thing and see where it leads us. Right. Okay. Let's see. This is it. It's the apartment furthest back on this building's ground floor. Got it? Hello? Anybody home? Well, you don't hesitate, huh? We're here on behalf of Mr. Ikoma. No answer. Guess no one's home. No, I can sense a presence. Hello? We'd like to talk about the iron box. What is it? Missy doesn't like Ikoma either, to be honest. Legal musical mention. It's a good musical. You do. Avi and Cersei, is it? So you're the ones who found that iron box? Yes, that's right. You know, I've never talked to foreigners before. I'm so nervous I can hardly think straight. Please, no need to be so tense, Miss Samakawa. I promise we're both harmless and cheerful. Right. So this is Miss Samakawa's home. Even with the lights on, it's strangely dark inside. Even though it's daytime, the shutters are kept tightly shut. Can hardly hear any noise from outside either. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised he handed it over. Maybe he didn't see any, like, value in it. Or maybe because he's trying to get close with Samakawa too, he was trying to get into her good graces. She looks like she needs sunlight. Looks like she's not getting much. Just like me. Hit him with the Nihongo Josie. At a quick glance, I can't spot anything that looks like a tawatabo in the room. I suppose it makes sense you wouldn't just keep it out in the open. Can you turn into a shark or a squid? I guess I could if I wanted to. I'm not the whale who swallowed Jonah though. Don't worry. She was more willing to meet us than expected. The iron box proved more useful than I thought. Nice work, Cersei. I'll treat you to more onigiri senbei later. Yeah. We're harmless. Samakawa was found dead the next day. Oh no. Owakuchi mo maji jouzu ne. Which name are you trying to write? Dawakuchi. Owakuchi. Which one are you going for? Daiwakuchi. She was more willing to meet us than expected. How's your 2 meter? It's not turned on. It's turned off. I can check. Turned on briefly. Turned on. Let's see. Nice work, Cersei. I'll tweet you tomorrow on Nigiri-senpai later. Okay. So glad we got a chance to talk with her. Oh. Indeed, me too. Okay. You guys are just putting predictions out. I'll have you guys know, it's currently 1472. Not even over 1500. How about that? I did actually have my door open for a decent part of the day. How about that, eh? How about that? Don't forget to wait. No way, that's cheating. Why is that cheating? You guys have been telling me to open my door sometimes. Am I not being good? Isn't that a good thing? No access zero now. Do you have a husband? Me? No. Are you being sent by my mother? She's been trying, but no, to get a husband, I'd have to leave the palace, I'm afraid. Wish. Yes, it's me. You need to add the 472 is over me. I mean, it probably is. And we're going for the high scores. Once they're high rollers. All in. Don't steal my job. Oh, are you guys all my husbands? Paid cheddar, paid by mom, yeah. So she's a descendant of the last Tashima survivor. The way she dresses makes her look older, but I'd say she's probably around my age. I thought she'd be difficult to deal with, but now we've actually met her. I'd say she's more like she's extremely cautious, the type to never let her guard down. Can't even begin to imagine the kind of life she's led. Still, the fact that she's wearing traditional clothing is actually quite charming. I've hardly seen anyone wearing traditional clothes since coming to Japan, which was a bit of a shock to be honest. Aww, well, I did come in the 80s. Aiming for a maidenless high score. Hell yeah! I'll be your husband for free. All you buns who are offering right now, can you come, unpack the boxes that have been, sitting around for over a year? Would be appreciated. COT wages must be off the charge. Sure thing, honey. Thank you. Sorry, I'm busy. Oi! First sign of resistance, already backing out, huh? Give me 12 hours, booking a flight. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's talk about her. Allow me to emphasize what an honor it is to meet a descendant of Tashima. And offering my love, not my time. I knew it. First sign of resistance. Set the bar a bit high to the turn. Yeah, it's already making a couple of people fall out. Would have done for 5,000 yen when I was living there. Wait, you're charging? I'll take payment in hugs. Okay, okay. I'm doing something that day. Who's to even say it's true? I suppose your family must have lived in this town for generations. Nah, I moved here a couple years back. Oh, why's that? Got nothing to do with the two of you. Ah, fair enough. If you don't mind me asking, do you have any other family or relatives, Miss Samakawa? Why? Apologies, I was merely wondering if there are any other descendants. But I'm probably the only one left. That too will come to an end soon enough. Oh, what do you mean by that? No more than what I said. Oh dear, I think this lady is, considering ending her own life. I'll be your husband for $2 an hour or $4 when Mama's luck is visiting. Okay. I think this lady... Maybe she turned herself into a mermaid mommy then? Huh. Maybe she turned herself into a mermaid mommy. It does sound like she's planning to end her life. Yeah, the declaration of the bloodline ends with her. Like, she says she probably wouldn't be around much longer. But I wonder. At the box somehow, it could be. It could be. Like, if she meets with like Avi on the ocean, maybe she'll take the stone from him or something. Do you have any siblings or cousins? And if they like VR checking, do you think they'd allow to stream with you? I do have siblings. I have one brother and 2 half-sisters. They all live in the Netherlands. So... I also have cousins. I do. A couple. But they're terrible. And I would not allow them anywhere near me. As for my siblings, they are not aware I'm a VTuber. And I'd like to keep it that way. So they're never gonna be on my stream. None of them are into like anime or manga. Or even games all that much. I have 2 half-sisters that make up one whole sister. My brother is married and with a child, so I don't think he has much time, you know, between his 2 kids and his wife to go VR chatting. And also, the only one in my family who knows I'm a VTuber is my mom anyway, so... they will never be on stream. Yeah, my mom knows. She has blabbed. But only to her friends, at least not the rest of the family, because I did ask her to not mention it. Didn't spread the weep enough. I did my best. My brother never wanted to play games with me back in the day. You know? But no, my mom has like, you know, apparently talked to like some of her mom friends going like, oh, my look, this is my daughter. Isn't she so cool? I'm so proud of her. And I was like, Mom, can you stop doing that? Hey, Assassin. Hey. Is your married father with kids single? Well, he's dead, so you might have to visit the afterlife to try and seduce him. Your brother would have played with you if you played Tekken, yeah? No, he wouldn't have. My brother only cares about cars. He would only play games with me if it was car in it. I'm not kidding. Cars or trains. So Mario Kart or Lego Racers or, you know, Need for Speed and Burnout, which were his games. You know, I don't know the person you're talking about, but I believe you. She would have needed Gran Turismo, yeah. Izumi Umuishi Sashimi if you want to check. As long as she doesn't bring up your channel to show you off, it should be pretty harmless, yeah. No Garfield cards. No Garfield cards. Didn't have that one. Who lost to the dead skeleton hatch became the Bone Lord. No, you guys, you forget. My dad is Frieza. He got killed by Goku. So do you live here by yourself, Miss Samakawa? That's right. I need Mama Slug's blessing, yeah? Where exactly did you come across the iron box? I followed this map that was in my family's possession. Supposedly, it was left behind by the Omoji who sealed away the curse of Tashima. A map, you say? It led us to the iron box. Must have been resting at the bottom of Issa Bay. Since it's such a valuable artifact deeply connected to Tashima's lost history, we felt we absolutely had to tell you about Miss Samakawa. Oh yeah? If I may say so, I noticed your interest in the iron box. Could it be you already knew of its existence? I didn't know it was a box, but I've been told something still remained of the island. Makes sense. There you go. That may be Frieza, but his brother will always be cooler. That's right. That's right. First Lego Racing is very some. I had the Lego Racers. I should say my brother had the Lego Racers. That was his game. But, you know, we had the one on the N64. And it was a fun game. The way you could, like, you know, add the bricks and stuff. It had cool customizability. Speaking of that box, I suppose there was something inside. Yes, inside was a record detailing how Tashima was destroyed, along with information on the curse of racing waves. A record? Oh, allow me to fill you in on the details. Surprised that you're still in touch with your half-sisters. I did not say that. I am not, actually. I am embarrassingly out of touch with most of my family. But I'm aware of their existence. God, I'm barely in touch with my brother. I probably should be more. I feel a bit bad, like not keeping contact a bit better. But you know, He only uses WhatsApp and I cannot. uh, so like I think I only message him like, you know, once a year for happy birthday and stuff. I feel a bit bad, so I should probably ask more updates on his children or something. I'm a terrible sister. We don't have like bad relationships or anything. I just am really bad with keeping touch with people. Even more so with my half-sisters. But you know, I guess that's the way these things go when you get older, right? My brother's certainly busy enough with his wife and, you know, all that kind of thing too. Raising 2 tiny children. I think they're 1 and 2 years old now. It's the weirdest anime romance show you've watched. Weirdest? God. I'd have to think on that longer. You're in a whole different place, yeah. You know, with like an 8-hour, 7 to 9 hour time difference depending on the time of year. It's kind of how it goes sometimes. I did catch up with him last time I was in the Netherlands. Got to meet his wife for the first time. They married during COVID, so I wasn't there for the wedding. And I'd never met his wife before. I only met his wife once they already had a child. So I've, you know, once again, terrible sister over here. But yeah, the last time I was in the Netherlands, I got to see his wife and baby. And I live nearby, it's pretty difficult to keep in contact. Did they have a Zoom wedding? No, I think they have had like a small private one because it was during COVID. So they had like a very small family closed off thing. Like, you know, within the house somewhere. Would be Yorikuma's anime version. That's a good choice though, that's true. But yeah, you know, that's what happens when you live on the opposite side of the world, right? Like I came there, I was like, wait, you have cats now? I don't, I'm terrible. I'm the worst sister. I like know nothing about what's going on back in the Netherlands. My sister from another parent was secretly a genealogy empress, yeah. But you know, that's how it goes when you get older, you know, and everybody's just busy with work and stuff. And that sums it up. Such a horrid man, wouldn't you say? Massacring the people of Tashima because he wanted to find a mermaid that bad. You remember the wife's name? I will guiltily admit that I've forgotten a few times. But I do remember now. But I sometimes mix up the name of his wife and his daughter. Once again, worst sister in the world. But I also I've only talked to her once, so... It took me a second. I remembered it again now. Once again, the first name that came to mind was the one of his daughter, but... it's really embarrassing. It's really embarrassing, yeah? Funny thing is, if they learn about you're the coolest sea slug, you might turn into the best sister, yeah? What's the name of the kids? Oh, damn it. I forgot the name of the boy. I forgot the name of the most recent one because I haven't met the most... Oh no, I'm the worst sister in the world. No. I remember. It came back to me. It just took me a second. God, I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm... It's what happens when you don't keep in contact. It's like a whose line is it anyways, it's right. I'm one of those friends who you meet after 4 years of not talking and then nothing's changed. Exactly. I'm just like that. I'm very bad at keeping in contact, but I'm good at just like picking up where we left off, so to say. But I'm just god awful at contact. Came back to me. No, it did. I'm not gonna dox my brother's children on stream, but I do remember now. Oh, your mom mixes up name, but I think it's dementia. I don't think I have dementia just yet. It's just you know, when you don't keep very good contact, these things start slipping. My wife's name is pointless or even half because people divorce all the time. Oh dear, that's very pessimistic. I think he's happily married. I hope he's happily married. He has 2 kids, so... I certainly hope they are. The grudges left behind by the events coalesced into 2 separate curses, and ultimately Tashima was destroyed along with everything else. I'm sure it must be excruciating to hear the tale of how your ancestors' home was destroyed. I believe this story should be passed down to people who can learn about Tashima's true history, wouldn't you agree? And also recorded in a box. Speak more to Joe than my friends at this point. I mean, I can say the same about you guys. I speak more to like the buns than I do, you know, my friends. Even with my friends in Japan, I usually meet them like only once a month or so. So statistically speaking, you guys are my strongest point of contact here. And 13.8 billion years old, it's only natural you start forgetting a little. Exactly. Exactly. Now I have two younger sisters that got married in this year, and the amount of times I've mixed up or misremembered or even forgotten their new last name is impressive for me. You know, that's a relief. That's a huge relief, because it means that I'm not the only one, you know, forgetting the names of, like, you know, sibling spouses. Actually, I don't know her last name. God, I'm the worst. I wouldn't... Oh God, I don't... Did she take on my brother's last name? I actually don't know. Oh my God, I suck. Oh God. It's because I wasn't at the wedding. It was COVID. You know. For those who stream regularly, I suppose this is crazy. I think that's common enough if you're streaming on the daily. And you know, I work from home, so it's not like I'm talking to many other people, so I check the log files. Hey, Tapio, hi. I think I still have a wedding invite somewhere, like the cursory one that they just sent to everybody, even though people couldn't come, you know. Not the invite, but like notification of marriage. That one, the celebration card after. Fourth mermaid course got her. Yep. Sure, your brother didn't take her last name. Honestly, when you say that, I can't even say with certainty if he did or not. I don't actually know. Man. Maybe I'm hit with the mermaid curse. I was with both weddings, I still forgot. You know, that is a relief. That makes me feel a bit better about myself if you guys forgot as well. That is a bit of a relief. I'm pretty bad with names to begin with, so can't even remember a friend's kid's name. It's cute to invite on hand, bring it out mid-conversation if you forget. Well, I think next time we'll continue this conversation, and then I guess she might kill herself and turn herself into a mermaid. I think that might be what winds up happening, because she was alluding to it. Next time. As for stream tomorrow, I'm not quite sure yet. Maybe. We'll see. Depends on like my energy and voice and all that kind of stuff. Besides like you with a lot of yaps, yeah, we didn't make that much progress. There were too many yaps going on. She was a Dutch noble, it was beneficial. That must have been it. It was the train and car fanboys. It's not my niece's name from my brother's side. It doesn't help that names all end with the same syllable. I'm glad it's just not just me. Life would be much easier if people just be allowed to put stickers on others with names. Honestly, I've said this before, but if you guys like ever go to a convention, if you could just wear like a name tag with your username on it, that would be really good for me. Who both has trouble hearing and remembering faces. That would be really cool if you could consider a name tag. That would be so awesome, just saying. Too many Fishkers kisses. Name tag that says husband. You guys are gonna fight each other at the convention. The Paranormasight have been great. I'm glad you guys have been enjoying them. Either way, thank you guys so much for coming today. To all the lurkers, thank you for lurking. And if you're watching the VOD, thank you for watching. Oh, it's your name tag? Would you wear my name tag? I can wear my name tag. I usually, you know, for a convention like call-ins, I usually have my logo on screen, so it's usually there. Name tag with bomb 1435. Well, anyway, thank you all so much. Kiss you on the forehead to all the buns going to sleep. And if you're not going to sleep, then have a good rest of your day. And sweet bunny dreams. And I'll guys see you guys next time, whether that's be tomorrow or Tuesday. So till then, bye 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 bye. Bye bye.